back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move a call of the House.
A call of the House has been properly moved and properly sustained. Sergeants will close the doors. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine. Members, please indicate your presence. Mr. Kohler, please call the names of the members who are not present.
Representatives Buckner, Duran, Exum, Gardner, Hamner, Lawrence, Lee, McNulty, May, Navarro, Nordberg, Pedersen, Priola, Rosenthal, Ryden, Scott, Sonnenberg, Stevens, and Szabo. Yeah. Prayer. Do the prayer again.
Mr. Kohler, please read the names of those who are absent.
Representatives Scott, Priola,
If you change your screen, you can see it.
Stevens. No, I can't.
I see it on my screen.
Yeah, well, you have those special buttons.
It's good to be the king. Representatives Sonnenberg, McNulty, Duran, Stevens, Scott, Priola, and Ryden. Those would be the 7.
Representative Frank McNulty. Frank Patrick McNulty. The 3rd. Esquire.
I thought you passed the bar.
So what did Priola say when he called? Priola called and said he's running late.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're just going to raise it. I don't know.
Did Ray send you an email? Ray Scott? Because Conti, Ray Scott sent me an email. I said, I'm not Ray Scott. To Marilyn. Okay. I said, I'm not Marilyn or Ray Scott. Doctor's appointment. Oh, right.
Mr. Kohler, please call the names of those members absent.
Representatives Priola, Ryden, Scott, and Stevens.
Is that the medical marijuana dispensary?
Yes, sir.
We're just going to raise the call so it doesn't.
Right, got it. Thank you.
Yes, I was thinking. I'll text it.
We're down 3, you're down 1. The math still works in your favor. Representative McNulty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the call be raised.
Seeing no objection, the call will be raised. Turn off the chimes before I get told. Okay. We're going to proceed to our next order of business, second reading of bills. Members, I just want to, before we go into seconds on the budget package, I just wanted to touch on one of the rules in the House. Okay, Rule 33A, sub B, this is on page 27A of your rule books. An amendment not meeting the requirements of subsection A, which is saying that amendments have to be moved or provided 17 hours before we debate the long bill of the rule, may be considered on second reading with the consent of the committee of the whole. The question is, such consent shall be decided without debate. So I know, members, on your desks are some what are called replacements. We can debate on how much of it's policy or how much not, but for the members who have these amendments, which would replace the underlying amendments that offered, we're going to ask that you just ask for permission to comply with the rule. So when you come up to offer your amendment, please make sure you ask for permission to offer the amendment, and then, depending on the consent of the body, we'll move on to either this amendment or the underlying amendment as well. So also, as our great chief clerk reminds me, with the amendments, please also, especially because of iPads, and the iPads don't have, when you're looking at the amendments on your iPads, don't have the amendment numbers 1, 2, 3, and so forth. When you move your amendment, please both say the amendment number. So, for example, the first one, Amendment J024, which is amendment number 1. So please move both numbers so that members and others can understand which one we are moving. Okay? So with that, we're going to move to our next order of business, second reading of bills, general orders. Representative Fisher.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders.
Seeing no objection, the House resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders. Representative Fisher will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there's a request for reading the bill at length. Committee amendments will not be read unless requested, as they are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads and not read unless requested. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Kohler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1337?
House Bill 1337, Representatives Duran and Giroux, all Senator Stebbins, concerning increase in the general fund reserve.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1337.
To the bill, Representative Duran.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. What this bill does is it will increase our general fund reserve to make sure that we have another economic downturn in the state of Colorado, that we have a reserve that we can sufficiently work with. So with that, I ask for your support.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, what the bill does is, because of Senate Bill 228 and that 5% personal income threshold that Senator Morris ran in 2009, we're going to hit that threshold in 2014. So what this bill does is it provides for that 6.5% reserve that was called out in Senate Bill 228. According to 228, we were supposed to hit that 6.5% reserve in the 5th year of 228, which would be 2020. So we're going to hit it earlier. This is absolutely not, let me repeat, absolutely not enough money to put in reserve to fund the state of Colorado adequately. But I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1337? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1337. Will all those in favor please say yes? Aye, then? All right. All those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1337 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1339?
House Bill 1339 by Representative Giroux, Senator Hodge, concerning the creation of the Hazardous Substance Site Response Fund.
Representative Giroux? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or excuse me, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1339. There is no committee report.
To the bill, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, House Bill 1339 sets up a fund for hazardous response. And we're just going to put $10 million in a fund. We're going to earn interest on that $10 million. The federal government in about 10 years is going to require us to take care of the cleanup on all of our Superfund sites. Right now, I think we've got a 90-10 match on those Superfund cleanup sites, but soon it's all going to be on us. So what this fund does is it creates a pot of money to help take care of that problem. And it's probably not enough money, but we got to start saving sometime. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Giroux or any of the other members, I guess it is Representative Giroux. I thought it was a JBC bill. Are we going to have to put $10 million in every year, or we're just going to do $10 million one time? Are we going to get 8% return like we are with some of our other investments? How is this money going to be invested so we're going to make sure that we're actually making money? How does that work?
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it is a JBC bill, members, just so you know. I don't know what the interest rate return will be. I know that typically on situations like this, the state treasurer is the one that manages our investments. So most likely it will be put into a fund and he will be managing it. We will not put in $10 million every year. I wish we would, because if we could spend or save like that, we'd be in a better spot. But it'll just be the $10 million. It'll sit in the fund. It'll collect interest. And then when the federal government gives up on helping us with Superfund sites, we'll have a little bit of seed money.
Representative Sonnenberg?
Actually, yes.
Okay, great. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1339? Representative Del Grosso.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm confused. So the feds are paying for this now. They're basically going to say, sorry, state of Colorado, we're no longer going to pay. Now you have to be on the hook for all this money. Can we just give the land back and say, here you go, this is not useful land anyway, and here you go? Or I guess I'm just trying to figure out what happens if we don't do this?
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, members, the Superfund sites that we're talking about are Superfund sites from maybe old mining claims, whatever. And so those Superfund sites were contaminated, obviously, or it wouldn't be a brownfield. And then what happened was the companies that were responsible for the damage went belly up. And so they couldn't do the cleanup. And so up until now, it's been a combination of the state and the federal government taking care of this. There was a federal legislation that was passed in 1980 that set up the parameters for the reason why we need this bill. And what that legislation said was that we're going to help with a Superfund site, and I believe it is a 90-10 match, for X number of years, and then any state that has a Superfund issue, it's up to you to take care of your own. So, and as far as, and I'm sorry, Mr. Minority, can we just give the Superfund sites back? Or maybe we could sell it to a foreign company. I don't know. I don't think so. It's our land. We got to take care of it. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just have a question about the funding on this bill, because I recall a few years ago being briefed by, and I couldn't tell you which department, but the fees being paid by trucks that dump hazardous material at the DAD site, and they would pay a certain fee for every yard that they dump. And when, during the economic downturn, those cash funds were swept out and put into the general fund. But what they were trying to do was build up enough cash reserves so that they could start offsetting the cost of restoring these Superfund sites. So I'm just curious what happened when they bumped up those fees on everyone who dumps materials, hazardous materials at the DAD's waste site, and how that plays into this, because, and I could be mistaken, but my understanding from that briefing a few years ago was that those increased fees went towards the cleanup of Superfund sites and the state's share of that money.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Lawrence, you know more about this than I do. I would imagine in that 90-10 match that the state was dealing with, we're still taking care of those Superfund sites right now. Those dollars that you're talking about could have been the 10% that the state was supposed to be taking care of currently. I'll find out about it. I'll check with staff and find out, but you could be right. It would make sense that the state would be looking for that 10% from someplace else other than its own coffers. You're probably right.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong support of House Bill 1339. One of the largest Superfund sites is in my district, the Rocky Mountain Arsenal Wildlife Refuge, as it is known now. And it's a Superfund site because in World War II, the federal government and others like Shell Oil Company contaminated that land when they were producing chemical weapons. And rather than dispose of that contamination properly, they buried it. The people of Commerce City know what it's like to experience earthquakes from injection wells where they were depositing those contaminated materials. We know what it's like to have in our backyard landfills of contaminated material that has been segregated and cleaned up through a partnership with private companies and the federal government. So I take a little bit of exception to the suggestion that maybe this land just isn't useful anymore and we can ask the federal government to take it back. Because in my district, it's now one of the largest wildlife refuges, one of the largest urban wildlife refuges in the entire country. And after my community and the people of Commerce City lived through not knowing if their water was contaminating, not knowing if their land was contaminated, the state of Colorado owes this to them to make good on the promise that we will continue to clean up these Superfund sites. I ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also rise in strong support of 1339. In my district, we have Summitville Mining Company down there, which is a huge Superfund site, which a mining company came in and just really ran roughshod over that with arsenic mining, and then just caused environmental damage, ruined the Alamosa River, and then just left town. There's a big lawsuit over that. And so, you know, we need to have these kind of bills to pay for those bad actors that do not actually do what they're supposed to do in the end. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like other members here, I too have a Superfund site in my district in Eagle County. The Eagle Mine long ago had its tailings, including arsenic and a number of other heavy metals, which contaminated the Eagle River and essentially was dead for a while. That company, of course, long ago went belly up, as do many of these companies, and as have many of these companies throughout our history, especially on the Western Slope. I would ask for a strong yes on this, and I thank Representative Giroux.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So someone smarter than I did a little bit of research while we've been talking about this, and it turns out that the cash funds that Representative Lawrence was talking about were for Denver-specific projects. And the other thing this very smart person told me was that we had $30 million in this fund, but in 2009, those of you that recall, during the Ritter administration, when the recession hit, those $30 million in funds in this particular cash fund to be used for Superfund were swept to balance the budget.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1339? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1339. Will all those in favor please say aye? All opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. 1339, House Bill 1339 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1340?
House Bill 1340 by Representative Giroux, Senator Lambert, concerning the State Toxicology Laboratory in connection with making appropriation.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1340 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, the Appropriations Committee report, what we did was we added 1.8 million roughly total funds, 5.2 FTE, including 1.1 general funds, and 690 roughly $7,000 in cash funds from the State Toxicology Lab Fund to the Department of Toxicology, or excuse me, to the Department of Public Safety for personal services, capital equipment costs related to the State Toxicology Lab. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion of the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the Appropriations Committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, what this does is it basically moves the State Toxicology Lab from CDPHE to the Department of Public Safety. We will be having, instead of just one lab the way we currently have, we will have one. When this is completely done, we'll have one in Pueblo, one in Grand Junction, and one in Denver. It has the support of the department. CDPHE basically wanted to give it up anyway, and there's good reasons for putting it in public safety. Unless you have any questions, I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1340? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1340. All those in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1340, as amended, is adopted. Mr. Kohler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1341?
House Bill 1341 by Representative Mayo, Senator 7, concerning transfer of monies from the State General Fund to the Department of State Cash Fund for the purpose of repaying a prior transfer.
Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1341. There is no committee report.
To the bill, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill simply restores the cash funds that were swept in 2008. It's approximately $2.1 million, and we're just replacing that cash fund sweep with general fund.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1341? Seeing none, all those in favor of the adoption of House Bill 1341, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1341 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1342?
House Bill 1342, Representative Duran, all Senator 7, concerning transfers of money related to capital construction.
Representative Duran.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I know it's really challenging to tell us apart. So with that, I want to go ahead and move House Bill 1342.
To the bill, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Joint Budget Committee made decisions to fund a variety of different projects through the state of Colorado and ultimately adopted OSPB's list. The first conversation that we had about this, let me just back up for a minute. Originally on the Joint Budget Committee, we had a conversation about which projects we were going to be able to fund given the fact that we have a lot of one-time dollars this year and we have to be careful about how much money we spend. And so one of the issues was we were looking at the OSPB's list, and originally we had a conversation on the Joint Budget Committee to support basically projects 1 through 22 of that list. And there was, after that meeting, we had another meeting with the Capital Development construction team, and we had a conversation with them about what our projects were going to be and what those final projects were going to be, which ones were going to be funded and which ones were not going to be. And so after that conversation, we received feedback that the CDC wanted to have more of their projects on their list funded. And so instead of going back and closing the long bill right away, we tried to accommodate that request as much as we possibly could and changed about $31 million of changes to accommodate CDC's list, in addition to keeping some of OSPB's projects as well. And at that time, some of the changes, just so everybody knows of what they were, is one of the changes was to invest in an additional $10 million into the Red Rocks facility, making changes by reducing some of the money that was going to go to the Auraria campus library and instead have those dollars go to the Western Slope at Western State College for their facility there. We also included a project by CDC for the Colorado School of Mines and also included another project on there for the History Colorado. And so we tried to make as many changes given the existing resources that we were able to have to accommodate some of the CDC's concerns. CDC's list and OSPB's list, they agreed on about half of the projects and increased that number after some of those changes. So with that, I ask for your support.
Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Duran, when I was going through the list and I was kind of listening to appropriations and then kind of going through how all these projects were listed out, I've only been here 5 years, so I'm not sure how it's always done, but it always seemed that the Joint Budget Committee would basically come out with a list of money and say, okay, here's how much money that we can put into capital development, and then we basically fund those programs. But this one seemed like that we kind of did that for the first few programs, but then after that, it kind of started skipping around. So I guess I was just trying to figure out, I know you said that you had some meetings and listened to some people, but it seems like instead of taking the governor's request, I mean, you've got a whole committee that's bipartisan of folks that are on there that spend an entire summer cruising around the state of Colorado, touring all these different facilities and do all of this hard work to say, here's our priorities that we think after what we've actually seen, all of the entire summer long's worth of work that we've done, here's what we think you should fund this. I guess I'm trying to figure out why the normal process was kind of circumvented when we came up with this list this year.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L001 to House Bill 1342 and ask that it be displayed.
That's nice and clear.
Okay, Amendment L001 is properly displayed. It is a multi-page amendment, but members had this on their desks yesterday. So the bill is, or the amendment is properly moved and displayed. Representative Vigil, would you please explain the amendment? And members, it's getting a little noisy in here. Could you take the side conversations off to the side and pay attention to what's going on in the well, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, after long discussions and a lot of work with a lot of people, Representative Szabo and I ran this amendment so that we could participate in this conversation with the JBC and also respect the process. And so what this amendment does, it kind of prioritizes the CDC list. And with that, I'll have Representative Szabo also speak to this.
Representative Szabo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And basically what this does, colleagues, is it will bring back the CDC list that we prioritized, spent many months traveling the state, looking at the issues that each one of these projects brought to the table, spent 3 days of 8 to 9 hours a day hearing each one of these projects and then prioritizing what would be best for the state of Colorado as a whole, every part of it, locally, rural Colorado, all of Colorado. We put together a list, and as Representative Duran said, there was, to put it lightly, some angst with the list. So after a little bit of going back and forth, we decided to sit down and talk about this. And as our constituents ask us to come here to do, come up with solutions to what we can do to fund the rest of the capital list that was not on the governor's priority list. So we came to a conclusion, and it's L001. I believe you also have a handout that explains it a little bit deeper, that we are going to use the revenue, the September forecast revenue that is above the OSPB forecast. Now, we aren't going to know what that is till September. We don't know if there's going to be extra revenue, and we will not spend a dime until we know what that revenue is going to be and how much over the limit is. We had an option of also taking bits and pieces for the 6 or 7 projects that were left out and giving just piecemeal money to it. Some places got $6.5 million, some got $2 million, but we really came back together and decided that to not fully fund programs would not be responsible, because we could end up with a lot of holes dug and a lot of swimming pools at some of these universities. And so we decided to put our heads together, come up with a new plan. Whatever excess money comes about, we will start at the top of the list, fully fund each project as they go down. If we come to a place where there is no longer enough funding for the next project, we will skip that project and fully fund the next one on the list. So all the projects that will be funded with this will be fully funded. They're all shovel-ready projects, ready to go, ready to implement. There's a provision for $30 million to go into water projects and 41 into the state education fund. That money is still safe and will end up there. Whatever we don't use with those projects from the CDC list, the 100% of the excess will be put into the state education fund. So that's it in a nutshell, and we can answer any questions.
Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Representatives Vigil, Szabo, and Fisher. I thank you guys for working out this compromise. I know that nobody would answer my question earlier, but that was kind of my question, and I know that you folks on the capital development couldn't get your questions answered either, and that's kind of what made this amendment come around, as far as nobody really knows how the process actually worked this year and how they actually picked how they were going to fund the certain projects. And so the capital development, as Representative Szabo talked about, and several others here that are on that committee, spent an entire summer long going around touring these buildings, spending hours and talking to the people all over the state and prioritizing those lists of things that needed to be funded. And so I want to applaud you guys for working together and bringing forth this amendment that actually honors the process and the way that it was supposed to happen. And I urge the rest of my caucus as well for an aye vote on L001.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think this is a very responsible amendment. It goes a long ways to preserving the process and also making sure that the money is not spent before we get it. So with that, I ask for your support for a yes vote.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to tell the Capital Development Committee members, the Chair of the Committee of the Whole, Representative Vigil, and Representative Szabo, you all have done a fabulous job. You did a fabulous job before we got to this amendment. The work that you do is very, very important. I was not comfortable in our meeting with you. You know I wasn't comfortable, but I am so proud of all of you for what you've done and for the work that you've done to put this amendment forward. That being said, as a member of the Joint Budget Committee, you know I got to be a no, but I just want you to know in my heart of hearts, I'm such a yes.
Representative Duran.
Oh, Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I just want to set the record straight about a couple of things. One is that all of our meetings, everything that we discuss on the Joint Budget Committee is open to the public, open to anybody to be part of those conversations. And I think one of the things that we really struggled with this year is that there were a variety of different projects that were going to be distributed throughout the state, some that had much to do with making sure Colorado's government is more efficient. And so we had to balance a lot of different competing interests. It was challenging, I think, because of that. The amendment that ultimately came forward, I think, is a fiscally responsible amendment. Prior to the time that this amendment came together, there was a lot of conversation about trying to drive down our reserve and take money from our reserve that we need to have in the state of Colorado for a rainy day fund. And to me, that was very, very irresponsible. So here is an amendment that I think that because in the event that we receive money coming into the state that we don't currently have, but if it's there, then these would be some of the projects that would be funded. And that is a fiscally responsible way of going forward, and I think of trying to address this issue. So I do thank both the CDC and some of the other individuals who have been part of this process. Of course, I am on the JBC and cannot vote in favor of it. But the only other thing that I would say is that, you know, when we originally had a conversation with CDC, and we met with them a couple times, we met with them after we came up with our list and had a vigorous debate around what should be funded and what should not be funded in the state of Colorado. We still came up with a compromise based on the resources that we know that we will have. And so that's why we made changes like funding Red Rocks. We made changes to put additional money to the western slope. We made changes to go to History Colorado. We made about $31 million of changes to try and come up with a compromise with the resources that we know that we are going to have. Now, based on this, if we have resources beyond that point and those dollars come in, absolutely. I wish we had an infinite number of resources, but I think ultimately where the investments are, they are statewide, and I appreciate all of the work that has been done, and hopefully the money that will come into the state will be higher and these will be able to be funded. But thank you for coming up with this solution that is much more fiscally responsible than what I originally heard was taking place. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion of L001? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L001 to House Bill 1342. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L001 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Duran.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I ask for your support. We have had a vigorous debate on, I think, a variety of different ways that we use the funds that we have in the state of Colorado, and I wish there was an infinite amount of money. Unfortunately, there's not, and I guess that's why the Joint Budget Committee works so hard to do as much as we can with what we have while also being fiscally responsible and also increasing our reserve to 6.5%. So with that, I ask for your support.
Representative Szabo.
And as being part of the Capital, thank you, Mr. Chair, part of the Capital Development Committee, we do understand there's not an infinite amount of money. We do understand also that there's a process that needs to be laid out. And respect for that process is always a good thing. We have a lot of process in this House, and we respect it because it deserves respect. And the funding of the capital construction should encompass all of Colorado. Originally, before we got L001 on here, rural Colorado only received $5 million out of about $216 million. And rural Colorado had received $5 million. We wanted to make sure that all of Colorado, including rural Colorado, got funded. So that was another reason why we needed to make sure we amended this bill.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to come up here and thank the JBC members, Duran, May, and Giroux, for being so willing to work with us. I mean, I think it's awesome that they were willing to work with us, and because of that willingness and because of the willingness of both sides of the aisle, I think we were able to get this done. And you know, I'm just really proud to be part of this process. And thank you, JBC members.
Representative Duran. Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to thank everybody who put their heads together to come up with the win-win situation. This is a good example of when both sides of the aisles work together to come up with a compromise that works for everyone. Part of the problem that we have with this construction process is that we have IT in the construction issue. And really what really needs to happen, if we're going to have a dialogue on what caused the problem in the first place, is that we had an IT project of approximately $40 million that needed to be funded that actually served all of Colorado. It's for the DMV, for the motor vehicles. And without that, the system wasn't going to make it. And so because we at the JBC had to look at the whole project issue, we're looking at a bill, hopefully that will come your way, that delineates the difference between construction, vertical, horizontal, and then to IT. So I think, you know, from this process, I think we all learned that the real issue is what we have in capital. If we take that out, we won't be here again. I totally respect capital in the fact that they do travel on, they do prioritize that. Never was meant to be disrespectful, but I also had to fund an IT system, and that's how we ended up where we are today. And so hopefully we'll have your support on that when it comes forward, and I just want to thank everybody for working on that.
Representative Duran.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I hope this isn't a theme for this entire debate as we go through the budget package, but I'm going to stand up again and set the record straight yet a second time already. And that was the comment that the list that we originally funded, there was only $5 million going to the rural parts of the state. I am sorry, that is not accurate. And in fact, I would encourage you to take a look at the capital construction projects that were funded. So even when we made the decision and where we ended up, when we closed the Long Bill, there were items in there like the digital trunked radio system. That is a public safety tool that will affect every community in the state of Colorado. There were items on there regarding a variety of different IT projects to make sure that people have access to health care, that people have access to very basic necessities, and that had a statewide impact and reached every area of the state of Colorado. In addition to that, there were a variety of different efforts that went from the suburbs to the rural areas to the Denver metro area. And so once again, I am going to set the record straight. Hope I don't have to do this throughout this entire day, but this is the second time at least that we've had to do this. So I just want to make sure everybody understands and the public understands what exactly happened and what did not happen. With that, I am very thankful that this solution came up and that this amendment was offered that is now on the bill, because originally it was amazing to me to hear some of the arguments that were being made about trying to fund more capital construction projects while taking that money out of the reserve. Very fiscally irresponsible. And I want to thank those who are willing to listen and look at the big picture in the state of Colorado, look at where we are with economic recovery and where we have to go, and make sure that that reserve was maintained and be fiscally responsible. And the amendment that was adopted was the best way to do that. And so with that, I ask for your support on this bill.
Representative Zabel.
Thank you. And you know what, Representative Dine, you are right. It is the most fiscally responsible. The extra $30 million that we were trying to give bits and pieces to, I had a little angst with it, and I was going to go along with it, but I just didn't like that we weren't fully funding projects. I would have rather took one or two of those projects and fully funded it. But what I had mentioned before the negotiation of the $30 million or L001, the original governor's OSPB list funded one project for the Veterans Memorial Cemetery. That was the only project to rural Colorado, and that was $4.6 million. So I was wrong when I said $5 million. It was a little bit less. And that was the only thing. Everything else was funded within a 30-mile presence here. So I just wanted to make that straight to let you know that I was wrong about the figure, but I was right about the list.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L002 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L002 is properly moved and displayed. To the amendment, Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, what this does is kind of points out a couple things. All of us were here last year except for the exception of one member. And when we get into picking and choosing certain projects over others, a lot of times we don't always sit on the Joint Budget Committee and we can't always choose what projects that get funded. If we're the little guy and we can't get out there and, we don't get bullied around by the JBC, I guess, we don't get to pick and choose our programs. And what happened last year is there was a program that was funded last year, kind of taken out of the scope of the normal CDC list as well. And basically this was out of the normal scope of the CDC list as well, and it got put in there. But what happens when you do that, there's always unintended consequences, and so as a result of that action last year, there was a big chunk of capital construction money that they were forced to fund this year. So with that, I seek to take that money that was in unintended consequence this year. We'll roll this into the general fund. We can put it for COF, some higher education stuff. Maybe we can buy down the negative factor with this money. It would be more than enough to increase the provider rate fees that we can use this for several different things. This would free up a little over a few dollars for all of those things that we can view as important in the state of Colorado, and say that there's a lot of these projects that are more important than people's own personal things that they would like to see funded. Not all of us get a chance to sit on the Joint Budget Committee and get to pick our special programs. So we can use this money to more fully help out people all over the entire state of Colorado. Again, our kids from COF, our kids maybe with negative factor, or there again, provider rates, or heck, we could put it towards transportation. So with that, I urge an aye vote on L002.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple questions on the amendment, so Mr. Minority Leader. One, is this targeted at the Auraria campus? Just wondering if that's the case.
Mr. Minority Leader.
I'll ask my series of questions, I guess. The other one is, as we always know in the budget, it's all about trade-offs. Last year, we funded that project. We can debate on how it worked or not. If I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Minority Leader, you voted for the budget, which funded the project. No, you didn't vote last year for the budget? Okay, so I'm wrong. I was wrong. I admit when I'm wrong. But also talking about bullying and all this other stuff, which we had another bill about bullying earlier this year. I just remember when I was the minority leader, I appointed the member in my party on the JBC. As Speaker, I appoint my members on mine. So you have a voice on the JBC to advocate. This project's already being done, and I actually would argue your amendment doesn't do what you think it does, because all it does is reduce the number. It doesn't go after the project. If you want to be more obvious in what you're doing, it would be helpful to cut the project out too, which is already being built and funded. So I'm just confused. So which project is going to be deleted by taking out this money from the budget?
Representative Giroux.
Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I'm going to let the minority leader answer the questions because he wants to answer the questions that are asked.
Representative Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, I will actually answer a question when I'm asked a question here. That's kind of how we do it on our side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For your question, yes, there's $17,848,307, which might match up with a certain program that might be a certain Auraria campus program. But that goes to show again that there still leaves money in here in the budget to help fund that. It doesn't fund it all the way. So they would not be, yes, we do know that they have started construction. It would leave money in this program for them to continue that. But it is also highlighting the fact that when we sit on the Joint Budget Committee, and yes, I appoint Representative Giroux to the Joint Budget Committee, but I don't actually get to vote. My other members on my caucus don't get to vote on what certain projects in their area and whether or not they want to fund them. And as a result, when we actually bring certain amendments forward like last year, then there's unintended consequences where we have to spend a bunch of money in the following year. So I would say that, you know, we shouldn't have to spend all this money and obligate ourselves to this. This would bring $17 million extra into the general fund. There again, we can use that for, you know, buying down cough, help our kids get a solid education, dollar for dollar buy down, maybe provide some of those provider rates, increase some of those provider rates. Heck, it could even be used for a increase, maybe for pay raises for state employees. Who knows? But it could be used for several different things once it gets into the general fund. So I urge an aye vote on L002.
Representative Vigil, or Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to be clear on how this would work, because we're lowering the $290 million, which includes, my understanding, the amendment we just put on with the total funds. So how this would work, given the amendment that's been adopted in L001, would go down the list, and whatever couldn't be funded wouldn't be funded. So in reality, what this actually cuts off is level 2 controlled maintenance, which is $21 million, $480,980, which would be eliminated from the projects list, which goes through all areas of our state, especially a lot of projects in rural Colorado. So this amendment would cut level 2 controlled maintenance. So I'm just confused.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to help clear up some confusion, it depends on who would actually decide that list. So if we did go by capital development, then yes, that's kind of how they do that. They go from the list and go down. But if we let the Joint Budget Committee figure out how they do that, like they did when they drafted the budget, they pick and chose their projects and what they wanted to fund. They did not use capital development's list. They didn't start at the bottom and work their way all the way down to the bottom. They started and did some of the programs, but they didn't do all. And then once they started getting to the bottom, they pick and chose some of their favorite projects. So I guess that kind of depends. And as you know, in the budget process, at the end of the day, this will go to a conference committee, which imagine that is all the Joint Budget Committee members. And so what's to make me think that the Joint Budget Committee members won't just pick and choose whatever that is, and maybe those will make it and some won't?
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just confused because we just passed an amendment that has my name on it and your name, Mr. Minority Leader. And that amendment sets the priorities for the money that's coming in. So under the bill, the JBC, the CDC doesn't actually have any say. It's actually us all passing that amendment that just said what the priorities are. So your amendment would lower the amount of money for those priorities. And as the bill states, when you look at how much money is going through, it says the state treasurer shall transfer this. It goes through the entire list, and the last piece on the list is the $21 million on controlled maintenance. It's, if you want the amendment we actually just passed now in the bill, page 2, lines 12 through 15, $21,480,980 to fund level 2 controlled maintenance projects through score 14 as prioritized by the Office of the State Architect. So, yes, you're right, the JBC could, in their usual process, deal with the issues, but this is past that because we're passing a bill that actually prioritizes it for what we're doing, has passed, I think, unanimously, except for the 3 JBC members who did JBC speak and voted kind of for it, but not really for it. And I think it pretty much is unanimous out of this chamber. My understanding is the Senate is supportive of that, so it's unlikely to change. Actually, we might end up with an amendment. We might end up with a bill that actually doesn't go to conference committee. So this amendment then would not be able to be settled if it doesn't go to conference committee. And if we look at this, I mean, you're predetermining who's going to be on the conference committee. Maybe you and I and the Senate decide that the conference committee is the CDC and not the JBC. Who knows? Maybe that's a possibility. But for me, I just am still confounded that what you're trying to do in your amendment, if you wanted to pick out the one project you want to delete in Denver, then that's fine. But what you're really doing in this amendment is cutting $17 million of controlled maintenance across this state.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I want to bring this back around a little bit and, say that this was a very negotiated, bipartisan bill. Representative Szabo and I worked really hard, worked with all the players, worked with everybody that we needed to work with. We talked to our members, the JBC members, and I just ask you to vote no on this L002.
Is there, Mr. Minority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Speaker, this is a House bill, and so obviously, as we all know, can change once it goes to the Senate. Who's to know? Heck, the Senate could kill this bill. The Senate could amend it to take this off. This could happen in so many different ways. To just blatantly say that that's all that can happen with this bill, that's not the case. And so basically, this amendment is simply going to point out that when members pick and choose certain projects in certain areas, there are unintended consequences. So, and that there also is a normal process that the Joint Budget Committee is supposed to follow, or normally follows, traditionally follows, when they're funding these capital development programs. And you don't just pick and choose certain programs that you want. And if you do, then you're basically setting up unintended consequences where the next year you have to come up with $22 million to fund a project in your area. So with that, I will withdraw L002.
Okay, L002 has been withdrawn. Back to the bill. Is there any further discussion about House Bill 1342? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1342 as amended. Would all those in favor please say aye? Aye. All opposed please say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1342 as amended has been adopted. Mr. Kohler, would you please read the title to House Bill 1336?
House Bill 1336 by Representative Duran, all Senator Stedman, concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2014, except as otherwise noted.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1332 and also respectfully ask if we can, it's very difficult to hear down here.
1336, you mean?
I moved House Bill 1336.
Okay. Members, can we keep the noise level down so we can pay attention to our give respect to our diligent JBC members so that they can present their bill? Representative Duran.
Thank you. So I did move House Bill 1336.
To the bill.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And so here it is. After a lot of work, lots of months of reviewing a variety of different issues, the Joint Budget Committee, all 6 of us, bring forward the long bill to you today. And this is a product of, I wish we could say it was just the 6 of us, but I want to especially thank Joint Budget Committee staff, the individuals who worked in my office that are here today that interned in my office and helped a lot as well. And I think all of those who have really put time and effort to coming to where we are right now. So we're not like Washington, D.C. We have to balance our budget. And this year, based on legislation that was heard earlier, we are increasing our reserve to 6.5%. I know there's a lot of people who wanted to get their hands on that 6.5% reserve when we couldn't do everything, but luckily we're able to maintain that and I think come up with a budget that is fiscally responsible. One of the things that you will see in this budget is a lot of the work that the Bipartisan Flood Recovery Committee did to come up with different solutions to some of the natural disasters that have affected Colorado. There's also money in the budget to affect the natural disaster with the wildfires that have spread in Colorado, and I think that is something that we can all be proud of in a bipartisan fashion, that we were able to come together and come up with those solutions affecting the state. The other thing with regards to this bill is it truly has a statewide impact. When we think about the rural areas in Grand Junction or southern Colorado to the suburban areas to the Denver metro area, this bill truly has positive impacts on every community in the state of Colorado. And those types of investments are things like additional investments into senior services or programs like Meals on Wheels, the noxious weed program. We also invested in our local counties by giving them additional dollars for county administration and county-based tax relief. We also invested in activities like the 4-H youth programs at the Colorado State Fair. And there are many initiatives to make government more efficient, like better customer service at your local Department of Motor Vehicles to cut down wait times, and also making our judicial system a bit more accessible to those individuals who may not necessarily be represented by an attorney. We can point to great successes for the state of Colorado when it comes to institutions of higher ed and also when it comes to education in our K through 12 public schools. We invested a historical amount in higher ed this year, a total of $100 million, and which is being represented by SB 1 and is placeholdered in this bill. We also invested in trying to make sure that more kids are able to have access to a quality education in public schools and made changes so that hopefully we will be able to buy down the negative factor by $100 million. But beyond that, there are major advancements for economic security for Colorado families. We know far too often that although we have had economic recovery in the state of Colorado, that there are too many Colorado families that are still struggling. And that's why we work to reduce child abuse and homelessness and provide meaningful services to the disabled community. And when it comes to women's health, we invested additional dollars in family planning and prenatal services for pregnant women. But one thing that you will see that is unique to this year's budget in comparison to previous years is we took a very proactive approach to trying to deal with the issue of the high cost of childcare in the state of Colorado. There have been studies that have been done that have indicated that we have some of the most expensive childcare in the entire state of in the entire country. And the state of Colorado is typically ranked within the top 5 for those high costs, meaning that Colorado families on average have to pay $12,000 a year to be able to have access to quality childcare. And for so many Colorado families and women in particular, this is such an important issue because it many times means their ability to balance between work and family life. And so you will see those changes reflected in the long bill as well. So with that, I want to go ahead and turn over the floor to my esteemed colleagues, Representative Giroux and Representative May, to add their comments as well as to what is in the long bill. And thank you both for your support.
Representative Giroux and members, could I please ask your respect for the speakers in the well again, especially over here to my right. It's kind of drowning out what people are saying in the well, and I'd really appreciate your respect for those speakers in the well. Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, as long as you vote yes, you can talk as much as you want. I'm really fine. I wasn't really going to say much on the long bill, but I will tell you one quick thing. The first thing, Mr. Chair, there is no committee report. So I will talk to the bill now. We try to create balance. And when we run the long bill, we should be putting our personal goals to the side. We should be putting our personal bills to the side. What we should be doing over there is a nonpartisan approach, trying to take care of the people of Colorado. I ask for your attention. I ask for your arguments. I ask for your amendments, because this isn't the Joint Budget Committee bill. This is the bill of the state legislature. So have at it and take it away.
Representative May? Okay. See no further discussion. Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1336? Seeing none. Representative Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with that, thank you to the Joint Budget Committee members for their due diligence. I'm grateful for all the hours that they put in that I didn't have to put in, so they could make sure that we did the right thing for every part of the state of Colorado. But I think we can make this bill a little bit better. And with that, I move J024, as it shows in your amendment book, as Amendment 1, and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, Amendment J024, Amendment number 1 has been properly moved and is displayed. To the amendment, Representative Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, what this amendment does is two things. It sets aside some money to make sure that people that had their homes destroyed by a natural disaster, such as the fires and floods that we face in Colorado, that money is in there in the budget for those folks. And the second part it does is it makes sure that we have a placeholder for any potential outstanding claims from the Lower North Fork fire. The issue is that those claims aren't going to be coming to the state until April 8th and 9th, and we want to make sure that that money is reserved and set aside so we can live up to our obligation to those claimants. And with that, I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion of J024? Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, what you should know about the dollars for Lower North Fork fire is that the understanding I have, given the information I've been given, this is a drop in the bucket. Those people do deserve compensation for their loss, but this will not cover the losses, all of the losses for the Lower North Fork fire.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to be clear, so the Representative Giroux is right. On April 10th, April 8th and 9th, we are having the process of trying to deal with in Department of Personnel Administration the exact number. This is at least an investment. You'll also see an amendment a little later by Representative Del Grosso and myself that there's $531,000 that's already been settled on the Lower North Fork fire. We'll pay that. This is a down payment. The estimates range and depends on April 10th what it's settled and what not, depending on the claims. But most people think it's going to be somewhere between $3 and $8 million for the April 10th. After that, there still might be some more claims above that. But for what we know will be in April 10th, probably somewhere in the $3 to $8 million range.
Is there any further discussion of J024? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess we keep hearing about the money that we need for the Lower North Fork fire. And I admit that we need to have something there for these folks. I mean, the reality is the state started the fire. There has to be some way that we can compensate these victims, but we are not sure exactly how much that is going to cost. So I think that's just the only concern that I have so far, is we're kind of putting a number in here, but we have no idea what those settlements are actually going to be. So that is just, I guess, a concern of mine how that's going to be. And so,
is there any further discussion of the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J024, also known as Amendment number 1 in your packet. All those in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. J024 is adopted. Are there any other amendments? Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J021, ask that it be displayed.
Okay, Amendment J021, also known as Amendment Number 2 in your packet, has been properly moved and is displayed to the amendment. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment is fairly straightforward, addressing an issue that has become increasingly troublesome in the rural parts of Colorado, and that is the dealing with tumbleweeds. And the reason the tumbleweed issue is so big this year compared to years past is really a circumstance of time and years of drought. Over the years, about 7 years, most of southeastern part and eastern part of Colorado has been suffering some level of a drought. And because of that drought, cattle have been sold off earlier than usual. The Russian thistle, which becomes your tumbleweed along with Canadian thistle, grows at a time when that cattle would usually eat it down. And so it wouldn't grow to the extent that it does. This last year, that growth happened where the cattle wasn't there to eat it. But to complicate the issue was the rains, when they finally came for a small period of time, came at a time when that Russian thistle was growing. And it grew at a greater amount and faster than it would have normally in that early part of September. And then it dried out again and became what we know now as tumbleweeds. And the level of tumbleweeds we have seen in this part of the state are significant. And Ron, if I can ask you to start displaying some of the pictures. I have a slideshow that shows you the level of tumbleweeds we're seeing in southeastern Colorado. This isn't just a couple tumbleweeds flying by. You know, you see in the old Western movies, they would go down Main Street. These are hundreds and thousands of tumbleweeds going against houses, closing up roads, to where counties are putting their arms in the air saying, help us. We cannot mitigate this at this level right now. And so I am asking and proposing that we take $1 million and put it into the Noxious Weed Fund for the purpose of dealing with tumbleweeds. Now, the noxious weed itself does not have tumbleweeds listed as a noxious weed, but this money would be earmarked so it could be used to mitigate tumbleweeds, as you're seeing in these pictures, and what the counties are having to deal with and not having the funding to do so. The noxious weed program up until this year was funded by the federal government. And now the state is putting money in there, and that's why you see this, I believe it's $750,000 put in towards the noxious weed program. This would add a one-time $1 million shot to it to address the tumbleweed issue. And in doing so, really be a fire prevention issue as well. If these tumbleweeds are around at the amount that they're around come fire season, you're going to see potential fires that not just have tumbleweeds burning, but with the wind burning through the air, catching other parts on fire, and really causing potential catastrophe in the southeastern parts of Colorado. Additionally, the counties have been trying to do things. They need that extra grant money to get above that level to do more. Some of the pictures you saw with some of the trucks going through and moving them, that works, but it works at a very slow time. When you pile something up like that and another wind comes up, you're piling it up again. There's equipment out there. Some of the counties are trying it out. It crumbles the tumbleweeds up, makes it much more manageable, but they need a little more money to get on top of this so that we hopefully can prevent having a major catastrophe come the summertime with these tumbleweeds. So I'd ask for a yes vote on J021.
Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I understand the problem. And I am concerned about that. The only issue and the problem is the way you're trying to solve the problem is that most tumbleweeds come from the Russian thistle, which is not listed in the class A, B, or C. Long ago, before my time, I actually worked with Senator Ensign, have enormous amount of respect for him for a whole other issue. But he ran a bill that said that any money that goes into this fund, we have to follow class A, B, or C. And so by putting this extra $1 million into this line, it won't be able to be used for this. And so we got a memo from JBC staff to clarify, to make sure that was the case, and that's how it was stated. So understand the intent, don't disagree with what we're trying to accomplish, but if it won't work this way, so I ask for a no vote.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while the tumbleweed, I agree, is not listed in the current list of noxious weeds, being such an obnoxious weed that it is, the footnote would prioritize the usage, and the Department of Ag could then use it for this purpose to manage the tumbleweeds, a mitigation thing. So the noxious weed program prevents weeds from growing. These weeds have already grown, and they're blowing around. So this money would be used through a footnote, and the Department of Agriculture could use that grant process to address this issue.
Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Representative Dorr. The only issue with that is a footnote cannot be law. You already have a law in the books that says that you have to do A, B, and C. A footnote is like an intent to the department, but they do not have the right to ignore statute in order to do a footnote. And so it's not an option for them to do that. I wish it was a different place. If we could have fixed this earlier if we knew about it. We asked for your concerns, and so with that, I still respectfully ask for a no vote.
Okay, I want to go in the order that people raised their hands. Representative Swalm was next. So you're yielding to Representative Dorr? Okay, Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While a footnote, some would say, is a letter to Santa Claus, it actually is a legislative intent. And we as a legislative body would be saying in the footnote, use this money for this purpose, and the Department of Agriculture could do so. We have done that in the past. It's historically not unprecedented and could be used in this fashion. We have had meetings with the Department of Ag. They have been looking for ways to try to help these counties out. Action 22 and other groups have been looking for ways, and this is a solution to a problem. And that's what we're tasked to do down here, is find solutions to problem and not let a little list get in the way when we can use a footnote to make sure that we're helping these counties out. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, let me set the record straight again. What a footnote does is it is legislative intent, but there is no binding responsibility of the department. And I appreciate you bringing forward this amendment. We actually increased the funding for the noxious weed appropriation above what the request was because we thought it was such a meaningful issue. But one of the things that I'm concerned about too is that the money that you are taking from to take the $1 million that you're taking from film incentives would be going towards this, and I guess I want to have a conversation with you about that and ask you why you think that is necessary, particularly when some of the rural areas of the state have benefited tremendously from some of the movies that have been filmed. They've been able to have a lot more people come to their area because of more of awareness of some of the rural areas of the state. So I'm curious to hear your response to that, and of course, in tradition, I will definitely be a no on this, staying firm with my hopefully other 6 JBC members.
Any further discussion? Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I am more than happy to answer questions. In the particular question about the funding, this doesn't deplete the fund. There's still $4 million left in the film fund. If the film fund cannot do what it needs to do with $4 million, then I think that $1 million removal of that fund, they got a bigger problem than just a film fund. It's how to use the money in an efficient and effective manner. What this money does is addresses a real issue in Colorado right now where people, I'm sure at some point they would love to watch the film. It'd be hard for them to get there because the tumbleweeds are in their front door and they can't even get out to see the movie. This actually would help them to get to a point to where they can start getting onto their lives. There are pictures that you saw up there where they literally cannot get down their roads. There's a town out in the northeastern part of Crawley County. Basically has one county road to it. There's about a 9-mile stretch, which is full of tumbleweeds. They've been going down. Those pictures that you saw there were some of them. Going down, removing these tumbleweeds. The next wind comes in, it blows, and it's cutting off people in this area. So while the footnote may not have the intent of law a statute does, it has the intent to do something. And I will vouch to say the Department of Agriculture cares about rural Colorado enough to use this money for its intended purpose and ask for a yes vote.
Representative Swamp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to briefly address the funding source issue. I think it is appropriate. Some of you may have seen today or recently that down in the basement on the shelf just outside the State Patrol office, there's a new calendar that I haven't seen before called 2014 Weeds of Colorado. In the on the April calendar, one of the noxious weeds, at least the word is, was brought here by a film. And that ended up costing the state a lot of money to eradicate this particular weed. So I think it's appropriate that the film industry help pay to deal with this weed problem. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I think there is a reasonable nexus between where the funding source is coming from and the problem. So I urge a yes vote.
Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this isn't anything to do with rural Colorado versus metro. It's about the fact that you have statute that says you have to fund Class A, B, and C. Russian thistle is not in that. It's an unfortunate thing, and you cannot use a footnote to tell a department to break the law. It's as simple as that. Been there, 17 years in a department, know how those footnotes work, know how statute tells me what I can do and what I can't, understand legislative intent, but we cannot break the law. I simply ask for a no vote.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is absolutely an issue of rural Colorado. These tumbleweeds are blowing all over the rural parts of Colorado. And the issue is that we want to address this. Now, for the sake of argument, if the money cannot be used in the way it says, let's pass this right now. Put the money in a placeholder for a sec, and then I'll run a piece of legislation to address this issue. Because people outside this chamber are expecting us to address issues for them all over Colorado, and not look for some nuance to say no to something that they know will help their areas. So I ask for a yes vote. Let's move this process along and give this an opportunity to address a real issue in rural Colorado.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just, I do believe that we need to follow a process. And process is very, very important. And I'll tell you, honestly, Representative Dorr, this was never raised by any member of the JBC to me. And so I know one of the things that we talked about was noxious weeds. We had the department's request. We went above and beyond the department request. And, I know for myself, I routinely talk to members, get their feedback. What do you want to see in this year's budget and so forth, and try and communicate that to the other members of the JBC and make sure that they're reflective of that. Today, this is the first time that I've heard this come up in terms of trying to get this in the long bill, and don't remember any conversation around tumbleweeds and so forth. With that, I do agree with Representative May that we need to be sure that we're not doing something here that is violating the process. And so with that, I ask for a no vote.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, just to set something straight so you all know, serving in the legislature, you can do whatever you want. This just isn't a joint budget committee bill. This is your bill. And you are free at any time to run any amendment that you wish. And if you get the votes, that becomes a part of the long bill. There's nothing about any amendment that has to be pre-approved with any JBC member or having been brought up before. There is no reason why any of your amendments should not be passed and become a part of the long bill. The only thing you need is you need the votes. So the fact that tumbleweeds didn't come up in the process on the Joint Budget Committee over the last 4.5 months, it doesn't matter. If you get the votes, you get what you want. This is your budget.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I echo what Representative Giroux is saying. My understanding is this is part of the process, that we bring up amendments when we feel they are needed for the state of Colorado, that the budget process doesn't fully exclude us, that the rest of us who are not on JBC have an opportunity to participate in the process. And this isn't a brand new issue. It's been on TV, it's been in the newspapers. So to say that it was blindsided by it, I think is somebody maybe aren't reading the newspapers, but this is a big issue for Colorado. We need to deal with it. I ask for a yes vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I can appreciate the fact that some people feel that we have to come and kiss the ring of the JBC members to get an amendment on. But the reality is that is not what the process is. This is a budget for all 65 of us, including the other folks in the other chamber. I don't know how many of them there are, but we won't discuss them. But the reality is any member can run an amendment to the long bill. Why do you think we sat in a room yesterday and hung out with all of us together yesterday, and then we had the amendments that had to be in by 4 o'clock? They didn't say, well, you have to come and kiss the ring of a joint budget committee member to be able to get an amendment blessed. And somehow, if you didn't talk to them, well, it's not a problem. I don't know, maybe you were out of the room when we showed those pictures up on the wall, but those were not movie pictures. Those were real life pictures. Now, I can appreciate you wanting to protect every penny that you can in this program where this money is coming from. But the reality is there's people out there that have a real need. I know it seems funny, but the reality is it's not funny to those people that are having their lives impacted as a result of this problem. I applaud Representative Dorr for trying to address this problem. And if we can free up this money and put this money that's there, if we need to further clarify statute as we're going through the process, the reality is we still have several weeks left in the legislative process to where that could happen. So there's nothing wrong with allocating those dollars to solve this problem. I urge an aye vote on J021.
Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minority Leader Del Grosso, did you just say that you had to kiss the JBC members? Because I think my husband would be very, very upset. So I just, in case you're watching, that's not an option, but you know.
Is there any further discussion of J021? Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just ask once again for a yes vote on this amendment. This is a real problem for real people, especially in rural parts of Colorado. And we can do something to address it. And I think all of us would agree that our task in this chamber and in this building is to address the problems for people of Colorado when they cannot do so. So I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, okay. A division has been requested. The question is the adoption of Amendment J021, also known as Amendment Number 2, in your packets. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment J021, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. Okay. All right. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. More than 33 having arisen, Amendment J021 is lost. Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1336? Representative Coram.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would like permission to offer a replacement for Amendment J038.
38. Okay, so members, the request is to substitute J063 for the original Amendment 3 that was in your packet. Under Rule 33A, subparent B, Representative Coram has asked permission to do so. It's a non-debatable motion, so all those in favor of allowing Representative Coram to offer J063, please say yes or aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Representative Coram and Sonnenberg have the permission to offer J063.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move J0063.
Or 34 and 35, or their substitutes, either one.
Oh, okay. Right.
They found my money, so.
Oh, okay. J063 has been properly moved and is displayed to the amendment. Representative Coram.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was somewhat of a drafting error that probably the country boy didn't make himself clear, but tamarisk is a real problem for sucking up water, but also there's other phreatophytes that use a lot of water. Russian olives is a prime example, and they talked about the calendar earlier. This was on the Republican River, and it's very hard to see, but this was a area of Russian olives, and this was what was done after it was done. So we also have the same problem with tamarisks. You can see the small picture, infestation and open. Now, what is the rush, you say here? Well, ever since I've been in this assembly, we've talked about the water shortage and what we're going to do about it. The pending 500,000 acre feet of water that Colorado is going to be short by 2050. In our research in the committees that we've had in ag and seminars that I've attended around the state, the removal of the eradication of the phreatophytes along the South Platte alone will save 250,000 acre feet of water. That is half of our projected shortage in 2050. We did recently a project was done on the Republican River on Russian olives, and it was started in 2006. Since that time, we have done about a third of that. But we need to continue this. The Arkansas is a huge example. They have done some remediation on the riparian areas of the Arkansas. Even with the shortage, they have been able to increase the water supply. So I think this is a huge issue for the Arkansas. My own district in the western Colorado, the Colorado River District, where the tamarisk is more predominant than the Russian olives, they're taking, we're doing that. We're doing some grants to do that, but it's very, very slow. I think this is absolutely the first tool that we need to put in the toolbox for the Colorado Water Plan. If we're serious about cutting water use and creating more water, we're not going to make more water. This year we have a little bit of more snow, but that's very secular. We have up years, we have down years. But the thing that we're going to do here that we can really make a difference in is what we call salvaged water. Those 250,000 acre feet of water that I talked about on the South Platte will certainly make more water available in the metro area. It will make more water available for the farmers on the Platte. It also helps us with our compact agreements with Nebraska. The same story on the Republican. We have spent millions and millions of dollars settling lawsuits because we overdrew our allocation of water. This is the cheapest thing that we can do to help our water storage. $5 million will not go anywhere in building a reservoir. $5 million in the eradication of these phreatophytes will make a huge difference. It's a start. I was told that for the beetle kill. And what we learned this summer or this fall, that if the beetle kill does not get any worse with the money, members, we can't afford to wait this long. This is money well spent. The science, the technology is there to do this. The insectary in Palisade has been a great deal of help with a beetle on the tamarisks. It takes about 5 or 6 years to weaken the plant to the dying point. But what you got to remember is one tamarisk drinks 200 gallons of water a day. Now, I showed you the amount of infestation of tamarisks along those rivers. They're so thick in many places that you cannot walk through them. That same plant, that same tree, produces 500,000 seeds. We absolutely must take this and put this as the first tool in the toolbox of the Colorado Water Plan. And I ask for your support.
Representative Scott or Sonnenberg? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I rise in support for this amendment. As Representative Quorum was discussing, you would be very, very surprised to see how much water these plants ingest over their lifetime. We know, living in western Colorado, how devastating these plants can be. Along the Colorado River, they've done some mitigation, but we have a long ways to go. And because of water flows and the importance this is going to mean to the Front Range of Colorado over the next decade, I would really suggest that you don't just throw this amendment aside and say, oh, this is just not important, because it is important. I would ask you to think about this one a little bit and realize that these plants are a huge problem along all of our riverbanks. And the amount of water that they ingest is just mind-boggling. Thank you, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I'm going to leave you with one number. One number the Representative Quorum said, 250,000. That's the number of acre-feet of water lost to phreatophytes in the South Platte River Basin. That's the basin that Denver lives in. That's the basin where the water comes from to supply both Denver and agriculture all the way to the Nebraska line. That includes Weld County, one of our largest ag producers in the nation. Members, if you truly want to do something about water and meeting the water needs of our future, this is the amendment to get behind. This is the amendment that does something to clean up phreatophytes. And the reason phreatophytes wasn't in there and it was tamarisk to begin with is because I didn't know how to spell it. And so I apologize. But members, this bill will do more to preserve water and to make water available in Colorado than any conservation move that you move. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Swalm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I come back to the weed calendar that I picked up just today. And in fact, as was discussed in that last amendment, the state does categorize weeds into class A, B, and C. And the tamarisk certainly falls into that category, one of those categories. So it's on the list that the state is willing to target. And so I don't think that's an issue in this amendment. And I also want to read what it says in this calendar. It says, with respect to the tamarisk, it says, the knowledge and continued positive efforts of this.
The folks who have ag experience in dealing with phreatophytes. And I just learned that word this morning, but I do know Russian olives. As just a suburban homeowner, My wife and I did purchase a property back in 1992, I believe, and we were so excited because there were so many mature trees on the property. And that's when I learned about Russian olive trees. They smell bad, they've got thorns on them, they suck up water, and if you listen to the concern along the South Platte Basin, I mean, it's huge volumes of water. If you cut down a Russian olive tree, you can't really burn the wood because it's like burning a sponge or cork. You can't make anything out of it. They were introduced into Colorado, as I understand, because they actually will grow here in our climate and provide some ground cover and shade, but it's a plant, it's a tree that we need to be responsible about, because now our greatest concern is water. So if we have an introduced tree, it's not native to Colorado, that is just sucking up hundreds of thousands of acre feet of water for absolutely no use. It's truly wasted, that goes into growing trees that we don't want and can't use for any other purpose. This is an outstanding use of those funds, and I ask you to support this amendment. I think it's imperative that we listen to the folks who have the experience in the ag community, because that's water that could go into the ground to grow food, and that is another critical need for our state. I ask you to please support this amendment.
Representative Corum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And while Ron is putting something on the screen for you to look at, you know, we're all hearing about the shortages in Lake Powell and Lake Mead in California. But studies have shown that the control of these phreatophytes in western United States will save between 2 and 4.5 million acre feet of water. So, and I call your attention, this is, to the lower right is an area of tamarisks. I told you they were extremely difficult to crawl through. This is after the eradication project has been done. So if you're fond of water and you're fond of putting nature back to what it was 150 years ago, this is a prime example. And we also have, that's on the Russian olives on the Republican River. It's a prime example of how those areas are taken over by this noxious plant that is not native to the United States. This is an imported noxious plant, and I ask for your support in the eradication of this. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will be brief. I do ask for a no vote on that, and that is because if you look at where this effort is taking funds from, it's from the Control Maintenance Trust Fund. And that is where there are dollars for our Tabor Reserve. In the event, God forbid, we ever have another natural disaster, I sure hope that we have money towards that reserve. And so I ask for a no vote, because we need to do everything we can to preserve that reserve. It's right for the people of the state, and it's right for the people of Colorado, particularly those who were affected and know what it is like to have natural disasters hit your community in such an unexpected way like we saw. The other thing that I just want to mention, and saying the record straight again, you know, I love going through the process of debating the budget and members bringing forward different amendments. This is yet another issue that was not raised by members of the JBC, and so absolutely is within your right to bring forward any amendment that you want to, and that's why we are here to debate it. But the other piece of this is that I also wrote a letter to Minority Leader Del Grosso before the forecast, after the forecast, reached out several times to find out what the priorities were for the budget, what the priorities are for bills that will be funded, and never ever heard a, and the reason why is because you're tapping into a reserve that could go towards natural disaster recovery. Thank you.
Okay, I had Mr. Minority Leader first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Duran, I look forward to that speech going for your members on several of their bills as well. And it's my interpretation that when I was talking to my joint budget committee member, that there was at the last minute $20 million that was parked in the Control Maintenance Trust Fund, which was the intent was to be used for future legislation. So maybe my Joint Budget Committee member was confused on that, and maybe the other Joint Budget Committee member in the Senate as well was confused on that as well. So maybe I've got that all wrong. I do realize that we do have some money, and it is the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund, but I do want to remind members that there is $20 million there. I guess that I did not get the word that that $20 million was supposed to stay there, and there was no intent for that to be spent. Obviously, I was heard something different, but I guess if that is the intent, I feel sorry for all of the members of this chamber who are using that as both sides of the aisle to get that kind of a speech in the future. So thank you.
Representative Quorum. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to set the record straight. There is about $78 million in there for the Tabor Reserve. There is also some money in there that could potentially be used for different initiatives that are being debated in the House and the Senate, and different initiatives that could be funded this year. Once again, though, it goes back to the topic of, we really, or at least I, as first year being chair, really tried to work across the aisle as much as possible. And so we sent a letter before and after the forecast to try and figure out what the priorities are. But don't get it twisted, because that Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund has about $78 million of money for the Tabor Reserve. The Tabor Reserve, that will be used to deal with any natural disasters in the future.
Representative Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad to hear that there's $78 million there. We're all talking about what would have and what could have. I personally do not believe that we will be needing those funds. On the other hand, I thought the Denver Broncos would beat Seattle too, so you never know. But the fact is, this is $5 million that is used to put in the toolkit to help solve our water problems for all of Colorado, not just rural Colorado. I had a drink here today out of the water tap. I believe that water came from, some of it perhaps came from my area. But the fact is, this is money well spent. This is money that you're going to spend on preserving the environment. Do I need to show you those photos one more time? This is $5 million used to help enhance and preserve our environment. I think it's a good vote. Ask yes.
Representative Giroux? You're on the list? Okay. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am from the district contiguous to Representative Quorum. I have observed what tamarisk and other pests of this type have done to the water on western Colorado. I know it's the same situation in the eastern Colorado throughout the state. I think we need to eradicate this. I'm not real excited about where the money's coming from, but I believe it's something that should be done, and I would support this amendment.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe somebody of the Joint Budget Committee could answer this question for me. How much money right now is sitting in the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund? Is it 78 or is it 98?
Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Minority Leader. It's 98. So when you're looking at your narrative book, for those of you who are confused, on page 254 are the list of bills that were set aside that we looked at as a priority for the House, which is why they were referring to, and in there's a number of bills around water. So when you go through this process, you look at 1002. It happens to fund water infrastructure, national disaster grant. If you go to the trunk radio system, that helps public safety across Colorado. So there's a variety of things that do a variety of different things. So that's the answer to your question, which you knew. So with that, do you have another question? I do.
Representative Quorum was next, but Mr. Minority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative May, I'll go into the list of Democratic priority bills of $151 million that you referenced on page 245. But to answer to Representative Duran's question, where she said that somehow that we're trying to protect the reserve of 78 million. Well, it's been a while since I was in math class, but if there's 98 million in there now, and this amendment were to pass, and that would take 5 million out, that would still be 93 million. So 93 million and 78 million. So I guess I'm trying to figure out how the passage of this amendment affects the reserve. So we've been told for the last 15 minutes that we can't vote for this bill because it's going to violate the process or somehow spend down the reserve. Well, to me, there's $20 million extra beyond the 78 million for the reserve for the disasters and everything else that we heard. So I guess maybe somebody can explain to me, if we take the 5 out for Representative Quorum's amendment, that spends down the reserve.
Representative Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may talk here all afternoon because the longer I talk, the more money I find. So I'm willing to stay for a while, but you know, the environment is important to me. Water is important to me, as it also is to a good friend of mine who happens to be in the gallery today, Senator Ben Nighthorse Campbell.
Any further discussion of J063? Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just asked for a no vote. I mean, you take 5 million here, you go through this amendment packet, and you see all the different efforts to take money out of that control maintenance trust fund. And I'll tell you one thing, Minority Leader Del Grosso, with all the amendments that even you personally have your name on, if we did all of those things, not only would we go beyond that $20 million, we would go well into the dollars for the Tabor Reserve and to make sure that there's not natural disasters, or not, excuse me, and we would confirm that we would not have a reserve to deal with any natural disasters that would come up. So if you actually look at all of these different amendments, we are well into that Tabor Reserve. We'll debate these amendment by amendment, but I think at some point we have to decide what are our priorities. What are our priorities? We do not have an infinite amount of resources in the state of Colorado, and because we hoped to work together in a bipartisan way, that is why I reached out to Minority Leader Del Grosso prior to the forecast, after the forecast, and said, what are your priorities? Let's have this conversation and let's come up with something where we can decide together on what those priorities are. Unfortunately, all I heard was crickets, but if you look at all of these amendments, and actually some of the bills that are still looming out there, there's absolutely no way that we would be able to avoid tapping into that Tabor Reserve in the event that there's another natural disaster in the state.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, listen up. If you were just listening to your Joint Budget Committee chair, what she told the minority leader is that he had his chance to tell her what he wanted, and all she heard was crickets. I'll tell you right now, you have every right, every opportunity to offer any amendment that you want. You followed the rules. If you follow the rules, you get to offer amendments. We have never had a situation where a Joint Budget Committee member would pull their name and support off during second reading. If questions are not answered by the Joint Budget Committee, I'll pull my name off. If there is not due respect given to everybody in this assembly, I will pull my name off. There is no reason that any of you should be insulted by snide comments by any member of this assembly. Yes, Mr. Chair?
Just bring the
Thank you,
rhetoric
Mr.
down
Chair.
a little
And
bit.
I appreciate it. I apologize, Mr. Chair. But I'm serious about this. This is your budget. You get to decide what's in this budget. It's not a committee of 6 that writes the budget for you. When Colorado became a state in 1876, there was a very strong anti-federalist feel in the state. We had just recovered from the Civil War. The people of Colorado that were a part of the Wyoming Territory did not trust federal control. So when we wrote our state constitution, the Constitution said the people of Colorado will write the budget. That means the legislators will write the budget, not the governor, and certainly not 6 members in a committee that sit across the street. This is your budget. You should speak about it. This is your day. You offer any amendment you want, and we better not be rude to you, because you won't have a single Republican on this bill.
Mr. Speaker?
Serious.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was in my office. I heard the comments from Representative Duran, from Representative Giroux. I just want to take some of the heat out and just explain and talk about, I think, what Representative Duran was saying, and also acknowledge what Representative Giroux was saying as well. So we as a General Assembly back, I believe, in 60s, I'm looking at John, trying to see John Ziegler. 60s, sometime in the 60s we created the Joint Budget Committee? 1959. 59, okay. 1959, I was off by a year. I wasn't born, I wasn't even close. So I know some of you were. Okay, let's not get into that. We created the Joint Budget Committee to help the General Assembly deal with the budget process. And I am really proud of the Joint Budget Committee. I've had the honor of serving on for 3 years. It does amazing work. We are one of the only states in recent, especially as we look down the downturn, that has not had to go into special session to deal with budget matters, because we've worked in a way to allow 6 members to move across the street and work in a nonpartisan way to try and prioritize all the different needs of the state. And what Representative Duran did with the letter that came out was to ask for all the caucuses to set out some priorities. And I think that is a good idea. And so, as you know, when the budget is being set before figure setting, there's a lot of flexibility. As you move through the budget process, there is less and less flexibility because money is allocated. So the sooner caucuses and members, and you all know this, lobby the JBC to put priorities where you want them, the more likely things are going to actually get into the budget. If you remember, if you look at, as these amendments were debated today and what we're doing, we're debating a small percentage of the total allocation within a $20-some-odd billion budget. Of what's actually going to change, and the press will probably report this, it'll be very little. The better and most effective way to get priorities in the budget is to get it done early. To let the JBC know what are the priorities of members, of the caucuses. My caucus responded to Representative Duran's comments. I know the Senate Democrats did as well with our priorities. And so, some of those things are reflected. Not everything we wanted were reflected, of course. But it's about trying to set priorities as we go through this process. And then Representative Giroux is exactly right. The JBC makes their recommendation. It actually says in the statute that the JBC must recommend to the Appropriations Committee, which the chair and the vice chair are by law on the Joint Budget Committee. So they must recommend to the Appropriations Committee the general appropriations bill for the state of Colorado. That is what we are debating now, the long bill as we call it, but it really is the general appropriations bill. And then the Appropriations Committee and then us as the entire body in the House have the ability to offer all these different amendments. This is an important part of the process, and I don't believe Representative Duran was arguing against that. I believe Representative Duran was just pointing out that, one, priority should be, the sooner we know priorities, the easier it is to fit those in the budget. And as you get and close out the budget, all these amendments have to balance. And if you count all the amendments, they don't necessarily all balance out. We would actually, with all the money, both Democrats and Republicans are doing amendments, if you all ended adding them up, we would be out of balance and we'd go back to a conference committee and we'd have to deal with those. And that's up to, yes, we would, because if the amendments You can shake your head, Representative McNulty. Just by math, if you use the money, same money 20 times, you can't do that. So technically, we're out of balance. You can't use, I wish, if I could go get in my wallet and use my $5 to buy, soda every time, for every soda I want, then I would have the same $5. That would be great. But that's not true. You can't. It doesn't add up. If you're trying to balance a budget, you actually have to use the money to get what you are paying for. So if you use it, it's gone, but you can't use it again. So that's what I think Representative Duran was raising as a valid point. But the process we're doing today, and we're doing, I have 713 for my guess. I'm probably going to be wrong, way under, but that's okay. But this process is key to this because at the end of the day, it is us 65 members who get a say, and those, unfortunately, 35 in the other chamber who get a say. It'd be much easier if it was just us 65. And then, of course, the one governor who sits downstairs who gets a say on it as well. So it is important. Representative Giroux Representative Giroux is exactly right. This is your chance as members to weigh in on where you think we should allocate the money. I have amendments that change things. Other members have amendments that change things. I know Representative Grosser has 20 alone that his name's on of the 45. But I do think as we look at the process, how this has gone, Representative Duran's point that the sooner and the earlier we could hear from caucuses on the priorities, and I know members have been lobbying the JBC on priorities, the more likely those are included. So this is a fluid process. It's continuing to go through. I know we get heated down here, but I will say, we have 3 members in this chamber, 3 members in the other chamber who do amazing work at the Joint Budget Committee. And hopefully we can move through this debate in a very respectful manner. While we have disagreements, and even members on the Joint Budget Committee have disagreements, we can all agree that, at the end of the day, we're going to come out with the best possible budget that a majority of us will agree to. And my hope is we get it in a wide bipartisan support for a budget that really does put priorities throughout the state.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And our point was that we are debating J038 or whatever it turned into now, J063, and whether or not there was $5 million in the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund. And we heard that this was going to somehow take money away from the Tabor Reserve. And I simply did a little bit of math and tried to say that there was $20 million extra above that reserve. And I would beg to differ a little bit with the Speaker in the fact that this is a balanced budget and that all the money has been accounted for. And so if we make any change, that somehow throws it out of balance. I will just call everyone's attention to page 245 in your, whatever color this is, lavender narrative book. There's $151 million worth of placeholders for bills that are in there. But if you actually pull out House Bill 1336, and I know we all went home at night and we pulled this out and read through this, you will not notice that those $151 million are anywhere in the budget. Those are just placeholders. This is a narrative as to what the members that put together the budget, their priorities are. But there is $151 million that has not been spent. These bills, none of these bills have been voted on, passed appropriations, been in the House and the Senate, and have become law. So there is an extra $151 million that has not been spent. And so when we want to talk about how there is no more money, we have inappropriate to talk about spending any more money, and potentially an amendment that's 20 or 30 bills down the road might actually spend some of that money. That is not what we are doing. Right here, right now, we are talking about J063. And the question is whether or not you want to pull $5 million out of the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund to put money in there to address this problem that Representative Corman and Sonnenberg are trying to address. So we've all debunked the fact that this will take money out of the Tabor Reserve, and so that is simply what we're talking about. Do we want to take it out of this extra $20 million? I urge an aye vote.
Representative Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I saw you trying to put a date on adjournment here tonight, and if you will give me a solid date, I assure you, you will be wrong. But anyway.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I can assure you by 11:59 on May 8th, we will sine die.
Representative Quorum.
I will drop 1 minute. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we will be out before 11:58. So, but whatever. Bring it back to. This is a problem for all of Colorado. It's a water problem. It's an environmental problem, and it's $5 million of very well spent money for your constituents. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion of J063? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J063. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. No. The noes have it. J063 is lost. Representative Lee. Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have Amendment 004 J027 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay. Okay, Amendment J027, also known as Amendment 4, is properly displayed and moved. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an amendment that proposes to take $75,000 from the Department of Corrections Parole Services Division and allocate it to a program providing victim offender dialogues in the Department of Corrections, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Waller.
I'm sorry, what was that? What was that, Representative McCann? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Lee, we've had some discussions with the Department of Corrections today, and it's my understanding that this program that we're trying to put $75,000 in doesn't exist. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more for us, please?
Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, in fact, Restorative Justice Program was established in the Department of Corrections by House Bill 1032 and appears in Section 1728-103 of the statutes.
Representative McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would urge an aye vote on this amendment. It's a very small amount of money for a program that has been successful. It does exist in the department, but the funding is no more. So this is to provide some additional, a small amount of funding. It's a volunteer program, but it has been used already in the department with favorable results. It's a program that gets the victim of a crime together with the defendant in a facilitated setting. So they actually meet and talk about what happened, and it's only if the victim wants to do this. And I know it's been used in at least one murder case, which resulted in some feeling of closure for both the victim and the defendant. So it doesn't impact the person's sentence. It just is a way for the victim and the perpetrator to have a dialogue. But again, only if the victim is in support. So it's a small price to pay for using volunteers to help address criminal activity. So I would urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for not being in the room when this was offered. But I have been advised by the Department of Corrections, and I think this has been communicated, that they do not believe that they have the current authority to spend this money, that this is in fact a new line item, creates a new program, and therefore is substantive in nature and therefore out of order, and I would request a title ruling.
We will stand in brief recess. Committee will come back to order. The chair has ruled that the committee, or that the amendment J027 is in order. So Representative Duran, please proceed.
Thank you very much. And once again, I want to make the record clear. I did receive feedback from our staff, JBC staff, around whether or not Representative Lee's initiative that he passed in previous sessions, that if these dollars would be tied to that. And the response was yes. So I want to set the record straight on that. Even though I will be a no, it is an amendment that was not part of our joint budget committee process.
Any further discussion? Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Lee, I'm just curious, which parole bill would this money be coming out of?
Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The budget package mentioned up there on the screen shows in the Department of Corrections some $8.4 million for parole services, and that's the source of the money. Okay.
Representative Gardner.
Excuse me, it's a placeholder.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a placeholder. In fact, I am quite familiar with this bill because I, along with Representative Kagan, have been asked to carry this bill. But in essence, it would seem to me that it is incumbent upon my friends and colleagues in the Joint Budget Committee to defend their budget and to oppose this and ask for a no vote. And I hope you would do so, because this is a raid on a bill that has not even happened yet, which strikes me as rather unusual, Representative Lee. And I would like to know just how much of this $75,000 will go to restorative justice practitioners in El Paso County?
Representative Duran.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I am not going to get up here and point out or question anybody's motivations, because I just don't think that that's right for the debate that we are having right now. However, Representative Gardner, it's my understanding that you may be the person who's on this bill, because what the Joint Budget Committee ultimately did is there were several different initiatives that came forward to the department asking us for parole reforms, and we actually thought that the Joint Budget Committee is not all powerful, that there may actually be some other members of the legislature that have more expertise when it comes to these issues. And so instead of making those decisions ourselves, what we said is, you know what, we should allow the judiciary committees and members of this General Assembly who have more expertise to look at these issues further, and instead of coming up with our own bill and deciding issues that there may be other members who have expertise, that we would instead do a placeholder. So that is why the placeholder was in the long bill. Now, the question was asked, what is the story? What bill hasn't been introduced yet, and so forth. So I just want to make it clear and give you the background as to what the Joint Budgets Committee decision was about, and that's why we did the placeholder. Ultimately, I am against this amendment and encourage you to vote against it as well.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, now I'm confused. I can't tell, Madam Chair, are you supporting the amendment? And where is the placeholder that you're talking about? Because I've slept since we closed the long bill, but where? Because I would, honestly, members, I would never support pulling money out of parole, particularly after the death of Director Clements. So I'm not quite sure are you talking about us taking money out of parole to do restorative justice? And is this is one of the placeholder bills?
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Giroux, I would encourage you to look at page 257 of the narrative and specifically look at parole programs. There was, and just to refresh your memory and set the record straight, the department came to the Joint Budget Committee with several ideas about parole reform in the state of Colorado. And what the Joint Budget Committee decided was it was better to do a placeholder for that bill and allow some of the experts that we have in this room and some of the experts that we have over in the Senate to be able to work on that issue. And so what we ultimately did was a placeholder. But we actually thought, Joint Budget Committee, we're just all not as powerful as people think. And in fact, there's other people in this legislature that should be a part of that, including, to my understanding, Representative Gardner.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, as Representative Duran says, if you turn to page 257 of your purple, lavender, whatever color that is book, you will see that there's a House and Senate bill number pending, and there's a placeholder for this amount of $8.4 million. And the program, which will be the subject of a forthcoming bill, is for pre-release services, regular parole, intensive supervision parole, and sex offender parole. And the bill may make associated statutory changes. Now, what the proponent of this amendment is proposing to do, and it's not wrong in the sense of the procedures of this body any more so than having a placeholder bill, is to raid that money in advance of bill passage. Now, it seems to me that perhaps this is about, I guess I want to ask the proponent of the amendment, does this have anything to do with parole services, or is it taking $75,000 away from parole? Representative Lee? There's a question there.
Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When Director Ramish came before the Judiciary Committee, one of the things he said is that preparation for parole and preparation for release begins when offenders are brought to the Department of Corrections. And the services provided by the Department of Corrections are designed and intended to prepare offenders for release, because 97% of offenders, in fact, do get released from the Department of Corrections. So, in fact, this could be considered pre-release services.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you. Well, then I would suggest, Representative Lee, that rather than trying to pre-appropriate
your funds for this program, that you do what is legislatively appropriate, and that is that when this bill is introduced and when this bill comes before, as I think it inevitably will, the House Judiciary Committee, on which you sit as vice chair, if you feel that this ought to be part of the parole program and it is not there, then you ought to run an amendment before the committee, and if it's not successful there, run an amendment on second reading before this House, rather than trying to pre-appropriate money in advance of the program. Because what it looks an awful lot like, and I gather from your answer you don't intend it to be that way, but it looks an awful lot like a raid on the parole services money. But if it's simply part of the program, then let's deal with it as part of the program. And if the Department of Corrections thinks that it is an appropriate part of the program, let's have that discussion in committee where we ought to have it, because it is in so many ways substantive. Should this be part of the overall program or not? And if it should, and if, as the director, you indicate the director states that parole services and all of that as a program starts early on, then let's do that, and let's have that discussion in judiciary along with the bill. Let's not raid the money in advance and try to predetermine what this looks like before the bill is even introduced. I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, you may notice that when Republicans come down to the well with amendments to the long bill, I'm not going to come down and fight them. I'm just not going to do it, because I don't argue against my side of the aisle's bills, even if I don't like them. I just don't do it. And I'm certainly not going to do it. And so my confusion, and I apologize, and I thank Representative Duran for clearing it up. When I saw Representative Duran come to the well and speak on this bill, I became confused, because I thought she was supporting the amendment. I'm sure she's not. But I do agree with Representative Gardner's comments. Given the death of Director Clements, and it has just been over a year ago that we lost him, and he gave his life in the line of duty. He gave the ultimate sacrifice for the good of the people of Colorado. To take money from parole programs for a bill that will be offered later is very concerning to me. If we want to truly honor the memory of Director Clements, and I think we owe that to him, we need to make sure that what happened to him never happens again. And we know that part of what went wrong was the parole system. I very much respect Director Ramish. I think he is going to do great work for the people of Colorado. And I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
I had Representative May first, but she's not in the well, so Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my experience, a budget this large and then a small amount taken from it, it's very unusual for a department to sort of confront that and say, you know, even though it's $75,000, we don't want you to take it away. And that's what's happened today, is the Department of Corrections has a package in mind and an amount of money that's going to be required for those services in order to do all of the parole work that they need to do. And I think all of us agree needs to be done in this state in light of the news that we've lived through for the past year. So I agree with Representative Gardner that this is not the appropriate place to discuss whether restorative justice should be done in a certain way or not. And there's some confusion about the original bill and exactly how the money can be spent. So I would prefer that, you know, a bill be put forward and we discuss the merits of that bill and how that $75,000 will be used, rather than putting it into a long bill and pulling it out of an item that is sorely needed at Department of Corrections. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to respond a little bit to Representative Giroux' statements. I view this quite honestly as honoring Tom Clements. I had a great deal of admiration and respect for him. And in fact, Tom Clements was the individual who I negotiated with to put restorative justice into the Department of Corrections. When I first approached him about restorative justice in the Department of Corrections, it happened to be when he was at the Capitol for his Senate confirmation hearings, and he had left Missouri, where he had been a big supporter of restorative justice. He was very familiar with the process. He was most eager to have it implemented into Colorado and supported the putting of a restorative justice program into the Department of Corrections. The language that's currently in the statute at 1728-103 is in the Colorado statutes, and this amendment is merely providing some funding. Back when we initially put it in the statutes, it was 2011, which was a lean time in the state of Colorado, and we did not have funds for these programs, and that's why it was not funded back then. I think Director Clements would be proud to see money going into this program at this time that he supported so vigorously.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Lee, I want you to know that I respect your right to offer this amendment, and I'm fine with you offering the amendment. My concern is, it looks like there's a plan, and sometimes I don't understand when certain things come forward when you will probably be involved in the process and involved in. Are you considering, Representative Lee, that this would be part of that bill that would have been the JBC bill or the placeholder bill that the JBC has requested in the dollars? I mean, are you pulling this out because you want to move that forward faster? Are you pulling it out because you want it to be a separate bill? I guess I'm not going to get an answer.
Representative Kagan.
Thank you. Just Representative Giroux, along with Representative Gardner, I am the sponsor of the parole reform bill. I was a participant, as well as Representative Gardner, in the interim committee hearing where we discussed at great length with the Department of Corrections what to do to tighten up and improve the parole and reentry systems. And I should tell you that we have not planned for any restorative justice to be in that bill. So for clarification, that's the situation.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Kagan, I want to thank you for answering my question. I really do appreciate it because it was a sincere question. And if there is a plan, and it's a bipartisan plan across the aisle between Representative Gardner and yourself, and I'm sure you probably have equal partners in the Senate, I don't want to interrupt your plan. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion of J027? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J027. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it. Amendment J027 is adopted. Representative Waller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I'm asking permission right now, to offer Amendment J065. And I'll be offering Amendment J065 in lieu of Amendment J035. It was just simply a drafting error by the JBC drafters, so I need to have permission from the body to offer J065 instead of J035.
Members, the question before us is permission to allow Representative Waller to offer J065 as a substitute or in place of J035. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no.
Why would you say no to that?
The ayes have it. Please proceed, Representative Waller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm going to start this discussion off with a question. If not now, when? If we're not going to do this year, as our budget has grown by over 6%, when are we going to do this? Members, this takes, J065 takes $1.7 million out of the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund and puts it into funding, it puts it into the Department of Corrections to fund a felony DUI in the state of Colorado. Last year, 133 Coloradans lost their lives due to DUI drivers. I would say that's a catastrophe. I would say that's more significant than any natural disaster that we've had in the state of Colorado. And we've heard arguments time and time and time again down here today that we need to leave this money in the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund in order to be able to fund natural disasters moving forward. Members, we are at a natural disaster here, and we are at a time of crisis in the state of Colorado when 133 people lose their lives on Colorado roadways due to drunk drivers. We absolutely need to fund this. The bill passed out of the House Judiciary Committee unanimously, just awaiting funding. All we need this year, $1.7 million to do this. If we get $1.7 million, I'm here to tell you we're not going to be able to save everybody. We're not going to prevent traffic fatalities on Colorado roadways from DUI drivers, but I think we'll stop some of them. We absolutely need this piece of legislation going forward. Let me tell you, just on Monday, Juan Carlos Dominguez Palomino lost his life. 17-year-old kid with his entire life ahead of him died because a drunk driver, 3 DUIs prior, driving his car 80 miles an hour down Colfax Avenue and crashed into him. Took this young man's life. Members, that's a disaster. That's a disaster that needs to be prevented. We can prevent this disaster by funding this piece of legislation. $1.7 million. Now, we've heard a lot about the crickets chirping, members. We've heard a lot about the process and the chair of the Joint Budget Committee reaching out to Republicans to say, can we fund this? Can we do this? I'm here to tell you, I did that. Representative Duran, we spoke back in June and I said I'd really like to have funding for a felony DUI. Crickets chirping. I'll see what I can do. I came back in September and said, Representative Duran, I would really like to see some funding for a felony DUI in the state of Colorado. No action. Came back before the session started and said, Representative Duran, I would like to see some funding for felony DUI in the state of Colorado. Still nothing. In fact, Representative Duran, I went to you last week and said this bill's going to be coming to the Appropriations Committee, and you turned around and walked away from me. You wouldn't even engage me in conversation to talk about trying to prevent some of these 133 people from losing their lives in the state of Colorado. And Representative Duran, just yesterday, we were out in the lobby area, on the other side of the lobby area, out by the rotunda, and I tried to engage you again on this issue. You might not remember it because you turned around and walked away from me. Wouldn't even have the conversation with me.
Representative Waller, to the bill, or to the amendment, please.
I am to the amendment, Mr. Chair. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about trying to get $1.7 million for this. I'm talking about having tried to visit with the chair of the Appropriations Committee and the chair of the Joint Budget Committee to get these dollars, and I'm telling you what the result was. That is to this amendment, Mr. Chair. If you can explain to me how it's not, I'll be happy to try to guide my discussion in the direction you want it to go, but I think it's absolutely to this issue. No, Mr. Chair? Thank you. I'll continue. Members, if not now, when? We apparently agree that this is a good policy implication for the people of the state of Colorado. We passed it out of the Judiciary Committee unanimously. Every Republican and every Democrat said, you know what? This is a good policy implication for the people of the state of Colorado. And if we cannot fund this piece of legislation at a time when Colorado's budget's over 6% greater than it was the year before, we are never going to do it. It is absolutely time. This body put its money where its mouth is and decide to get serious about this epidemic problem in the state of Colorado and decide to get serious about taking care of drivers on Colorado roadways. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment, and I ask for an aye vote for Juan Carlos Dominguez Palomino.
Representative Labuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Waller, I was just looking at the original amendment, which was asking for $20 million and 24 FTE, and this one is asking for $1 million and 20 FTE. And so I'm wondering about the change in numbers and all of that.
Representative Waller.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm curious why we didn't have a request to keep it to this amendment, because the amendment before it's J065, not J035. It was simply a drafting error by the JBC staff.
Any further discussion? Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members arise and support this amendment. This is something that is needed. This is a tool in the toolbox that our DAs have asked for, judges have asked for, and the citizens all over the state of Colorado have asked for. And I'll just give you a quick example. Our Weld County DA told me about one gentleman who has 20 DUIs. How safe do you feel driving in Weld County? Now, this is a common occurrence, members, and Mothers Against Drunk Drivers have told us that before somebody receives typically their first DUI or DWI, they have driven drunk 80 times. 80 times. That's like playing Russian roulette. I want to bring forth the story of my uncle just because it is relevant to this bill, it's relevant to my life, but my Uncle Ross died when he was barely out of high school because he was hit by a drunk driver. And I must have been hard for my grandmother to identify his remains because he was a decent-sized guy, but at that time, Cadillacs were fairly large. Cadillacs were fairly large, and when he was hit, they actually found him ground up in the springs of that car. And this gentleman was a repeat drunk driver, and he admitted so. And my father at the time, he did become a deputy sheriff at some point in time, and he had seen a lot of these in his lifetime, but he said, it's amazing that these guys always say the same thing. They say, I just don't know what happened. Well, what happened is that they were driving drunk, and they didn't have the reflexes to stop. So this bill also, if you want to consider this, may save more than one life. It may save the person who is driving drunk, because right now the penalties aren't taken as seriously. They're pretty worried the first time, and they ask, the first question typically is this a felony? So they know what they've done is bad, but after the second and third, at some point it wears off. There isn't another level, so to speak. So this law, with this tool, we can actually save their life as well, because it makes it more meaningful the first or second time. When the third time or fourth time, you may be charged with a felony. So members, I definitely urge an aye vote on this amendment. This is an important program, especially when we do have more money in the budget this year. This is an important public safety component. We're one of 5 states that don't have this law. So, folks, thank you so much for listening, and I hope that we can pass this amendment and get this funded.
Representative Duran.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that impassioned plea for this amendment. And, you know, there's no doubt that there have been tragic incidences when there have been individuals that have chose to drink and get behind the wheel. And when I was in high school, one of my sister's best friends, who had not even graduated from high school yet, was hit by a drunk driver and ultimately lost his life. And while I appreciate what you're trying to do with this bill, Representative Waller, I think ultimately this is going to be a decision that is either going to move forward or not based on the Appropriations Committee members. And I appreciate you pointing out that I'm chair of the Joint Budget Committee and chair of the Appropriations Committee, but really it doesn't mean a whole lot. And I'll tell you the reason why it doesn't mean a whole lot, because on both of those committees, I'm just one vote. And particularly going through the Joint Budget Committee process, there was not any other member of the JBC that I remember them raising this as being that needed to be in the long bill as a placeholder. So I think ultimately this bill is going to live or die based on its merits and based on what we can do with existing resources. But I look forward to having that conversation with you, and I appreciate what you're trying to accomplish with this.
Representative Waller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Duran, we have a chance now to do it. We can do this now. I mean, you've talked consistently coming down to this well about the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund and the need to solve natural disasters with a Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund. We're at a crisis. We're at an absolute crisis here with 133 Coloradans losing their lives on Colorado roadways last year. We can take just a small portion of the dollars in the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund set aside for disasters and go a long way to help resolving this disaster that we have before us right now. I mean, here's what we know. We know that this is going to continue to happen in the state of Colorado. We know that. We don't know if other natural disasters are coming this year. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But this one's happening. It's happening right now. And we're asking for less than 1/10 of the money in the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund to take care of this. Now, here's my concern moving forward in the Appropriations Committee. We're allocating all these dollars today. We're spending these dollars in the budget now. By the time my bill gets brought up for a vote in the Appropriations Committee, I think it's going to be too late. I'm concerned that we won't be able to come up with the dollars to pay for it because we're passing the long bill now. And I think I'm worried that the excuse I'm going to get when my bill finally gets a hearing in the Appropriations Committee is going to be this. Well, you know what, Representative Waller, this is something that's really important, and we'd like to see it happen. However, we just don't have the money this year. We just can't quite do it this year. The dollars aren't there. Even though you came and talked to me back in June and then again in September and December and a few times during the legislative session, we just don't have the dollars to make this happen. And so right now, today, now, in this chamber, we have an opportunity to say to the citizens of the state of Colorado, 133 people losing their lives in DUI crashes is completely unacceptable. And we're going to take a step, just a step, to resolving that issue. We have the money in the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund to make this happen. This is, in my mind, exactly what you say the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund is for. So this is the perfect place to pull these dollars. Let's do this now. Let's make a commitment to the citizens of the state of Colorado and say, you know what? we're going to work harder to protect Colorado families on the roadways.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment J065? Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do want to point out there's been a lot of statistics on the social cost of drunken driving. 132 billion in the United States each year annually, and if you divide that by 50 states, that would be 2 billion for Colorado. This is almost something that we can't afford not to do. And honestly, there's a lot of people out there that won't stop until there is some kind of hard boundary like jail. They won't stop. They won't stop until they kill themselves or kill somebody else. And that's just the way it is. And it's hard to have some of the witnesses we had in there was very emotional, asking why haven't we stopped this before, when we knew the first, second, third, 10th, and 20th time this has happened. And we're the only state that treats the first, second, third, 10th DUI the same as the 20th. It's absolutely the same under our law. So I would like to, again, appeal to this body to fund this program. I think this is going to be very important for safety for all of our citizens in Colorado. This is very important because this can save more than one life. It can save the life of the drunken driver as well as the potential victim.
Is there any further discussion of J065? Seeing none. Oh, sorry, Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I've been in a lot of courts and I've been in a lot of different legal proceedings in my life, and I think that we need to keep in mind that one of the best ways to defeat your own bill is to mistreat the other members of the House who oppose you. And also we need to step away from these personal attacks, especially the members of the Joint Budget Committee who are trying to do their jobs. And I support this bill, I support this amendment, but I do not do so because of the bellowing and the yelling and the screaming that is going on in this House. This conduct would not be acceptable in municipal court or for a parking violation. So I would ask that we raise the conversation, we raise the civility of this House, and I would also ask that you support Representative Waller's amendment despite some of his statements. Thank you.
Representative Waller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative McLaughlin, I apologize I'm passionate about this. I apologize I'm passionate about protecting Colorado citizens on roadways. You're right, this isn't a parking ticket. No, it's not. It's a lot more than that. It's 133 people that lost their lives on Colorado roadways last year. That's why I'm passionate about this. That's why I want this to happen. And if my passion and exuberance is too much for you, I'm sorry for that. But this isn't municipal court. This isn't defending a traffic ticket. This is the Colorado State House of Representatives. And we are allowed to come down here and be articulate and be passionate about the things that we believe in, and be articulate and passionate about the things that we want to see happen in this state. And this is something I want to see happen. I want the opportunity to do a better job protecting Colorado citizens on Colorado roadways. I want the opportunity to try to create a circumstance where there are fewer wands out there, Representative McLaughlin. I'll tell you, I have a 15-year-old son that just got his learner's permit, and he's driving on Colorado roads. I apologize if I'm too passionate for you about that, but it scares me to death to put my son out on the Colorado roadways, and I'm passionate about that because I want my son to be protected on Colorado roadways. I want your daughter to be protected on Colorado roadways. I want all citizens to be protected on Colorado roadways. So I apologize if my exuberance and my passion is too much, but I still believe we absolutely have a responsibility. And thank you, Representative McLaughlin, for showing your support for this amendment. But I certainly believe that we have a responsibility to do our part as 65 members of the Colorado State House of Representatives, as representatives of the public, to make this happen.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of a division has been requested. The question before us is the adoption of J065, also known as Amendment 5 in your packets. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment J065, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken.
Are you up or down?
You're up. Come on.
Thank you. Please be seated. All those opposed to Amendment J065, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. Amendment J065 is lost. Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I move Amendment J061 in lieu of Amendment J041, and I ask for permission to move Amendment J061 in lieu of J041 because of a drafting error, and ask for your permission to do that.
Okay, members, the question before us is to allow Representative Lawrence to replace her amendment with Amendment J061. All those in favor of her request, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Representative Lawrence.
I didn't want to say that into the mic. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, this is a really important bill. This is a really important amendment. And what this does is it kind of goes back to what Representative Duran had said about the importance of setting priorities in this chamber and in the budget process. And I truly believe that public safety should be our #1 priority down here as a legislature. Making sure that the people across the state of Colorado are safe is absolutely a priority for the government of Colorado. And what this bill does is it puts a placeholder in for $118,396 for a bill that would that passed out of judiciary unanimously that would have mandatory sentencing for vehicular homicide and assault when drugs and alcohol are involved. And this isn't something that just is happening today. An instance happened in 2008 where a drunk driver hit a truck with 2 women, killed them, pushed their car into an ice cream parlor, and killed a little 3-year-old boy. And at the time, everybody in Denver was up in arms that something like that would happen. And yet no laws were changed to prevent it from happening again. And over this past weekend, a 17-year-old senior in high school, a young man with the future in front of him, Juan Carlos Domingo Palomino was killed in a very similar accident, where a drunk driver going 80 miles an hour slammed into his car and killed him. How many times are we going to see this across our state without doing anything? This is an opportunity for this chamber and the people in this building who set priorities to make public safety a priority for the state, to make sure that we send a clear message to people across the state that if you get behind the wheel of your car and you are drunk or you're high and you hurt or kill someone, you're going to be spending time in jail. And I would just remind everybody here that with the passage of Amendment 64, Colorado is the focus of not just the United States, but the world, as a new tourist destination to sample our newly legalized agricultural product, marijuana, in all of its various forms. Members, this is the time to make this a priority. This is the first time in years that the budget has actually had money that we could fund this bill. This is asking for $118,396 to be moved from the Control Maintenance Fund into the Judicial Department. I don't know how you can possibly put a value on the lives that have been lost due to drunk driving and people driving high. But this is the time when you set that priority, because this is the time that we have the ability to do this, and I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on J061? Representative May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And being a Joint Budget Committee member, I'm responsible for the budget. And I understand what Representative Lawrence is doing. And because of my position, I have to ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on J061, which is now Amendment 6? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J061, which is displayed before us. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. J061 is lost. The next amendment is Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move what is numbered as Amendment 7J023 and ask that it be appropriately displayed. And it is.
Yes. Thank you, Representative Dorr. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this amendment does not change funding. It doesn't spend more money, if you will. What it does is just reallocate portions of the money. And the issue around this amendment goes back to the counties, in particular the smaller counties, but a lot of medium and larger counties have the similar situation, where somebody is picked up on a DOC violation. It's parole or some other reason they're being housed in the county jail for DOC. DOC is supposed to pick them up and take them to then the DOC facilities. In many cases, that is not happening, and the counties are holding on to them. Now, while there is some money that is paid to the county for holding that inmate, many counties, especially the smaller ones, start running out of jail space. They also start having to deploy deputies to be prison guards, if you will, and deal with that. And they do not have the programs that you'll see in DOC and other opportunities that would be there for an actual DOC inmate. So this would just basically further push the DOC to make the pickup on these prisoners at the county level, to bring them to the facilities and take them back to a DOC facility. I know there's been some anxiety, if you will, from some of my colleagues about the fact that private prisons are written in here. There is no specific language that says they have to go to privates. The private is the overflow. So if DOC doesn't have the room for them at the moment, they would be overflowed in the private. That's the system that's set up now already, and that's the reallocation of funds. I would ask for a yes vote in helping counties and county sheriffs maintain their law and justice at their county levels and getting rid of the DOC prisoners that are affecting their ability to then bring other prisoners in that are breaking laws in other fashions into their jails.
Representative Duran?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess I'm a little bit confused about this whole concept around getting rid of some of the individuals who are housed at some of the county facilities. How many counties in the state of Colorado are supportive of this? And it seems to me that, you know, we've talked a lot about the war on rural Colorado, and it just seems that this could actually have a very negative effect in some of our rural areas of the state. So I would, you know, like to hear how many counties are supportive of this, what kind of stakeholder process was done. Just in that, when I say I'm confused, I guess it just seems to go against really addressing some of the county issues.
Representative Dorr?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, to answer the question, first, stakeholder processes, I don't think we usually do those on amendments, especially to the budget. But I have heard from numerous sheriffs in the counties throughout my district, which I guess I would call them stakeholders because they're sheriffs that run the jail in the district that I represent. And they have said, help us here because we have too many of our cells filled up from DOC inmates. We need to get rid of them. Now, there are some that are on contract, and that's fine, and there's some agreement that's made for them. This doesn't affect those. This affects the ones that are being held in the county jail but are DOC prisoners. And we would help to hopefully accelerate the movement of them to the DOC facilities. And then as far as your question, you had a question about, I guess, if counties care. Well, they're calling me. I guess that's enough to show that they care. So I hope that answers your question about that this is, again, an issue for rural Colorado, and I don't see how this would in any way injure these counties.
Representative Duran?
Thank you, Ms. Chair, and while, Madam Chair, and while I appreciate you standing up for your particular area and trying to do something that will benefit your area and possibly your area only, this is going to affect counties across the state of Colorado. And when we think about what we're doing down here and bringing forward different amendments, it is always good to find out, well, how do all the other counties in the state of Colorado beyond your particular county, how do they feel about this? And do they think that there could be a negative impact to this? You know, it's amazing how we go through these conversations and it's like, oh, wow, this is good for my county, so it must be good for the rest of the state of Colorado. I don't attribute to that kind of, and I don't subscribe to that type of, I think, thought process. So with that, I would ask a no. It's also not part of the Joint Budget Committee package.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, if we only budgeted items that were only good for all of Colorado, most of the budget would be gone. There are several actions that are taken down here by representatives and senators that benefit their districts. That's why you were elected, is to come down and benefit your district and represent your constituents. As far as doing some sort of a poll of who approves of what your amendment is and who doesn't approve of your amendment, let me remind this body that there is no litmus test. You do not have to perform X, Y, or Z in order to offer an amendment. You are allowed to offer an amendment on anything you deem appropriate. It is legitimate, and it should be respected by the Joint Budget Committee and this body. Vote your conscience.
Is there any further? Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I ask for a yes vote on this amendment. This is going to benefit, frankly, it's going to benefit a lot of counties throughout the state of Colorado. Adams County can be benefited. Any county that has a jail will find a potential benefit from this amendment. We just saw an incident in Jefferson County where a prisoner was released incorrectly, supposed to be picked up by DOC, and he was released before DOC even got there. because these counties are having to deal with DOC inmates all the time, more than they should have to. There should be a more streamlined pickup. I talked with DOC. They're going to try to do that. This is putting sort of a bigger message out there for DOC to say, yes, let's do that, and let's make an emphasis on it. I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J023, which is known as Amendment Number 7. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No! The noes have it. Amendment Number 7 is lost. Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 8, otherwise known as J.015, and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The purpose of this amendment is to move $500,000 of the general fund from private prisons and put them into put the $500,000 into homeless prevention programs in the Department of Local Affairs. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I spent a lot of time on this amendment. It reminds me, I spent a lot of time down at the Denver Rescue Mission when we're not in session, and I volunteer down there serving meals. And I truly believe that the Denver Rescue Mission does great work, and we do have an issue with our homeless population. You might remember last year there was legislation that was passed that I believe the fiscal note was about $30 million that created Fort Lyon, the Fort Lyon facility that we have currently. I've toured the facility twice. They are doing, I believe, I hope, a very good and effective job at taking care of our homeless population, helping them not only transition back to a normal life, but also take care of addiction issues and their mental health concerns. But if you look at the funding source for this amendment, besides the fact that I think as far as what we've done with the budget, we really can't afford to do a whole lot more with the homeless populations based on bills that have been passed before. If you look at the source of this amendment, what it's going to do is it's taking dollars out of corrections, and it's targeting private prisons. And a lot of you may be aware that there are a lot of private prisons in the rural areas. So what this will be doing is it will be taking dollars most likely out of those private prisons in the rural areas, which will be impacting rural Colorado. You could say that this amendment is an attack on rural Colorado. The other thing that this amendment does is this amendment goes against the work that Corrections is trying to provide after the death of Director Clements. So what this does is this undermines the efforts that have been made in the state for the past year, and I mean this very seriously. This undermines the efforts that the Department of Corrections have been undergoing for the last year to take care of the issues that caused the death of Director Clements. I ask for a no vote, not just because I'm on the Joint Budget Committee, but because I would be opposed to this wherever I am. Vote no.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's a pretty big accusation that it's an attack on rural Colorado. Let's take a look at the number of homeless children we have in rural Colorado. This comes straight from the Colorado Department of Education. So in Alamosa, we have 49 kids in rural Colorado in Alamosa who are homeless. In St. Vrain, we have 771 kids. In Clear Creek, we have 10. In Delta, we have 55. In Douglas, we have 764. Colorado Springs, 2,327 homeless kids. Academy, 29. Garfield, 131. Jefferson, 2,812. Poudre, 984. Thompson, 385. Mesa, 398. Montrose, 261. Morgan, 137. Pueblo, 1,587. Weld, 139. Greeley Evans, 415. This is not an attack on rural Colorado. This is addressing an issue that is prevalent throughout Colorado, including the rural areas. And that data comes from the 2011-2012 Colorado Homeless Education data. This is not an attack on rural Colorado. $500,000 out of $64.4 million budget to private prisons. What does it cost? What does it cost on a yearly basis for one prisoner in the private prisons? $36,000 a year. What does the state save? What does the state save for a family of 3 who is removed out of homelessness? It's $50,000 each year. That's what the state saves. The return on investment is better in addressing homelessness than what it is on housing people in private prisons. And from 2007 to 2012, homelessness has increased. Family homelessness has increased. And that's from the Metro Denver Homelessness Initiative. In rural Colorado, the #1 reason for homelessness is because of domestic violence. When we take a look at the number of beds that we have in private prisons haven't maxed out their beds. They haven't. The capacity for private prisons is 17,533 beds. Their actual is 17,491. That information comes from the June 20th, 2013 Colorado Prison Utilization Study. So they haven't even maxed out their beds. What is it for Colorado Department of Corrections? Everyone talks about overflow. Well, let's see if we have a problem in Colorado Department of Corrections. I sit on Judiciary. I listen to what people say. The capacity for Colorado Department of Corrections is 19,716. The actual is 17,491. Almost 2,300 beds available. Besides that, let's imagine that private prisons did run into a situation where this $500,000, which represents 25 beds, which still doesn't reach their capacity, but let's say that they did need those additional 25 beds, well, they could certainly come and ask for supplemental funding. They have that right to do that. The homeless, they have us to ask for that. What does 25 beds cost the state of Colorado? 25 beds at $36,000 a year for an average prisoner, or on average for a prisoner. That's $900,000 of cost to the state. That's a cost to the state. We take people out of homelessness, a family of 3, it's a savings of $50,000 a year. Those who are hardest hit by poverty and by homelessness, African American children, 41% in 2012. Latino children, 31% in 2012. The homeless population has us here to ask for $500,000 from a $64.4 million budget for private prisons. This is the Roof After School amendment. This allows students to have a place to house when they get home from school. That's what this is about. This isn't an attack on rural Colorado. I could pull up more statistics if you want of those who are homeless in rural Colorado. I ask for an aye vote.
I have Representatives Del Grosso, Lawrence, and Giroux, and Representative Giroux first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative, I want to thank you for your passion, and I want to thank you for bringing the amendment, and I want to thank you for the fact that you care about those that we should be caring for down here. I admire that, and you are doing just exactly what we should be doing during the Joint Budget Committee long bill process. The problem we have with this amendment, the way it's constructed, is it goes after corrections. Now, those individuals, we know that our inmate population was going down. It's now flat and actually going up a little bit, and a lot of that could be the fact that there are not as many individuals on parole because the Department of Corrections is doing the work that they need to do to keep all of people in Colorado safe and also to adequately take care of the inmates that are in the system. But the problem is, this amendment isn't a roof over a child amendment. This is an amendment that's going to cost the state the same amount of money when we get to supplementals next year. Because you are taking the dollars out of corrections, that's where this amendment fails to work, because we need those dollars in corrections. We need those dollars to be there because we are trying to take care of the prison population that we have. When the department comes to us with their budget, what they do is they do a forecast of what they think the prison population is going to be like and what they think they're going to need for funding. The problem with this amendment is it's going to take dollars away that we need to take care of those prisoners. I absolutely appreciate your passion towards the homeless. That's to be congratulated. That's not the problem with the amendment. This amendment will actually cost us money on the supplemental process. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Del Grosso? Lawrence? Salazar?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Giroux. And you have no idea how much I respect what you guys do on the JBC. I, at one point, thought that it would be awesome to serve on the JBC, and then after seeing what you guys go through, I'm not so certain that it might not be punishment instead to be serving on the JBC because of everything that you guys go through. But you know, sitting on judiciary and getting and listening to Department of Corrections and seeing all the programs that they're implementing and what Director Ramish is doing to reduce recidivism and the things that he's doing with parole and what have you, I believe in that system. I believe in what they're saying. And I believe that they're going to be able to reduce the number of people that we have in our prison population. And when crafting this amendment, I was particularly mindful of the fact that 500,000 and taking a look at the number of beds that they have available, I was particularly mindful of not overstepping so much that it removes those beds away from the over amount that they have from the private prisons. I spoke with the individual from private prisons, lobbyist, and he said this is represents about 25 beds. Well, that being the case, if we take a look at the number of beds that was budgeted for, that's 17,533. And what they actually have is 17,491. And as I said, that came from the June 20th report, which means that they have some room there. And the 25 beds that I'm looking at is less than the difference between these two. So that being the case, this amendment was carefully crafted. It was carefully crafted to not overstep, to address one situation, which is homelessness, while taking into consideration the number of extra beds that we have in private prisons. And let's not forget the number of beds that we still have vacant in Colorado Department of Corrections altogether, which is almost 2,300 vacant beds. So it was a carefully crafted amendment to make sure that it wasn't overstepped. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Giroux?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative, I appreciate your thought process, and I'm with you to a certain point. Where you lose me in support is the fact that we always have more beds empty than the prison population that we have. And the reason that we do is because we've got different levels of incarceration, and our prison administration, the Department of Corrections, need a certain amount of empty beds because they have to move their prisoners around according to whatever is happening in the situation, whether they've got court dates, whether they've got issues with mental illness, whether they've got issues between the prisoners, whether there's some type of unrest. Administratively, they need to keep a certain number of beds empty. So what your amendment does by going through and taking beds from a particular area, you actually endanger the prison guards and the prisoners by upsetting the rotation that is done within the Department of Corrections. I would never question your passion for the homeless. I understand that. I think that's great. But my problem is this amendment, it may fund the homeless, but what you will be doing is you'll be doing it at the risk and at the cost of our corrections employees and the safety of our inmates. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Del Grosso? Lawrence? Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to echo some of the comments that have come up, I do absolutely respect the fact that Representative Salazar is concerned about the homeless situation that we have in the state. It's something that does need to be addressed. We do need to look at that and come up with a plan on how we're going to help that situation, how we're going to help them move from homelessness to a place to live, to work, so that they can reintegrate back into a productive life. But this bill, just taking $500,000 out of Department of Corrections, is based on a hope and a prayer that those prisoners, won't recidivate. Well, this is an immediate transfer of money. So I'm not really clear on what we do with all the prisoners that are being funded with that $500,000 and what we do with them, because they're still in the system. Whether they're in a private prison or they're in another prison in DOC, it doesn't matter. We're still paying for them, and they were sent to prison for a reason. And I think what we've seen over the past year and what we've heard over and over again from the Department of Corrections and Departments of Parole is that we have some issues, some serious issues that need to be dealt with, and we can't just be releasing people from jail willy-nilly without recognizing that there are inherent dangers involved in doing that. And while I absolutely respect the fact that we do need to address the homeless situation across the state in every county and try to come up with a solution to that, I don't think, focusing on private prisons or the Department of Corrections and taking money away from them in funding the prisoners that they are maintaining is the right way to go. So I would ask for a no on this amendment.
Representative Dorr?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I agree, and I think all of us agree here, that the homeless population, the homeless issue needs to be addressed, and I'll start there. But the question I have, the first question, a legitimate question, is there a program already in DOLA that this would be funding at $500,000, or would we be asking DOLA to create something new? Because all the statistics you read through were about youth homeless, which I'm not aware of a program that DOLA has. Secondly, and one of my concerns always is, well, we talk about the homeless issue and addressing it. There are a lot of organizations out there that do that already. They're charity organizations, they're religious-based organizations, churches and other groups. But we continue to cut the funding to programs that has any religious entity involved in it, and then expect the government to come in and create a new program for it. I think there's better ways to use this money. And as we've already heard, prisoners, they're going to still be there regardless of if we take away $500,000 or not. I wish it were that easy to get rid of crime, because we could cut the budget quite a bit and say we aren't going to have prisoners. But the reality is we are going to have prisoners. We're going to have to fund them. And saying, well, we can just fund them with a supplemental down the road, that's not the right answer. That's not what we're tasked here to do. And so I think we need to move forward with good solutions to real problems. I don't think this is the good solution to what is a real problem, and we can work on it, and I'm happy to continue that work on it. And lastly, yes, this will hurt counties. Because as I said in my amendment before, counties are struggling because there are prisoners who are supposed to be in DOC being housed in the county jails because DOC is not able at this point to take them. So that does hurt counties, and especially rural counties. So yes, while I don't think the intention is to hurt the rural counties, this does, if we start taking money away from the prisons that would otherwise be able to house these people, ask for a no vote.
Representative Fields?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I stand in strong support of Amendment 8, and I want to thank Representative Salazar for bringing this amendment because I do believe it's the right solution for the right problem. If we have empty beds in jail, then I think we need to be giving them to struggling families. I see people sleeping on the streets all the time. And if they're not sleeping on the streets, then they're sleeping at McDonald's or they're sleeping in a library. Families are struggling. And if families are struggling, that means that our children are also struggling as well. In fact, 1 in 4 child is wondering where their next meal is going to come from. So there is a high sense of food insecurity. And when you're a child and you don't have a home, you don't have a place to live, then that has an impact on your schooling. I believe this is a viable option. This is a small amount of an investment for struggling families that do not have a place to live. And if you look at the appropriations to the prisons, what? Millions and millions and millions. And we want to just provide some vouchers. I had a homeless woman come to my town hall meeting saying she did not have a place to sleep. We contacted the police department. We were able to get her a voucher for a day or two to help her get back on her feet. Families need this option. They need this. And so I think we need to support this amendment, and so I encourage you to vote yes.
Representative Corum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, my heart goes out to Representative Salazar for bringing this because I have a heart for the homeless, especially the youth. I have an advocate in my district that works tirelessly on homeless children issues. And one of the things that he tells me is that if a child is living with a grandparent, even though they may be in a very luxurious home, they're counted as homeless. So we may not have as many as we talk about. If we have one, I think that is too many. But the fact is, I think this is a good idea, but I think it's coming from the wrong source. My counties constantly complain that they're housing prisoners waiting for a bed. It's a cost to my counties. Unemployment in my own counties, many of them is double digit. It's money that we cannot afford to spend, and I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Salazar? Oh, okay. Representative Becker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've heard from my county sheriff in Boulder that his county jail has in fact become a de facto homeless shelter. That the #1 population he deals with at the county jail are homeless people who have nowhere else to go on a cold night and they end up in the jail. The more we put to homelessness prevention on the front end, the less we end up having in jail and prison costs. That's why I think this is a good amendment.
Representative Lebsack?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I stand in strong support of Amendment 8. I did a little bit of research after Representative Salazar brought it to my attention that he was going to bring this amendment, and it's going to be good for my county. It's going to be good for our county in Adams County. I found this research from a study in 2011 that states that 85% of the homeless were adults with families. So we're talking about families here and children, just as Representative Fields was saying. The study goes on to say, and it was a statement from Virginia Longoria, who's the executive director of Access Housing in Commerce City. The root causes of homelessness, in part, are lack of jobs that pay a living wage. That's no surprise. And a lack of affordable housing. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the strongest amendments we have of the 45 today. And I want to thank Representative Salazar for standing up for Adams County and for our constituents throughout Colorado. And we're going to work on this homelessness problem that we have. And $798 million is a lot of money going to corrections. And, you know, $798 million. I don't think it's going to hurt taking $500,000, like Representative Casey Becker mentioned, on the front end, and we're going to prevent some homelessness. So her jails in Boulder County are not going to be full of homeless folks. They'll actually be, maybe we can get some of those homeless folks out of the jails and into some affordable housing. And so I'm a strong supporter of Amendment 8 and ask for a yes vote.
Representative Giroux?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so we've done a little looking. And what is important for you all to understand, I explained the way the DOC moves their prisoners around and they have to have a certain amount of empty beds in order to, quite honestly, protect the prisoners and protect the prison guards. When you look at the corrections budget, please understand that a lot of that corrections budget is the employees that take care of the prisoners. That's the bulk of the money that we pay to corrections. That's for those guards, that's for the health care, that's for all that we do to keep our inmates and our guards safe. So we're talking about dollars that people take home to support their families. The problem with this amendment is that the Department of Corrections doesn't charge for empty beds in the private prisons. So what this amendment is doing is this is going after Colorado Department of Corrections workers. You're taking money out of their pockets. You are endangering Colorado Department of Corrections guards and anybody that works in the Colorado Departments of Corrections. I know they've got a huge budget, but it's important for us to support the people of Colorado that work in corrections, that take care of our inmates. This amendment is going to hurt the employees of the Colorado Department of Corrections. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Salazar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I indicated before, I've looked at the data, looked at what private prisons, the beds that they were allotted, the capacity that they have, the actual that they have, with Colorado Department of Corrections, what they have in capacity and actual, and both of them are below what capacity is. And I completely respect what Representative Giroux is saying. I don't think, though, with all due respect, I just don't think that less than 1% of what we're giving to private prisons is going to result in employees losing their jobs or safety issues within the private prisons, things of that nature. However, what I do know is this, is without an additional $500,000, those are additional people that we are not helping in the homeless population. That's what I do know. And I think many of you would probably agree with that. Is that that is money that is not going to them for help. This is a proper way of addressing, and just in small part, a proper way of addressing the situation. I would have loved to have found it elsewhere, and believe me, I looked. I scoured the wonderful budget that you guys did. I did scour. And this was the one here that I saw, that there's an enormous amount of resources that go to our private prisons. And they charge more in terms of housing a prisoner than what our county jails do. I just don't think that $500,000 is going to hurt them as much as everyone is saying it's going to hurt them. I'm seeing the trends too. I see them in committee. I see those trends. And the trends are good. The trends are going down. We have a good program in place. We have a great executive director, and we have great people with boots in the ground in the prisons implementing those plans that Director Ramish has. I'm asking for a yes vote on amendment number 8, otherwise known as J.015.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me try this another way. We set up a contract with the private prisons, and we set the rate that we will be using to take care of private prison, that the state agrees to pay for those private prisoners. We set that contract. And that contract is written. It's set. It's there. So what this amendment will do is it's private prisons, we don't pay for the empty beds. The state of Colorado Corrections, they can't cut a contract that's already written. What this will do is you're going to cut dollars out of the Department of Corrections, and you're going to impact state employees that are there to keep our prisoners safe and to keep them safe. This doesn't work. I respect Representative Salazar's feelings about the homeless. I respect that a lot. The problem is you're going to hurt the Director of Corrections. You're going to hurt the employees that he serves, those employees that we hire at the state level. We don't pay for private beds if they're empty. Let me say that again. We don't pay for private beds if they're empty. This is going to hurt state employees. This isn't going to hurt the private prisons. This is going to hurt state employees. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I ask for a no vote as well. But members, you know, the more that we have these conversations down there, I would just respectfully ask that we stop invoking the Director Clemens' name into these conversations. I just think out of respect, we should just stop invoking his name. I do ask for a no vote on this, sticking, of course, together with the JBC, so ask for your no vote.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Duran, the reason that we do what we do down here have very many different origins. Not talking about Director Clements' death does not mean that it didn't happen. We are honoring the death of Director Clements by trying to support Director Ramish and take care of the prisoners and the guards in the state of Colorado. And you may not like, Madam Chair, what I do or I don't say in this well, but I am within my rights to say so.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J05, which is amendment number 8. All those in favor say aye. Aye! All those opposed, no. No! The amendment passes. Representative McNulty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment J034 to House Bill 1336.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Over the last several years, we've seen the budget for the Public Defender's Office increase at not quite an exponential rate, but a dramatic rate. This year has another increase for the Public Defender's Office in real dollars as well as in FTE. At the same time, we have not seen the budget for the parole division, or frankly for our district attorneys, increase at the same rate. This amendment takes a small part of that increase that the public defenders have seen over the last several years, moves it into judicial for the purposes of, moves it into corrections for the purposes of helping fund our parole division. This would roughly, not exactly, but roughly, this would help fund about
tracking about 10 violent offenders a year. So I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Kagan.
I would urge a no vote on this amendment. The parole situation in the Department of Corrections is something that we've been studying for an entire year since the tragic death of Tom Clements in great detail. And we've had an interim committee investigate what the needs to improve the parole system are. We have put a placeholder in to improve the parole system in Colorado. Representative Gardner and I have been working diligently with the Department of Corrections to try and make sure that the program that is about to be implemented is the very best it can be. And we are addressing this problem as well as it can be addressed, I believe, in a measured, considered way. So it is not necessary to in this bill suddenly put in $1 more million into the parole staff of the Department of Corrections when we are just about to do a large-scale reform of the parole system, which includes very large measures of extra funding for parole. On the other hand, the Public Defender Service is not getting additional staff or additional money. The Public Defender Service has been proposed that they do more coverage, that their caseload might increase, but there is no plan or proposal to simply add to their budget for no considered reason, as this is not a necessary measure. And I would ask you to stick with the plan that is currently being proposed, for which a placeholder has been reserved, for which a bill will be forthcoming within days, which is well funded, well considered, well measured, and well thought through, rather than this unexpected and unlikely proposal.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd just like to take this time to thank Representative Kagan and Representative Gardner for everything they're doing to help safeguard the people of Colorado and make sure that something like the tragedy of Director Clements never happens again. And I really appreciate what you've done, and thank you, sir.
Representative McNulty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Kagan, we have seen an increase in the Public Defender's Office even this year in this budget, as well as an increase in FTE. But that's beside this point. This amendment pretty much squares it on this simple scenario. Are you going to vote to fund the defense of hardened violent criminals, or are you going to fund the tracking and subsequent capture, if they take off, of violent criminals? That's the question that we have in front of us. I appreciate the work that you and Representative Gardner have done. This allows us to do more. And frankly, Representative Kagan, in this area, making sure that parolees are not taking off or not escaping their commitment ought to be a priority for us, and it is a place where we can do more. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do ask for a no vote. This is not part of the budget package, but also, you know, we have to remember that there is a legal reason why those who are the poorest of the poor in Colorado have access to legal counsel, particularly when they have criminal charges against them. And so I think we need to just remember that, and I ask for your no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment Number 9, otherwise known as J034. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Number 9 is lost. Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move J017, otherwise known as Amendment 10.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is seeking to take $16,854,070 out of the long bill. We would leave it in the state education fund. This is the amount that is in the long bill to fund implementation of PARC, which is the testing side of Common Core. Common Core are the assessments, PARC, which stands for Partnership for Assessment of Readiness for College and Careers, is slated to be implemented during this 14-15 budget. And my proposal is to take that amount of money, $16,854,000 out of the long bill this year, leave it in the state education fund, and then when the School Finance Act comes to the floor, simply amend that with a net amount required to keep PARC, or excuse me, keep TCAP in place for another year. TCAP is the current assessment tool that we use. It's in place. So what I would propose is we would pay in school finance the net amount to keep TCAP in place for another year, and then use the remaining dollars to pay down the negative factor. This is exactly what our school districts, our superintendents are asking for. It's a great reminder in Colorado that the Department of Education, Colorado Department of Education, is not a cabinet level position. They don't report to the governor. They report to 7 people who are elected from around this state to serve on the State Board of Education. You may or may not know that Paul Lundeen, the president of the State Board of Education, has let the State Board of Education know that at their next meeting, they'll be voting on a resolution calling on this body, the General Assembly and the governor, to act this year to get us out of Common Core and PARC. The governor can't do that. He does not have executive branch authority. It is inherent, imperative that this body act. And this is one way that we can do it. There has been legislation this session over in the Senate that was killed in the committee. There's legislation here that Representative Scott is carrying that tried to deal with this. It's just rolled back to a study. This amendment allows this conversation to happen right now, and I ask you, look at the email that you've seen. Look at the phone calls that you've received from constituents in your district. The majority of our 178 school districts that are governed by locally elected school boards are asking, pay down the negative factor. They're also asking for relief because there's too many assessments. Teachers are saying they are teaching kids how to pass a test and not teaching them how to learn and why learning is important. Let me just go over the evolution that's happened around the country. In New York, the teachers union has demanded that the state withdraw from Common Core and PARC. That's what this amendment is asking us to do by defunding implementation of PARC. In New Jersey, the conservative bastion of New Jersey, the teachers union is asking for delay in implementation.
Please stick to Colorado and this amendment.
This amendment seeks to defund PARC, the testing side of Common Core. In Tennessee, the House just passed a bill to delay it there 2 years. In Indiana, the governor just signed a bill to take that state completely out. I remind you again, our State Board of Education will be voting in a few weeks to call on us to get us out of Common Core and PARC. What's the chance that we're going to get a late bill to do that with the last few weeks of the session? This is our last opportunity. Do what's right for the moms and dads in your district who are asking you to pay down the negative factor and get us out of Common Core. Ask for an aye vote.
Representative May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I asked for a no vote on this amendment, and the reason why is that the federal government requires us to do testing, and without that, if you did this amendment, we would be out of compliance with federal law. You put our federal funds at risk, which is currently about $6.8 million. This is the only test that we have that does the required testing around language arts, math, science, English, etc. So I I asked for a no vote. It's pretty simple. We're required to do assessments from the federal level. By running this amendment to defund that puts our whole program at risk. And thank you, members.
Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, there's the rub. Colorado is a local control state. Go back there and grab your Constitution and read Article 9 of the state Constitution. We do not determine curriculum. We do not run the school districts. Our 178 local school boards do that. And by voting no on this amendment, Representative May has just pointed out the rub here. By voting no on this amendment, you're saying Washington, D.C. controls your local school district and the schools, the classrooms, the teachers. Wrong. We have sworn to uphold the state constitution. It's right back there on the bookshelf. Go read Article 9. We have the authority to work with our State Board of Education and our 178 school districts to say, just like New York, New Jersey, Tennessee, and Indiana, no. No. We know what's best for our kids, not Washington, D.C. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, to the substance of this debate, I really can't contribute a great deal, but I did want to reply to the argument that we would be out of compliance with federal law and that should somehow be a concern to the people of Colorado. We passed that threshold several weeds ago, and so I don't think that. So I don't think that argument takes you very far. I think the argument here ought to be to the merits of Common Core, because, frankly, as Representative Holbert said, this is a local control state. This is a state that values its control and power over that of the federal government, and it seems to have done that time and time again.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Gardner, for getting a little levity into this group here. Colleagues, I just wanted to give you a heads up. Representative Holbert used two words that are going to show up several times throughout this evening. That's negative factor. So I just wanted to give you a heads up. There is a need to restore as much as possible to the negative factor, and there are going to be several issues that we talk about during the discussion this evening. So as we look at the negative factor, and to put it in perspective, higher education has $100 million going towards restoring their negative factor. So as we look at that, that's a 61.4% reduction in their negative factor. What Representative Holbert was talking about is putting a few more dollars into 0.58 K-12 refunding of the negative factor. And right now we're looking at $100 million there. In order to restore the same 61.4%, it would take $614 million. So colleagues, I ask you to listen to the debate on restoring some more dollars to K-12 funding because it's out of whack with the higher ed funding. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Holbert referred to the fact that we're a local control state. Well, that's really true, except for the fact that the state funds a significant part of the locally controlled budgets. So, as you know, 38 to 42 or 43% of the state budget goes to those local school districts. So we have to feel some responsibility for performance in those school districts. We should not, the Constitution says we do not tell them what the curriculum is. They can create whatever curriculum they want to create. But we may set standards, and I like to think that we want to set high standards so that we can compete not only nationally but internationally. And that's what the last 10, 20 years have been about in terms of trying to bring some accountability standards to our school districts here in the state that are funded by this body and for which we are responsible. At this very moment, there are 40 schools 11 alternative education schools, and 5 districts that have been identified by our accountability system that are failing our children. For many years, the state legislature, we've been putting in this accountability system to stop the failures. We are responsible for these children, just as the local people are too. But we have the dollars, we have the authority to set standards, they have the authority to set the curriculum to get to those standards. We put into place an academic growth model so we can measure academic growth and performance. If you don't measure it, it's not going to happen. So schools are measured with this model, and that's why we have identified many of these turnaround schools that have to change the way they're doing business or they're going to be totally reorganized. I want to tell you that in these schools are 73,266 children that are failing. They are not reading, they are not adding and subtracting, they are not getting ready for a career, and we are kidding ourselves if we want to continue the system as we've always done it. And we as a legislature have a responsibility to that. 73,266 students are in schools that we in Colorado have identified as failing. Now, they're not in my district, so what do I care? Well, I care because I've been elected to represent my district, but also to be in the context of the state. And if these children grow up and are stuck in a minimum wage job, which is another conversation we've had before, then I am responsible for that. Now, in terms of the negative factor, hey, I'm all about we're trying to get as much negative factor as possible with as few strings as possible to our school districts. This is not about the negative factor. In my county, we pay almost 9% of the income taxes that come to the state. 9% of the income taxes in the state of Colorado come from constituents in my county. Now, I support what our school board is doing, and I appreciate the fact that they want some more freedom. And I understand that, and I approve of much of what they're doing in the school district. But when they say to me, just give all the money of the state to all the school districts without any strings, I can't go along with that. I'm part of expecting a higher standard for all school districts in this state. And I'm loving what's happening in our school district, but this isn't about my school board. I have to respond to them, of course, but I also have to respond to those taxpayers in my county that are paying for Denver schools. They're paying for Pueblo schools. They're paying for Greeley schools. So when they are sending their taxpayer dollars into the state, they deserve to have some report that says we are using your money in a way that the children in these schools, in all of these different areas of the state, are learning appropriately. I'd like to point out that Senate Bill 191, the Teacher Accountability Law, was passed in 2010. That was 4 years ago. And we are just about to the point where we can start to connect teacher performance or student performance to teacher performance. By delaying this, we're delaying 1 more year. Now, I'm not going to argue about whether PARCC is the right test or not. But what I'm saying is, if we're going to have this discussion, let's continue with the path that we have and continue the discussion. And if we want to get rid of PARCC, that's fine. But let's don't stop now. We are already going to have to be 1 year behind because the park test has to be corroborated with the current testing regime. So you're going to be seeing a bill coming before you saying school districts can use other measures this year, and then next year the park measures will be in place. So we need to stay on a path that has been created for years and years by this legislature and accept the responsibility that we've been given. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Sonnenberg. Representative Hurlbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, you can see there's people, I think, members on both sides of the aisle who might be divided on this. But to respond a bit to Representative Murray, there is a bill, Senate Bill 165, I believe she's a prime co-sponsor, that would allow districts, if it passes this year, to opt out of teacher performance evaluation. So if they're not able to meet the requirements or need to be opted out, I guess under that bill, it would be okay if the district asks to be, but for some reason it's not okay for us as a body, the General Assembly, to do exactly what the elected State Board of Education across Colfax will ask us to do in a few weeks and get us out of Common Core and Park. I do not see this as confrontational. I see this as an opportunity for us through the School Finance Act to use some of this nearly $17 million to continue TCAP, which is the assessment tool we're currently using, do that for 1 more year, and give the moms and the dads out there in Colorado who are asking for that 1 year delay, give them that simply by defunding the implementation of Park for 1 year. That's all this is. And in the interim, we'll use TCAP for 1 more year, just like we did in the past year. So if the assessments, if the information was there under TCAP during the past year, I would say that we can rely on that for 1 more year, give our constituents who are asking to get out of Common Core and Park, just like New York, New Jersey, Tennessee, and Indiana. Let's do the right thing. This isn't a Republican versus Democrat issue. Listen to your constituents. If you have masses of moms and dads saying, let's do Common Core and Park, then okay. But I haven't seen that. What I've seen is a massive effort to get the legislature to listen to parents and superintendents and school boards. And yes, this does have an implication on negative factor because, again, my hope is that if this amendment passes, then we come back and run an amendment on School Finance Act, use whatever we need out of this nearly $17 million to continue TCAP for 1 year and use the net to pay down negative factor. This is a good amendment. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would point out that if we gave the TCAP test, it would not be testing what the students are learning. It does not align with the standards that are currently being taught in the schools. So TCAP would not be an appropriate test to give them at this point. Also, I would say the bill that is changing the regimen for testing is not an opt-out. It is that the districts will use some other measures of their own to judge teacher performance. So we are not opting out of an expectation of teacher performance, only the fact that for 1 year there will be other measures.
Is there any further? Representative Sonnenberg, you remembered.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I need to respond to that. If teachers aren't teaching to the standards of TCAP, which is a requirement of 191, what are they teaching to? Because my wife right now is giving her TCAPs as we speak today. So the accountability doesn't go away. What this amendment does is takes the mandate from the federal government away with regard to Common Core and puts that back in the hands of our school boards. That's why I support this amendment.
Representative Hamner?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, I think Representative Murray took all my talking points. I really urge a no vote on this amendment. I do, however, appreciate Representative Holbert fighting for more dollars in the negative factor. This is the wrong place to go after those dollars. This would be a very drastic change to our school districts and our teachers that are working hard to implement our new academic standards. Yes, we have problems with the implementation. We recognize that. We have a bill going through the process right now that will thoughtfully bring together people to help address some of those implementation issues and wrestle with questions about over-testing and whether or not we're adopting the right tests. But I'd adhere to a more thoughtful process so that we don't lose the integrity of what we're trying to do as we support our schools and our teachers. These assessments, as you've already heard, have multiple purposes. One of those really important ones is to help us answer the question, are our students learning every year? If we quickly take these assessments out and try to quickly replace them with something not aligned to the academic standards, it really does a disservice to our children and to our teachers and our schools. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of, make up your minds, Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I rise in strong support of this amendment. We sat through, 6 hours of Education Committee, hearing from school boards and school administrators and people who are involved heavily in schools saying we need to pay down the negative factor and we need no strings attached. And it's based on resources that they just do not have to implement a lot of these standards. And we're talking about not just state standards, but obviously the implementation of national standards, which is what Park and Common Core does. Common Core itself even goes into dealing with curricula. So we're going to try to mandate what teachers are teaching. We're going to mandate what's being taught in the schools. And I think that this one-size-fits-all just doesn't work. What may work in Jefferson County, where I live, may not work in Fruita, where Representative Wright lives. You know, what they're teaching down in Douglas County, where Representative Murray and Representative Holbert live, may not work in Salida, where Representative Wilson hails from. So what we really need to do is kind of take the cuffs off these school districts and just give them the money so they're able to teach their kids based on their individual needs and based on their individual districts. So I urge a strong yes vote on this, and thank you very much.
Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, there's a misunderstanding about Park and state assessments. The comment was just made that we don't want the state mandating what our children are learning. Well, we do have what are called Colorado academic standards. We do not have core curriculum on how those standards are taught. How the standards, which is what all we expect for our children to learn and be able to do, are going to be assessed. And I feel that this amendment would be setting, this would be sending us in the wrong direction. We want to keep the momentum going. I had the privilege, I guess it was, about 20 years to be responsible for the implementation of the first round of standards about 20 years ago. It was House Bill 93-1313. And what we have are about every 7 or 8 years we have a revision, and we look back at those standards, and then just about 3 or 4 years ago we updated those standards. Now you may or may not know that we continue to say that we want in Colorado world-class standards. We are competing internationally. We can't afford to continue to confuse our districts and our teachers on what they're supposed to teach, but we do not dictate on how they teach. So I ask for a no on this amendment. We need to stay the course. Let's don't confuse our administrators, our teachers, our parents. We have world-class standards, and there are some parents that are complaining that they can't understand. They don't know how to do the math, or they don't even know how to do the reading and the writing. Well, we said, and we still say, world-class standards. So I cannot support this amendment.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm hearing that we're going backwards with this amendment, but I've got to tell you, the emails that I've received from my school districts, from parents, from teachers, says that this is what we want. We want to reduce the negative factor. I've gotten hundreds of emails from my district saying, please, please reduce the negative factor. And if Common Core is something that our Colorado moms are rising up against, that this is a standard that we don't want implemented. We want this delayed, okay? This is, for this budget year, to take this amount, to delay the testing, to delay this so we can fund at least some of our negative factor. I don't think that's asking too much, and I don't think it's going backwards. Because I know we've all heard from all over the state. I know it's not just my district. I know it's all over. So this is a good step. This is going forward. This is what our Colorado families are asking for. So I urge a yes vote.
Representative Scott.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I realize I'm hard to see. Colleagues, I would like to take a little different approach to 017 than what's been discussed, because you guys are all getting in the weeds really deep for us real common folk out there. Between Common Core and Park and all the different testing that goes on, they all have a different purpose. Now, what I can tell you is what I've been hearing from constituents and what I've heard, for an example, from the Boulder County School District, which, by the way, I'm a Republican, just so you know. But I've had actually great conversations with those groups. The Teachers Union, CASB, I'm even getting down the acronyms here. These are just amazing. CASE. But the thing I keep hearing over and over again is that something is definitely wrong. Something must change. Now, yes, I did run a bill that's going to be a study, or a task force, as we like to call them. And this makes sense to me for a lot of different reasons, because of what we're hearing from our constituents, from the players in the game, and of course, many legislators. Because right now, there is definitely something wrong. Exactly what's wrong, I don't know. And I don't think anybody in this building really knows. But we know there's something wrong. Representative Murray is talking about a very severe problem when we have students that are failing. I hear of dropout rates that are way too high. I hear of teachers that are creating more problems than they are good results. So there is something definitely wrong. I believe it was Representative Court, my lovely friend, who explained to me in great detail that we have something called a pendulum that's creating a huge problem within the education system today. And when one group is in control, the pendulum swings wildly to one side. And when the other group is in control, the pendulum goes back the other direction. Well, right now, I don't know which side it is swung completely towards, but I know this, that the teachers, the children, and the taxpayers out there deserve something better than what they have today. And we must figure out a way to get there. Is 017 the exact way to go about this? I'm sure part of you are going to say no, and part of you are going to say yes. But I'm willing to stand up here and say, I don't really know, but I do know there's something wrong with these testing systems. We know that children of elementary age are spending somewhere around 38 days per year in testing. That's not teaching, that's called testing. Teaching and testing are two different things. I do know that. I would ask you all to consider this amendment carefully. And I would have to say at this point, I would have to support this amendment simply on the basis that we don't know what the problem is and why would we have the money allocated to do so, to something that's a complete unknown at this point. So members, I would ask for your support for Amendment 0, there it is.
Amendment number 10.
Let's go with Amendment number 10. I like that better. Thank you.
Representative Court.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, for the three of us that are still down here paying any attention, I just want to point out that what Representative Scott just said is completely accurate. The pendulum goes here, the pendulum goes there. We're never really sure if we're accomplishing the goal or if we're finding out what we know, how to do it, what to do, what the goal even is half the time. But Representative Scott's bill that was the beginning of this conversation was morphed into a pendulum going right here. We are going to do a study to determine whether or not this is the right move.
Representative Court, is this to the amendment?
Yes, the amendment is about eliminating Park. The amendment is about eliminating Park, and what we are trying to find out is whether we're going to need to or not. So this amendment is premature. It swings the pendulum the wrong way again. Let's get back to the middle, to the compromise, and figure out whether it works or not. I admonish you to vote no.
Representative Murray.
Admonish.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Scott was talking about over-testing, and I would agree that all of us are interested in revising the testing regime that we currently have. But this is about the one measurement test, the standardized test at the end of the year, not all of those other tests. And I look forward to eliminating some of that interim testing.
Representative Swan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I do rise in support of Amendment 17. And I base it on a meeting that I have gone to at the Cherry Creek School District for 8 years. Every fall, they have what they call the Cherry Creek Legislative Network. And I'm sure many of you go to similar meetings at your school districts, and you hear similar issues. No mandates, no strings. But this year, for the first time, parents in the audience began talking to us about Common Core. I think it was finally an issue that rose to the level of being in their consciousness. And to my knowledge, there was not one parent in that room who supported the idea of Common Core, and I know that the test we're talking about here goes hand in hand with it. And there were several legislators on a panel there who represent portions of the Cherry Creek School District. And to my knowledge, there was only one legislator there who was an enthusiastic supporter of Common Core and the tests that go along with it. I think that this is Common Core and this test, it's premature. So I rise in favor of this amendment because I believe this is where the parents of this state are at. I respect Representative Murray and the other people who've spoken against this amendment. People on the Education Committee who followed this issue more closely than I have, and education in general. But I'm just telling you what I've heard from the parents that I've talked to on this issue. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think that what what parents are discovering is that there is such a thing as standards. And I think that most people don't know the difference between standards and curriculum. We've always had standards. Now, the fact that we've changed them, and we've changed them in conjunction with other states, and it's gotten out there in the political realm, has suddenly gotten everybody excited about how, gosh, this is something we shouldn't do. And I guess I beg to differ with that, is that we should have standards, and they should be high standards. And many of the states are going away from these because they're hard. They took the first test, and their scores went down. Excuse me, is that what we want to do, give up on it because it was hard? This is the United States of America. If it's hard, we can do it. We'll overcome it. And also the fact that there's a lot of chaos in the schools right now with all of this. I understand that. Change is hard. I've said that any number of times. We said it when we were trying to pass Senate Bill 191. We're changing the way we do things, but we have tried to do it in a sensible way, step by step. Many schools have taken a lot of training. We've had teachers come in and talk to us in the Education Committee who are excited about the fact that the complexity of their instruction has changed significantly as a result of our Colorado academic standards, and they were not bullish on it to begin with. It was hard. They were getting pushed. Their kids were getting pushed. And I want kids to think, and these standards and this test is all about teaching kids to think. It's more than just 2 + 2 or reading a sentence correctly. It's challenging children and teachers to think. I urge a no vote on this amendment, or on this amendment.
Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and all members who participated in the debate. If nothing more, we finally had the opportunity to discuss this on the floor. Regardless of the outcome of this amendment here, I'm confident that the Senate will also take this up. And there are moms and dads across this state who have wanted this conversation to take place. Common Core and Park are not an invention of the current administration in Washington, D.C. Down in Douglas County, I hear that sometimes, that this is something out of the Obama administration, and it's not. One of the political forces that got this conversation going, Jeb Bush. Our state has been involved in this conversation about the development of standards and assessments since years before I got here. Came to the Assembly in January of 11, and we were 3-4 years down the road. And I've had that conversation with constituents as well, is that this isn't a new invention.
Representative
This has been in the
Holbert,
process.
pardon me. Members, would you please tone down the level of your conversations? Thank you. Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this is a conversation in Colorado that Colorado's been a part of for 5 or 6 years. I agree that we need to have standards, and I've tried to help people across this state understand that school districts can adopt higher standards. The State Board of Education across the street can adopt higher standards. We could mandate higher standards. This isn't a state where there's just one solution. In so many states, there has to be legislation at the legislature to, quote, stop Common Core, end quote. But that isn't the way it works here. And if nothing more, I would encourage advocates around the state to understand that your school district, led by a locally elected school board, we have 178 of them in Colorado. Every one of those entities can affect change when it comes to the assessments and the standards in Common Core and Park. But this amendment, again, I ask for a yes vote, allows us the opportunity to give moms and dads what they're demanding, what they're pleading for. Help them have a year to be part of the conversation. They could have been a part of the conversation 2 years ago or 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, but they weren't aware of it.
Now an increasing population of our parents are aware of Common Core. They're concerned about it. They want the best for their children. And the best thing that I believe that we can do as a General Assembly is vote yes on this amendment, defund Park for 1 year, use TCAP for the next year, give those parents the opportunity to come to the table and let their voice be heard, and then come back next year with the right assessments for Colorado and the right standards for Colorado. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J017, which is amendment number 10. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Amendment number 10 is lost. Representative Sane. Representative Lawrence? Pardon me, Buck. Pardon me. I'm looking.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move that J017, J044, affectionately known as Amendment 11.
Yes, this is by Representative Sane.
Yes, ma'am. This is just, colleagues, this is looking at just priorities in regards to the state funds that we have available. And what this amendment does is it prioritizes reducing the negative factor. And as Representative Holbert says, we're going to hear that a lot. It reduces the negative factor and takes out the $5 million in the general fund for film incentives in the Office of the Governor.
But she didn't ask for permission. She didn't mention it.
Madam, I ask permission for J060.
Representative Buck has asked for permission for J060. This is a non-debatable motion. All those in favor of J060, please say aye. All opposed, say no. Aye. J060 is up for discussion.
Apparently J044 was, there's a drafting error, Madam Chair, and so this is just, let me repeat the same thing. As far as looking at the priorities of the state funds, it's backfilling the negative factor for education and to reduce the monies in the Office of Governors for film incentives.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Duran?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know where Representative Sane is, and at least the amendment that I received only had her name, but Representative Buck, I appreciate you presenting this. I asked for a no vote. It's not part of the Joint Budget Committee budget package.
Is there any further? Representative Del Grosso?
Okay, well, I guess since the amendment wasn't blessed by the Joint Budget Committee, I guess we have to oppose all of those. But I didn't hear that discussion from the other amendments that were offered by those on this side of the aisle. But anyway, I guess people can feel free to vote no for any reason. But Representative Buck, thanks for bringing this forward for Representative Sane. Any member can offer an amendment. Doesn't matter if their name is on there, they can still do that. So Representative Buck, you're absolutely correct. As far as when we're talking about priorities, we're not saying there's anything against film. We're not saying anything bad against film. But the reality is it does come down to priorities. Do we say that film has a higher priority than putting money into the negative factor and putting money into our K through 12 system? That is simply what this amendment is about, and I urge an aye vote on J060.
Is there any further discussion about J060, otherwise known as Amendment 11? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J060. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All opposed, say no. No. J060 is lost. Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move J055. And if we'd be kind enough to display it.
It is also known as Amendment Number 12.
Also known as Amendment Number 12. That is correct.
To the amendment, Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I don't know about you. I don't sit on the Education Committee, and I have gotten letter and email after email and letter after letter from folks, whether it's school board members, whether it's superintendents, whether it's principals from schools, whatever it is. And they start talking about one of their top priorities for this year is restoring negative factor. And that is something that we've heard over and over and over again is restore negative factor. And negative factor, why is this important? Well, the reality is when we had the downturn and we cut K through 12 education, we didn't tell them where they had to cut. We just cut, and they had to cut. So negative factor is important to them because they want to be able to say, hey, can you give us this money back, no strings attached, and allow us to go ahead and fund however it is that we had to cut. Some districts cut busing. Some districts cut certain programs. Whatever that is, by giving them negative factor money back, they can go and put the money back into their school system and they can restore those cuts how they see fit. I personally would like to listen to the 160-some districts out there that I've been hearing from quite a bit. They said, let's reduce the negative factor. This doesn't affect any other legislation that's moving through the system now. This is an addition to. There's no reason we can't dig through and find a couple more pennies for these districts that we continue to hear on a daily basis about trying to help them out and restore the negative factor. So there again, this is, I urge an aye vote, and this will put $34.451 million into the negative factor. So a pretty substantial investment back into the kids. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I urge a no vote on this amendment for a couple reasons. Probably the first one is that as Minority Leader Del Grosso mentioned, we do have other legislation coming through this session that shows very clearly that we have listened to our school districts. We are working very hard to address the negative factor issue with $100 million. If you can remember, the initial budget that was proposed by the governor didn't have any allocation to the negative factor, and the fact that we now are working on House Bill 1292, the Student Success Act, which clearly identifies $100 million to our districts to address the negative factor issue. One of the issues I want to mention, because I'm going to be opposing, I think, the rest of these amendments that try to increase the negative factor, is that in budgeting we have to look at the impact long term, and the investment in the negative factor not only is a recurring investment for every budget year hereafter, it's also subject to inflation every year. So it really puts us on a path of being able to talk about sustainability. In working through this process on House Bill 1292, we're working very thoughtfully to make sure that in the future years, our general fund budget and our state education fund can handle the increase that we're subjecting the budget to in future years. The other reason I'm opposed to this particular amendment is that it claims to fund this increase in buying down the negative factor by going after other prioritized parts of the budget. The one that I have the most issue with is completely zeroing out our investment in the film industries. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll publicly applaud the work that Representative Hamner, Representative Murray have been doing on House Bill 1292. But this does not affect their work on that bill. This is an addition to. And I applaud the efforts to try to put $100 million into negative factor through 1292. But the reality is I don't know any of them that said, well, $100 million is fine. When we're sitting at the negative factor is about $1 billion. Now, I'm not sitting here to advocate putting $1 billion back in there. I've been also the one that's also been saying when we're hearing 275 or 300 million or other numbers like that, the reality is, you're right, Representative Hamner, fiscally, that's pushing the envelope probably a little too far on whether or not we can financially afford that in the future. But we're not asking for a substantial, doubling or tripling the number that the Student Success Act is seeming to put in there. This is just an additional $34 million. $34 million to put towards an upside down of close to $1 billion. So the Student Success Act gets through there. There's $100 million. This would put another $34 million in there. Again, if you prioritize film over kids, and that's one thing that you could oppose that for. That was why I heard one of the reasons didn't like the funding source for there. There again, I'm not saying anything negative about the film industry, but the reality is I have not had one constituent call me up and say, please give money to film instead of putting it to kids. Maybe you've gotten all those emails, and if you would like to share those with the rest of us, that maybe that might sway our opinion on that as well. But the reality is I'm hearing, help us buy down the negative factor. Putting an additional $34 million on top of the Student Success Act is not something that's going to bankrupt the system. So again, I urge an aye vote on whatever this one turned into be, J055.
Representative May. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I asked for a no vote, and I'm not going to go for all the other lines, but I want to talk about the ones that we haven't talked about yet, which is the CBMS system. What this amendment does is not only take $16 million from CBMS, from general fund, but it also takes an additional from the federal. So it's a $32 million reduction to the CBMS system. And this really hurts your counties. Your county departments will not be happy with this reduction. There's a list of projects that have to be done in order to be in compliance with the federal requirements on whether it's food assistance or Medicaid or all the other programs under CBMS. And if you don't pass this, if you do pass this amendment and you take this money from there, your county departments will have to do this work manually. And I'm sure they'll be very appreciative of that. And so there's, a project list. We went through them. When we sat at the Budget Committee, we were concerned about, what this request was for. We asked what was required. Did we have to have it? And the answer was yes. So I just want you to be aware that that's part of what this does on the CBMS line. The other one is on the Public Health and Environment line that is asked for a reduction. This funds Alpine Waste in Denver, Blue Star in Colorado Springs, Pueblo, La Junta, Canyon City. It also has an impact in Grand Junction, has an impact on Loveland, has an impact on Sterling, has an impact on Mineral County, and also has an impact on Greeley. So when you're voting on this, it's not about the negative factor. It's about where you're taking money that's already been assigned in the budget to help in these other areas, and I strongly ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative May, I appreciate you making one of my arguments for me when we're looking at CBMS and this $16 million. We heard that expanding the federal requirements into the state of Colorado is going to be free. If we expand Obamacare into the state of Colorado, it will not cost the state of Colorado anything. It will be free. The federal government will pick up all of the tab. Well, I'm seeing $16 million that we're going to have to pay to help our counties comply with federal mandates. So maybe we should put a footnote on there as well and say, can we push the Joint Budget Committee to go ask the federal government to hold up to their end of the bargain when they said that it was going to be free and not cost the state of Colorado anything. And now we're in a point where we have to take money away from our kids to comply with federal mandates when we heard the system was going to be free. It is not free. I'm sorry that that is a reality. I'm sorry that that is the case, but that is the case. And with that, I will withdraw J055.
J055 is withdrawn. Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And J05, or I move J056 and ask Ron to display it.
Thank you. We're now on J056, which is also Amendment 13.
Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have been listening to our Joint Budget Committee and their arguments about how we're taking away CBMS and that would be a detriment to our counties. So having listened to them, I now have J05 6. So this still does give money to our counties. It still helps them implement the CBMS system. It just does it at a slower rate. Now, we have heard that putting a bunch of this money in here right away, that can they do it this fast? We don't know. But this still gives them money, still gives them the ability to, but it lets them implement it over the course of 2 years. So again, the argument that we heard that you should vote no because we're attacking CBMS and we're going to hurt our counties when their ability to comply with federal mandates, this amendment does not do that. Unlike the one before this still gives money to the counties and helps them implement the federal mandates. So this one, instead of, we'll say, okay, federal government, to comply with your mandates, we will make our kids take a $8 million hit, but we'll still comply. And so this will put $24.7 million or $26 million towards negative factor. There again, I've heard from district after district, superintendent after superintendent that says, please help us buy down the negative factor. J056 does not in any way mess with the School Finance Act. It does not mess with 1292. It does not stop the process and the money that those bills seem to put into or want to put into K through 12. This is just buying down the negative factor by another $26 million. So I urge an aye vote on J056.
Representative Rankin.
Well, I rise in support of this amendment. I might have actually been opposed to the previous amendment because I have become a fan of the CBMS system. There are some real successes in the last couple of years. I mean, the time frames have come down, the number of people we're serving have gone up, and, you know, the system does exist. But there are, a variety of new projects that have been proposed for CBMS, and I do think that it's already a 2-year program. I'm not sure that this amendment would delay any of those projects. What it would really do is give us a chance to really examine the projects going forward, help time to do the business process, do the training, and really I believe, would potentially make CBMS a better project. The other aspect of CBMS is there are a lot of federal matching funds, and this would give us a time to also make sure we don't lose any of those matching funds, or in fact, tremendous bonus payments that we've gotten. We're the national leader right now in receiving bonus payments for the performance of our CBMS system. There's also the aspect that Representative Del Grosso talked about where, we need to really make sure they're optimizing federal funds instead of state funds for this system, because it really is, to a large degree, mandated to meet the Affordable Care Act. So I think this is a doable thing. I think there's $8 million here that could be spent, and in addition to, not different from, but in addition to those, the negative factor buy down of 1292. So I think it'd be a very popular program. I think it's doable. I think it does no harm to our existing CBMS program or to the support that we need to give the counties. So I think it's a good amendment. I think it can actually work. Thank you.
Representative Swan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I think we've all heard plenty about the negative factor. And for that reason alone, I think it's worth an aye vote. However, I also want to point out that it does defund the governor's film office. Now, I remember last year when that bill went through, the gallery was packed, and if ever I have seen a bunch of legislators with stars in their eyes, it was that day. Somehow start legislators thinking about Hollywood, and they just sort of lose their minds, in my opinion. I have talked to lobbyists about the film industry, and I think one of them told me that the reason he was not very excited about it is they're gypsy jobs. These are jobs that just come and go. And this is an area, other legislatures around the state, around the country, similarly get stars in their eyes when you think about film credits. And so they enact film credits as well, and we're in competition with all these other states trying to attract Hollywood to our state so we can, I guess, see some big movie star walking down the streets of someplace. So I just don't think that the film industry, and furthermore, I really object to the kind of values and culture that is taught by the film industry in general. I mean, you can look at TV, television, commercials, movies. It's all about the same thing, and here we are subsidizing that stuff. So for that reason, I would be a supporter of this amendment also, in addition. So I strongly urge a yes vote on this amendment. I think it's what people want. They want to see more funding on the negative factor. And I don't think most people in the state would, as the minority leader said, how many of you have seen emails saying, oh, we got to keep that film funding going? I haven't seen any. So, members, I urge a yes vote on Amendment J56.
Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have to differ with Representative Swalm in one of the things that he said. He said that this amendment would defund the film office, and this does not. There is still money that will be in the film office. It significantly decreases the amount of money there, but it doesn't put an additional $5 million into it. But this is not about film. Film is only $5 million of the $25 million or $24.7 million that this is putting in here. The reality is this is about the negative factor. This is about addressing the emails, the phone calls you've been getting to your offices, the letters you've been getting, the calls, the visits from your superintendents, your school board members that keep talking about negative factor. Please buy down the negative factor. Now, I do agree with my Joint Budget Committee colleagues that there's got to be a point where we can't buy down too much of it because we put ourselves in a bad position in the future. But the reality is impending legislation only buys down $100 million of that. I believe we can still give a little bit more. And this amendment says we are going to give a little bit more. Putting this $24.7 million extra in there is not going to bankrupt the system. Please listen to your 100 and some districts out there that keep talking about buying down the negative factor and putting money into that. I urge an aye vote on J056.
Representative Duran.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Minority Leader Del Grosso, I'm happy to hear that there's at least some agreement around the negative factor at $100 million. But one of the things that I really have issue with in this amendment is that there is not designation in this amendment of base building fund sources. So these are a lot of one-time fund sources. So, you know, in terms of what we have in the long bill now and where we're trying to go and be fiscally responsible and really distinguish between those one-time funding sources versus those that actually are going to build our base so large and tie our hands later in future years, even beyond the time potentially when me or you may not be here. It's just really challenging to understand how this is a responsible thing to do given the types of fund sources. So I ask for your no vote.
Representative Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, this is about negative factor, and the truth is, I don't care what the source is. Understand that the negative factor comes from us stealing money from K through 12 education. We took that money, and education allowed it to leave. I mean, yeah, they put up a fight. Maybe they didn't allow it to leave. We didn't have much of a choice. But now we have the opportunity to pay back, like we paid back cash funds. We're paying back cash funds that we raided. It's time to pay back some of these negative factor funds as well. I understand we can't do it all at once, but I don't understand the argument that we're worried about what happens down the road, because we owe that money down the road as well. And it doesn't make sense to take that money away, give some back, and then next year change your mind and pull it back again. That's money that needs to be replaced. I would urge you to pay it back to our kids in K through 12 education and continue to pay it back until we fund those kids the way they need to be funded. I ask for your support to this amendment.
Representative Peniston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Eureka! We finally got it. We can't put money into the negative factor and then a couple years down the road take it back. That's exactly, Representative Sonnenberg, what we've been saying. So it's a pleasure to know that the breakthrough has happened. We can't do that. So I would ask for a no on this amendment.
Representative Del Grosso? No? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J056, which is also Amendment 13. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Amendment 13 is lost. Representative Del Grosso, going to do the next one? Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't think I had any more amendments, so that's why I was kind of confused.
You have a lot more, Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move J058.
To the amendment. This is Amendment 14.
Or also known as 14, I guess, for those of you that are following along on a different chart. So J058, AKA 14. Okay.
Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a oldie but goodie. There again, maybe you didn't like where we were taking the money from last time for negative factor. So we're going back after again. We're going to try again because I think it's worth trying again. Because when I continue to get email after email after email, phone call after phone call, letter after letter, personal visit here at the Capitol in my office from superintendent, school board member, principals going over and over and over again, please help us out with the negative factor. Can you do something at all? I believe it's worth continuing to try. So if you did not like, maybe you didn't like the number on the last one, it wasn't enough. Maybe you didn't like the funding source where the last one was coming from. J058 seems to try to do the same thing as the previous one, just in a different way. This will actually put $45 million towards the negative factor. So maybe you thought the 25 in the previous one was not enough, and so maybe that's why you would like to have this one to put $45 million into the negative factor. So with that, I urge an aye vote on J058.
Representative May.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Once again, I urge a no vote. This actually is does more damage to CBMS than the previous amendment. So on here, it's the same issue. You're taking $16 million from CBMS. For some reason, the federal match isn't shown here. And
take federal money,
well, but then we lose the match, and so it's $32 million. And so for the same thing that you're arguing for about our kids is exactly what CBMS helps. It helps them with food assistance. It helps them with Colorado Works for survival. It helps them with Medicaid. So we're taking from one kid to another kid, and if this is about the kids, this isn't the way to go about it. So I respectfully ask for a no vote.
Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative May, those programs, there's already programs there for these kids to get assistance locally. Maybe they don't have the best and brightest computer system for them to access the system, and it's not like we lose out on those federal dollars. So if you delay this for 1 year and wait another year to start, it's not like that federal money that's dangling out there won't be there for us to access. So to say that we're going to lose $32 million if we do this and we won't be able to help the kids, that would not be a correct statement, because this just pushes it out a year, and then we can implement it a year from now, put that money in there, and then we can get those federal dollars from there. And then if you also notice, what's the other difference here between the previous one before? This goes after the extra $20 million. So we talked about before, there was $78 million in the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund, which is our Tabor Reserve. And there was additional $20 million that was put into that on top of that to pay Park There for other bills. This takes that $20 million that's sitting there for other bills. So I guess you can say that your other bills have higher priority than buying down the negative factor. I personally don't want to have that conversation with the folks back home, but you may want to. And then also, if you'll notice, there's no film. So if your reason was you like film better than putting money into the negative factor, and so that's why you were no on the other ones, because you're a big fan of film and that's higher priority on your list, and you voted no the last time, this changes it up a little bit, and we actually leave that money in there for film, and we take the money from the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund. So again, this gives you another option of maybe I didn't like where I was getting the money from before, and this gives you another bite at the apple, another chance to vote yes on putting money towards the negative factor. And I urge an aye vote on J058.
Representative Rankin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, actually, Representative Del Grosso, it may not delay CBMS, entirely. What we're talking about here is a large number of projects that hook onto the existing CBMS system and extend its capabilities for new functions. So what we're suggesting is that those projects can be prioritized. Some of them started now, some of them later. We may lose very little, if any, federal funding, and we may lose very little schedule. What we're asking for is a detailed project plan, which requires another appropriation next year to complete the other projects. We're not asking for a total delay of the project. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on J058, which is Amendment 14? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 14. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. J014 is lost. Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move J047 and ask that it be displayed.
This is also known as Amendment number 15. Please proceed.
AKA Amendment 15.
Yeah. Please proceed, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's been a pleasure to serve with you over the last few years. We're going to miss you next year.
I know you are.
All right, members, this will give you another chance to vote for kids or against kids. This, maybe you didn't like the $45 million, you didn't like the $34 million, you didn't like the $25 million. Maybe $10 million is something that you can live with on putting money back into education. This is just $10 million, taking it from the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund. So we preferred film, we preferred further implementing Obamacare in the state, all of those things that had higher priority than our kids. This one simply just says we're going to take $10 million out of the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund, which it's there, doesn't hurt our Tabor Reserve, and takes $10 million and puts it towards buying down the negative factor. So again, one more way to fund negative factor, one more opportunity for you to vote to buy down the negative factor, and I urge an aye vote on J047.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We went over, I think, similar issues in the past. You're taking this money from the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund. That is made up of the Tabor Reserve and then also additional dollars that could potentially be appropriated. As for your no vote, it's not part of the package, and I do stick to tradition and continue to vote with the other members of the JVC because that's what tradition says in this House. So thank you.
Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if there's $20 million that's still left out there that could potentially be appropriated, how can you say that this couldn't be a part of the package and this would not balance the package? And again, if you remember back to earlier, the conversations we had was the Tabor Reserve and the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund was $78 million. There is $98 million in there now. That means there is $20 million extra dollars sitting in the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund, which, by the JBC Chair's own testimony here, has said that could potentially be used for further legislation. Well, this is an excellent opportunity for further legislation and to put this money towards something to help buy down the negative factor for our kids, which we've all heard time and time again from district after district after district, to say, please do a little more than what you're already doing. Can you dig a little bit deeper? And I'm saying that we can still continue to do this and dig a little deeper and do it in a fiscally responsible way that doesn't set us up for something potentially catastrophe in the future. I urge an aye vote on J047.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, this goes back to the issue of one-time funding and building out our base too much. And with that, I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Representative Duran, I've looked at the runs, and we can afford this $10 million because even in several years out, we have significant remaining money in the State Education Fund to support this $10 million in our K-12 base. So the argument that we can't sustain it over time, it really isn't true. This is really a minimal amount that, based on the runs that I've received from our legislative staff, that we can easily sustain this amount. I've really supported the previous amendments, but there is absolutely no excuse to vote against this amendment because it is very supportable in the future in terms of being able to build that base and return the money that our school districts need. Negative factor with no strings. That's what this $10 million is. We've been asked time and time again. We want more negative factor with no strings. That's exactly what we're doing here, and it is a sustainable amount over many years. And in fact, we can include more dollars in the future in addition to this $10 million. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you all awake out there? Just checking, just checking. You know, colleagues, I'm starting to see a pattern here. I see a pattern of Representative Del Grosso's amendments, and then I see a pattern of we can't do that because the money is spent somewhere else, and we're not going to address the negative factor.
Thank you.
Now, folks, listen to what I said. The money is going to be spent. That's not what we're debating. The question is where the money will be spent.
Thank you.
It's a choice that's being made in this chamber. The negative factor money, and Representative Hamner knows so well that it's subject to inflation, and there's Amendment 23 stuff connected with it. Here's a revelation for you, colleagues. The money was subject to that before it was cut from education. That's a responsibility that we had before the cuts were made. We are making choices to spend the dollars elsewhere. Our districts are right. Those of you that have gotten emails from the school districts, from superintendents and school boards, they are dead on spot correct. The money's being spent. It's just not being spent on education. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, I will admit this is a tough one for me. I think we would all like to see more put in our school funding package. We're thoughtfully working on this package, and quite honestly, the money on the table that we have in bills that the House will be hearing soon, 1292, the Student Success Act, and 1298, the School Finance Act, are going to bring $500 million into our K-12 system, new dollars, into this next budget year. My worry is if we commit to another $10 million toward the negative factor, does that mean we have to sacrifice something else in those other bills. And we've been working really hard to present those, and I just worry, putting another $10 million in the negative factor, will that mean we need to sacrifice $10 million in the ELL line that we have in the Student Success Act, or $10 million from the READ Act funding, because it's all about priorities. I worry about that. So I think I would ask for a no vote on this amendment, just because I worry about the impact. We're putting a lot of new dollars in K-12. We need to be thoughtful about that, and I worry about the impact on some of the other important aspects of the two other education funding bills. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With all due respect to Representative Hamner, I have seen the numbers, and I know that just with normal increase in revenue in the state, and a normal increase in the amount we budget for K-12 education, that it's very easy to sustain another $10 million without affecting the Student Success Act. So I urge you to not only support the Student Success Act, but also this amendment. I urge and I vote.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I couldn't leave the well without pointing this out too, folks. You understand, I'm a 40-year veteran of public education, and I'm a redneck Republican. That doesn't fit. I never thought I'd live long enough to see in this chamber my minority leader down here arguing for more money for education, and my colleagues on this side arguing against it. That just doesn't fit. But I just had to point that out. It's a unique, strange situation. But folks understand, I was on the outside of this chamber when these cuts took place. K-12, or as I like to say, 0.58 K, because that's what we have, 0.58 K-12 education took a huge hit. And in this budget, we are, well, not in this budget actually, but with the Student Success Act, thanks to Representative Hamner, we are putting $100 million towards the negative factor. And we're putting $100 million towards higher ed. Please go back and see how much the two were cut, and notice the 64% refunding of higher ed and the 0.10 refunding of 0.58 K-12. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate the several amendments that have come forward, including amendment number 15, to try and address some of the issues that we have in Colorado's law when it comes to the negative factor and funding of education. And it is a very, very interesting debate, but we can't forget the path that led us here. And it would have been great to have bipartisan support when we went to voters last November, because I'll tell you what, if that initiative would have passed, that would have allowed more schools to be funded. If we would have had that initiative passed, we wouldn't be having these debates right now around the negative factor. And unfortunately, people in this state, they said what they think about that initiative, and they voted it down. And it was unfortunate that we couldn't have had more of a meaningful conversation, because right now we're in the place that we are, and we have a lot of competing interests. We're trying to do the most that we possibly can for our public schools and for our Colorado families and for their kids to be able to have access to a quality education. But it's not as though, this session is the only session that has led us to where we are. We debated this issue vigorously last session as well. And at some point, we have to grapple with the reality, and that is that we are not able to do everything for everybody, and we have to use existing resources to the best of our ability.
Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate Representative Duran bringing up an amendment that failed at the polls by a significant number for Amendment 66. And we sat here last year and argued that we didn't need that because we have existing funds, and we can put more money into education because we have existing funds. We finished the year last year with over $1 billion sitting in the state education fund. Right now, there's $907 million in the state ed fund. And you're trying to tell me we can't, out of $1 billion, find $10 million to help buy down the negative factor? And you're going to try to say that, well, if we would have had bipartisan support last year, maybe you would get this. I understand you're upset you didn't have bipartisan support on that amendment last year, but don't hold our kids hostage because you're upset over that not passing last year. Out of $907 million in the state education fund, and you're trying to tell me that we can't dig through this other budget and the $8.6 billion that we're going to spend in other areas, you can't find $10 million more to invest in our kids? That is what I just heard. Maybe that's not what she said, but that's what I heard. I urge an aye vote on this amendment and just put 10, since you didn't like 55, you didn't like 45, you didn't like 35 or 25, how about 10? That's where we're at, $10 million investing in buying down the negative factor. And as Representative Wilson said, I've only been here 5 years, but I never thought there would be a day where I would be down here railing for more money for our K through 12 system and then fighting my friends on the other side of the aisle for it. I urge an aye vote.
Representative McNulty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Duran, I'll say this. I think it's a bridge too far to say that the rejection of Amendment 66 at the polls was an indication that Coloradans don't think that we should fund education. I think that they said that that's not how they wanted to fund education, but that was not in any way an indication that they didn't think education should be a priority. Our job now is to figure out how we make that a priority, and I appreciate Representative Del Grosso's process here where he sort of walked us through several different options that we might get to pick from where we prioritize funding for education. But I don't think that you can look at the abject failure of Amendment 66 at the polls and say that that's an indication that Coloradans don't care about funding our grade schools, our middle schools, and our high schools. I think that itself is a bridge too far.
Is there any further discussion on J047, which is amendment number 15? Seeing none, the question division has been called. A division has been called. The question is the adoption of J047, which is amendment number 15. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of J047, which is amendment number 15, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count has been taken. Members, please stand in one place. Thank you. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken.
Thank you.
J4047 is lost. Representative Del Grosso to Amendment J49, Amendment 16.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move J049, also known as Amendment 16, and ask that it be displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So maybe it was the fact that we were actually giving money to all the schools was a problem. And so maybe you were waiting for this one because this actually goes and puts money towards our charter schools. This is not saying anything about our neighborhood schools, but the reality is charter schools have not enjoyed a lot of the uptick in some of their funding like the rest of their schools have. This is a way that we can reinvest in their capital construction. I'll throw out a quick story. We actually toured a charter school down in Pueblo this last year. Swallows, I believe, was the name of it. And these guys, quite frankly, have a 98% graduation rate. And I believe it was close to 80 or 90% of them actually graduated with enough credits for an associate's degree in college. Because they basically were taking their junior and senior year and basically spending most of their time over at the junior college there in Pueblo. So I say that because that's one charter school that's having great success, but they were doing all of this in an old supermarket. And if you walked in there, it wasn't like you couldn't tell it was a supermarket. It looked like a supermarket in there that basically they had put up some temporary walls. You walked in there and we saw their science lab, which basically really wasn't a lab. They had some desks, made it kind of look like a lab, but they had no equipment, so they were doing all of their lab work, but basically on theory, because they couldn't afford from their capital construction to actually have the equipment to do their science lab. But yet somehow they were still able to go in there and have 98% graduation rates. But the reality is their story is just like many other stories around the state of Colorado, that these folks with their construction dollars have been severely lacking. So one good positive thing when we're looking at this capital construction dollars is this is a way that we can reinvest in those charter schools in a way that we can move some of their facilities further along. So I urge an aye vote on J049.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, this is not part of our budget package, but I think it is ironic indeed that in a year where, unfortunately, the School Finance Act, which would have invested $232 million to public schools, there was not bipartisan support on that effort. And while I absolutely appreciate the newfound dedication to education and fully funding our schools, it's unfortunate that on that particular bill, there was not bipartisan support. So while I see that you're trying to get an additional $18 million of general fund towards us, it would have been great to have bipartisan support on that $232 million that would have been allocated through the School Finance Act. But with that, staying true to tradition of the Joint Budget Committee, I ask that you vote no.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to remind the body that one side of the aisle or the other side of the aisle, we all have children, we all care about children, and no one on the Joint Budget Committee should be assuming that one side of the aisle or the other, depending on how you voted on something, determines what you really care about in life. We're here to serve our districts. We're not here to judge each other. Vote your conscience.
Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo Representative Giroux's sentiments. When I came into the legislature, I asked incoming Speaker McNulty to please assign me to House Education, and he was kind of shocked. But that is something I care greatly about. I wanted to be on business and education. That's where I've been, and I'm proud to serve there. One of the conversations that I have with constituents who've come from other states is that they sometimes say, well, I'm not comfortable with the privatization of education. I ask, what do you mean? They say, well, charter schools. Oh, wow. In Colorado, charter schools are public schools. And then we get into this labeling of, well, how do you tell the difference? Neighborhood public school, sort of traditional model, charter public school. Charter schools are public schools. And what the minority leader is proposing here is that we offer $18 million for charter schools that won't build that base. We don't have to fund over this. This is one-time money, and this goes to the people who need it the most, who are performing at the highest levels. I am so proud of the charter schools in northern Douglas County. We're home now to a new location for American Academy. I believe the highest performing charter school, if not the highest, among the top 2 or 3, but I think they're the highest performing charter school in this state. And the demand to get kids into that academy is off the charts. We have such great charter schools in Douglas County, and our district bends over backwards to try to treat them with parity. And this is an opportunity to help those charter schools in the districts around the state that need it the most. You've got charter schools. Your kids in your district deserve better than what they've got. Help out the charter schools to deliver education for parents and kids who choose that environment. It's not for everybody, but for the kids who choose that environment, this is a great way to lend a helping hand to the schools that are performing at the highest levels to ask for an aye vote.
Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was distracted by this cute baby down here. Hi, Lila. Colleagues, I actually agree with the argument for more funding for charter school facilities. However, I'm opposed to the amendments that are being introduced this evening because this funding for charter school facilities is also included in the Student Success Act. House Bill 1292 will increase our current level of charter school facility funding, which is $7 million, to $25 million. So I don't understand why the amendments are being run. We do care about this issue, care about equity in our school facility funding, and ask for your support of that effort when we talk about House Bill 1292, but not this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm delighted that Representative Hamner brought up the Student Success Act, of which I'm a co-sponsor, and I'm proud of the fact that there's $18 million for charter schools in there, and I think there's widespread support in the House for that act, but I'm really concerned about once it gets to the Senate, the rumors I have is that everything goes away except the negative factor. So I support the negative factor. I support charter schools. I support ELL, all of the things that are in the Student Success Act. But I'm really concerned that we as a House are not going to be represented in terms of our stand on charter schools in that Student Success Act. So I would see this as a way for us as a House to say this is an important issue to us, just as are all of the other educational issues that we've been debating for the past few weeks. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I will urge an aye vote on J049. And I'll even come up here and say that this in no way, shape, or form will benefit me. I have 3 kids, and they actually go to their traditional school. So my kids don't even go to a charter school. It's just that I've personally gone out and I've seen the charter schools and I've seen the success that they've had, but I've also seen their crumbling infrastructure that they have, and this is a way that we can invest back in there. And I appreciate Representative Hamner talking about how she even acknowledges the fact that there needs to be some more equity when it comes to charter school construction. But you're right, there is a fear that there is another bill that's coming out there now which seeks to put money to charter schools, but there's nothing out there that guarantees the success of that bill. And if that bill was to go down, well then charter schools will get absolutely nothing. And so that is the reason why we are continuing to push for this funding, and I urge an aye vote on J049.
Mr. Speaker, and adorable child.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick point on clarification on this issue. Because, one, I think we should never take any responsibility for anything the Senate does. We never know what's going to happen there. But two, just to be clear, the process. I'd ask for a no vote on the amendment, but even if we were to put this amendment on, the first thing that happens when it goes over to the Senate, as par for the course, and the same thing when it comes over here, all the amendments get stripped. So if you're fearful that it won't get done in the Student Success Act, the same outcome would be here as well. So I'm really confused by this argument that because we're fearful in the Student Success Act that they might cut the funding. It's the same thing here. So I don't know how this protects you from that. I'm taking no responsibility for the Senate. I don't think any member in this chamber should take responsibility for the Senate, except for maybe a few of you who are running for the Senate. Sellouts. Yeah, exactly. Sellouts who are running for the Senate. But that argument just is funny.
Representative Sonnenberg? No. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is Representative Sonnenberg.
You know, if we can use children in this display, I would urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J049, which is Amendment 16. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. J049 is lost. Representative Del Grosso. Representative Szabo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know if you voted against kids because you didn't like the last sponsor.
Szabo,
yes, I move J051.
Amendment number 17. Thank you.
Amendment
now
number
proceed.
17. Now my little friend. His name is Camden. And I don't know if you didn't like the last sponsor, so you voted no against kids, but we'll try Plan B. And with J051, we're again taking $18 million for capital construction. Only half of it this time would be from CBMS. $9.8 million would come out of the Controlled Maintenance Fund. And members, seriously, 20 years ago, when we instituted charter schools into this state, each student got $232 allotted to them for capital construction in a charter school. Over the last 20 years, somehow that's been dwindled down to $70 a student, 70. We need to make sure that all of our kids are on a level playing ground. That we don't treat some kids one way and other kids the other way. We should make sure that whether our children go to the public neighborhood school or the public charter school, they can rely on a nice, warm facility so they can learn in. It isn't that way in Colorado. Like Representative Del Grosso said, we visited Swallow School in Pueblo, but I visited many other charter schools. A lot of them school the children in temporary buildings out back. I know that the neighborhood public schools say, you just couldn't do that. We couldn't have our kids out back in a temporary building. Members, we have a lot of bills down here that demand equity for all different types of classes in Colorado. What this bill would do would give equity to our children in Colorado. They rely on us for that, and they deserve that. Thank you.
Representative May?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my voice is going. I just asked for a no vote. I just want to remind people that when you take money from the Human Services line and the Healthcare Policy and Finance line, you're really taking twice the amount. So it's really double the hit to those departments, and it's very painful. But I simply asked for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Szabo?
You know, anytime you take money from children, it's very painful. And when you go from $232 per student down to $70, it's been very painful. And I just urge equity. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J051, which is amendment number 17. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. J051 is lost. Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move J039, also known as Amendment 18. Ask it to be displayed.
Thank you. It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we just heard from the Joint Budget Committee member that...
Pardon me, it's not displayed yet. J039. Now it's displayed. Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we just heard from Representative May that there was opposition from the Joint Budget Committee because it was taking money from Human Services and HCPF and CBMS system, and somehow we were taking money away from kids. And so basically taking money from one group of kids and give money to the other group of kids. And so we have to be a no on that. So this is going to eliminate that argument. This just takes $18 million from the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund, which we've heard several times that there's an additional $20 million in there. So we're not even taking all of that. We're just taking 18 of the 20 that's there. We heard from the other Joint Budget Committee person that this extra $20 million could potentially be used for other pieces of legislation. Well, here's another piece of legislation. So we can take 18 million of that extra money that's there. We can invest in our charter schools, provide better resources for them. So I urge an aye vote on J039.
Representative May.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and being the good JVC member I am, I simply ask for a no vote.
Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so seeing no legitimate argument on why you should vote no, I urge an aye vote on J039.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J039, which is amendment number 18. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Amendment number 18 is lost. Representative Wilson. Number 19. Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm up here because I'm so used to being up here so long, but I guess I will, if you'd like me to do a little song and dance until Representative Wilson gets down here, or... Thank you.
Thank you.
I will go ahead and ask to move J053 and ask it to be displayed, which is also known as Amendment 19.
J053, also known as Amendment 19, is properly displayed and moved. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I thought that next one would take a little longer, Representative Del Grosso. I'm a little disappointed. Colleagues, like all of you, I'm sure that you have heard that we have more bills waiting in appropriation than planes in the holding pattern of O'Hare Airport. I think there's like 107 of them. I also heard that the majority of the bills are going to be dead on arrival. There's also a rumor going around that our Republican bills might be first on that list, but that's surely just a rumor. So just in case, I wanted to move J053, number 19, Most of the amendments that you've seen today, colleagues, have been about dollars. No surprise. But I would challenge you, I want to put a face with those dollars with this amendment. Dollars can be impersonal, but this amendment's highly personal. Ron, if I could get you, please. Ron is displaying Exhibit A. I want to introduce you to the entire graduating class of 2014 in Colorado. Everyone with me? This is the graduating class of 2014 in Colorado. All of your districts are pretty well the same on this. 2/3 of those kids that are graduating this spring will go on to higher ed. It's a state average, pretty well true. 1/2 of those 2/3 will not complete. So 2/3 of the graduating class of 2014 will not have a degree. They will not have a degree. So that presents a two-part problem. Part one is how to train the non-completers. I've addressed that in a different bill already. The second is how to better prepare students. This amendment addresses preparation. This amendment would fund the Advanced Placement Incentives Pilot Program. For an investment of $757,974, we can provide low-income and rural students the similar access to advanced placement that their urban and suburban counterparts enjoy. JBC Chairman Representative Duran says the Control Maintenance Trust Fund is for, wait for it, natural disaster recovery. Well, that's enough. Natural disaster recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a natural disaster that's going on in the state of Colorado. This is paying for recovery. If I could get you, Ron, to display Exhibit B, if you would, please. Let me share with you how bad this situation really is. How bad this natural disaster that goes on every year in the state of Colorado, how bad it really is. This map shows the extent of the need in the state of Colorado. What does this represent? Only 39% of the graduating seniors took an AP exam. Only 16% of the at-risk students took one. The participation rate in rural schools ranges 2 to 7%. So let's look at that map, because that goes all over the state, and if you're looking at the dark green and saying, hey, we're all right, that's the only ones that are above 30%. Everyone else is 30% or below. The red is 1%. Of the districts in Colorado, of the rural districts, only 20 offer 3 or more AP courses, 10 offer 2. Of the remaining 144 districts, 13 offer 1 AP course and 101 offer 0. For those of you that may have been in on the testimony, the Denver East High School students just down the street came and testified they have access to 36 AP courses. One young lady has taken 13 already. Check out the map, colleagues. That's a natural disaster that's taking place across the state of Colorado. Look at how many of our districts have little or no access. Again, for a small investment, we can make AP courses available to as many as 10,000 low-income and rural students. I repeat, low-income, at-risk, and rural students. This is an ongoing natural disaster. Let's pay for the recovery of our kids. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Duran.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Representative Wilson, I have to tell you, I love this bill. I think it is a fantastic bill. I think it came out of the Education Committee unanimously.
Thank you.
Here's the thing, and I really wish, once again, I really wish that other members of the JBC, or I would have received some feedback on this earlier on when I sent those letters out asking for feedback about priorities for this year. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. So at this point, I think we have to go through the appropriations process. Once again, I'm going to stay true to the tradition of the Joint Budget Committee. But I will tell you, I truly appreciate the work that you have done on this, and it is a very good bill. You know, like the speaker said, it is, you know, the earlier we know each other's priorities, the more time we have to work together, the more time we have to try to balance things, and I really, truly wish that this would have been brought up as a priority at the beginning of session when those letters were sent out and I reached out. At this point, though, it is in the appropriations process, and, you know, we're going to have to count the votes and allow bills to die or live on their merits and the fiscal note that's associated with it. But I think it's a great bill, and thank you for your work.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, just so in case you're keeping score on the amendments so far, we have one Republican-sponsored amendment that has passed. The rest of the amendments that have passed have, well, Representative Szabo ran it with Representative Vigil and Representative Fisher. Whatever. That means there's only one Republican amendment that has passed tonight. The rest of the amendments that have passed, and I don't know how many we are, have been Democrat amendments. I think that disproves the point that our chair is making. Look, let's be honest. There are placeholders in this budget. There are placeholders. Is there bias? Absolutely there's bias. I'm going to be a no on this because I made a promise to my colleagues. Now, if we start making a mockery of the members of this assembly, if we start saying things that, you know, if you'd have just done it earlier, if you'd only done this for me, if you'd only done that for me, that's not being respectful to the members of this body. There's nothing in the JBC rules that says you can't get an amendment passed in the long bill unless you come to the JBC and get it approved earlier on. And there's nothing that says that. So I would like to remind this body and the chair of the Joint Budget Committee that we need to be respectful of all of the members of this body. This is all about votes. This isn't about kissing the ring of the chair of the Joint Budget Committee.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's tough to follow, so I don't know. I'll try. So basically, is what I'm hearing from Representative Duran is we're not going to pass any Republican amendments because I didn't let her know what our priorities were. Well, if you would have looked at the newspaper the day after Amendment 66 failed, you would have seen that we had a whole list of education priorities that were in there. And we heard earlier from Representative Waller that he started actually trying to talk to you about funding for his bill through the course of the summer, and all he heard was from the Joint Budget Committee was crickets. So obviously talking to the Joint Budget Committee about what priorities are still would have done no good. And Representative Wilson, we heard that, well, we have to vote no on this because it needs to go through the normal appropriations process just like all the other bills. Well, there again, members, if we want to turn to page 245, we will see $151 million worth of bills that are not going through the normal appropriations process in order to be placed into the long bill, or at least have a placeholder. So let's at least have a little consistency. I'm not going to try to impugn anybody's motives, but when we look at $151 million worth of Democrat bills that have placeholders and not a single Republican one, what am I supposed to think? Especially when I'm hearing my member get lectured by the Joint Budget Committee chair about how we can't support this bill because we didn't A, and ask for your permission for one, and then B, somehow it's not going through the normal appropriations process to be placed in there. Members, this has taken $750,000 out of the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund. Now, I'm going to say it again. You've heard me say it several times, so it's very old, but it's true. There is $78 million in there now for the Tabor surplus, or the Tabor. There's an extra $20 million on top of that. Representative Wilson is asking for $750,000 of that $20 million of excess in the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund. And the Joint Budget Committee Chair has even said that extra $20 million is there for potential legislation. Well, there again, this is potential legislation. So now, just because you're mad that I didn't write a letter to you requesting that you fund Representative Wilson's bill is no reason to oppose this amendment. I urge an aye vote. This is good legislation. We need to pass this. Thank you.
Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ron, if I could ask that map to be displayed, it would be great. Members, I rise in support of Representative Wilson's amendment. Now, I want to go back to this map of students who are passing AP course exams. And I'm very proud to say that the school district that I represent is right there in the middle, just below where it says C Inset A. There's a great big green, dark green area where it's Douglas in northern El Paso County. This money, I don't need it for Douglas. I don't need it for my school district. I want it for the school districts like the one that Representative Wilson was superintendent of for years up in Salida. I want it for all those red districts. Those of you, I don't care what side of the aisle you're on, if you're out there representing a school district where it's red, I want this $750,000 for the kids in your district. I'm not asking for anything that's selfish for the kids and the parents in the community where I live. I want to help the communities out there in rural Colorado in those red districts. And let's remember, we're talking about $9 billion general fund and a total budget that's bumping up on $24 billion. And now we're telling Representative Wilson, or I suspect the majority of us will tell Representative Wilson, that we can't find $750,000 to help kids in those red districts access AP courses and advance their education career. That's just wrong. This is an easy one to ask for an aye vote. Another thing, I'm frustrated with the idea that if we didn't respond to a letter, that our amendments somehow can't pass. We can't, as far as I know, we didn't change the process of approving and amending, debating our annual budget. This is it right here. And if 33 or more of us say yes, this amendment is put into the bill and it passes. And I don't care about a letter that was sent out before. That's the standard that we have right here, and ask for an aye vote.
Any Representative Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This dates me. You remember watching that on TV? Some of you do, don't you? There's the missing shoe. Just to illustrate, folks, I do listen, and I'm fascinated by what I learn here in this chamber. I was listening intently to what the speaker was saying. When all these go over to the other place over there, they all get stripped off. So let's put it on there and just make them strip it off. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion of J053? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J053. All those in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say no. The noes have it. J053 is lost. Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Mr.
Del
Chair.
Grosso, hold on just a second. Could I have it quiet over at the press table, please? Please show a little respect for the minority leader so he can present his amendment.
I know
Thank
it's
you.
tough.
Go ahead, Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I know you're tired of seeing me up here, but we're getting through the process. This is 20, so we're not quite halfway there, but we're almost. So how about that? I move J048, also known as Amendment 20, and ask that it be displayed.
J048, also known as Amendment 20, is properly displayed. And please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. So we're going to move off the education topic here, and we're going to switch to investing in our infrastructure in the state of Colorado. As we all know now, we don't put any money from general fund money into transportation. We used to, but there was some bills that were passed, I believe, back in 2009 before I got here, and it basically stopped the current process of putting general fund money into transportation. Now, there are ways in the future that if we have personal income growth that we can see some money go from general fund into transportation, but as of now, there is absolutely none. And so this is a way, when we talk to businesses, when you travel all over the state and you listen to people, whether it's rural, whether it's in the metro areas, all over, one of the things when you talk to the business community is we need infrastructure improvements. We need to be able to get not only people from point A to point B, but goods and services from point A to point B, and do it in a safe way. We have severe need out there. You drive on the same roads I do. You drive out there, you hit those potholes, you see all of that stuff that's out there, you know the need for transportation and investing in our transportation. And J048 simply tries to put just under $50 million, so $48.5 million of general fund into construction for repair of roads and bridges. So repair of roads and bridges. Those roads and bridges that are in desperate need of repair. Ladies and gentlemen, when we have $1.1 billion extra this year versus last year, and we can't reinvest in simple things like infrastructure, something that whether your kid's going to school, whether you're a mom dropping your kid off at soccer practice, whether you're a trucker moving goods from point A to point B, whatever it is, we all use this infrastructure. This is something that we can invest in all over the entire state of Colorado. And basically all 5 million people here in the state of Colorado can benefit from this. So I urge an aye vote on J048.
Is there any other discussion? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to get back to my JBC roots, I asked for a no vote. Okay, I'll continue speaking. Just a couple things. One, is this the 10th of your 20 amendments, or just wondering what number we are on the Del Grosso amendments, which are almost half the amendments to the package, which is great. We were trying to get to 150. I didn't do my job. Representative Del Grosso, you did a good job trying to get there, so I appreciate that effort. Just in terms of a couple things. One, total transportation dollars in this state are increasing by about $15 million to 1.3 actually billion state funding in transportation. That's federal funds and cash funds. Half of it, over half of it, coming from cash funds. That's highway user tax funds and the Bridge and Enterprise Fund. I also wanted the minority leader said no state, the general fund used to be paid, and actually it's not technically true. It was the spillover over the 6% limit, which wasn't really general fund because the general fund couldn't be over 6%. So we can get into a long theoretical debate about was that general fund or not general fund, but let's not do that. But as we heard from the minority leader, earlier about the need of education, we know there's lots of needs in education. This has lots of needs in transportation too. I agree with you. You have a bill to fund $100 million in transportation. We have a $1 billion shortfall in K-12 and against the negative factor. This is really distracting. So, you know, what is our priorities, education or transportation? A budget's trying to prioritize what we're doing, trying to be balanced in our state. This amendment isn't that. I respect the minority leader for good efforts. Just vote no.
Any further discussion of J048? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Speaker, maybe you didn't hear all the conversations that we had on education. We had all of the conversations about $1 billion shortfall in education, and we ran amendment after amendment after amendment to try to address that, but this body somehow kept voting that down. So obviously education was not a priority here in this chamber today. So now we're moving the conversation over to transportation. And so as we've heard all along, this budget is about priorities. And so we've heard that education isn't a priority by killing all the amendments earlier. So maybe transportation can be a priority. Transportation where those school buses drive on a daily basis, transporting our kids to school. We currently put no general fund money into transportation. This starts the practice of putting general fund money into transportation. This gets transportation projects up and running, up and moving. This is an investment of one-time dollars. So this is even a totally different conversation than we're having with education, because this is a one-time investment. This is not ongoing money. If we put this $48.5 million in there, we don't have to turn around and say, well, we did it last year, so now we have to do it this year. There's nothing that obligates one penny of this to further spending. A lot of the money that came in here that we're sitting on right now was one-time money, and so this goes to spend it in one-time ways. Spending and investing in Colorado with one-time expenditures. We did the same thing with capital construction, investing one-time money into those buildings and other things that the state of Colorado owns, and this is a way that we can invest in our roads, something that will benefit every person in the entire state of Colorado by fixing our roads. I urge an aye vote.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did hear the conversation earlier. I just wanted to say something. I think early on in session there was a press conference downstairs where you and I and several other of our members were there talking about the importance of education and how we are dedicated to putting more money into the negative factor and then more money into charter schools, construction. And then we see down here through the budget amendments to basically, I would argue, step away from the compromise we came up with around the Student Success Act. So, I mean, our side has always been really about how do we fund education. We work together with our colleagues, including you, Mr. Minority Leader, to fund education. That's what we have that bill for. It's moving through the process with, I think, going to get a lot of support through this chamber. This amendment and all these different amendments, as we look at them, compete with what we've tried to do in a bipartisan way. So I'd ask for a no vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate that. And yes, you're right. We are working together on a bill. Representative Hamner and Representative Murray are doing a fine job with that. They've worked extremely hard on that bill. But there's nothing in this amendment that compromises that. This does not touch where that funding source would come from. Student Success Act is looking at the State Education Fund, which I said a few minutes ago, or half hour, 45 minutes ago, there's $907 million in the State Ed Fund. This is not, when I look at the funding source for this transportation, this doesn't touch the State Education Fund. This touches general fund spending. This is saying we're going to take general fund money and we are going to invest in our infrastructure, one-time dollars. So yes, this is spending, but it is spending out of different areas. This will in no way, shape, or form affect that education spending in the package that the Speaker referred to. I urge an aye vote on J048.
Is there any further discussion of J048? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment J048, also known as Amendment 20. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye! All opposed, please say no. Amendment J048 is lost. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So obviously we've struck out on education, we've struck out on transportation. Let's move to an entirely different new area. This is something to help address those that take care of Colorado's most neediest population. And I move J030, also known as Amendment 21.
The amendment is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this bill seeks to do a 0.5% across the board increase of our provider rates. So we're talking about provider rates. We're talking about those out there that take care of our folks with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We're talking about folks that take care of people that might have a substance abuse or a mental health problem. Those doctors, those nurses, those that are dealing with our Medicaid population. Those that are dealing with Colorado's most needy citizens. They have had provider rate cut. They've seen gimmicks where a prior administration basically delayed payments. These people have been the ones that have taken the brunt of a lot of the hits when we saw the downturn. And just like education, it's time that we start investing back in those folks that take care of Colorado's most neediest citizens. And so all this is trying to do is say, we recognize that you had to take several cuts over the course of time, and we're going to put money back into you. And so we are going to increase those provider rates by 0.5% across the board. And I urge an aye vote on J030.
Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I asked for a no vote, and the reason around that is because we did provide a substantial provider rate increase in this package. In the governor's proposal, he asked for 1.5%, and we actually did a 2.5% across the board. But the other concern with this is the monies that are identified. They're once again one-time only funds, and so it will fund it 1 year and not in the outgoing years. And so if you want a fiscally responsible budget and you don't want to cause problems down the road, I simply ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, we did hear that there was an increase, and I've never said that there isn't an increase for these folks already in the budget. But the reality is some people got about 2.5%, some got 2%. Inflation projections are close to 2.8%. So we're not even keeping track or even close to what inflation rates are. Members, we've asked these folks that provide these valuable services to our needy population to continue year after year after year, do more with less, do more with less. And every year they do. And now with new federal mandates, they're being asked to do even more with less. And the least we can do is recognize that their costs continue to go up and at least try to keep track with just what those costs of inflation increase is. Members, 0.5% increase is not a lot. But this at least offsets the cost that these folks out there that are providing these valuable services to our needy population, we can at least help them out and recognize the good things that they're doing out in our society, out in our state. And I urge an aye vote on J030.
Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And once again, I just would like to point out that we gave a 2.5% increase. On the part that we gave a 2% increase was in Medicaid, and it was on the medical services line. And if you look at your packet, it'll explain to you that we gave an additional 0.5% in specific rate targeted areas. The reason why we did that is because there's certain services that are way underfunded, and that you can't get a specialized service in the rural area. And so this targets that to correct that issue. And so, yes, I agree that we needed to provide the increase for our most needy. When we were doing this raise over at the Joint Budget Committee, the DD line was left out by error, and we corrected that. And so the one exception in healthcare policy and finance is for the disability area. So we did give them a 2.5. So I just want to be clear about how it works. It's kind of complicated how we did it. We try to be fair across the board, but in medical services line, it was done a little different. But on the developmental disabled, we did do a 2.5. We made them in the exception in HIGPUF. So I just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. I don't know how many of you have ever taken care of somebody with disabilities, but we're talking about people who may not be able to talk, may not be able to walk, people who have to be gotten up in the morning, people have to have help with going to the bathroom, people who have to be cleaned up after they go to the bathroom on themselves, and everything in between. It can be a grueling job, and these people need all the help we can give them as far as support. We take care of our citizens who have intellectual and developmental disabilities. We need to start thinking about their caretakers. I would ask for a yes vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Again, I will be brief. Representative May, I never said that there was not increase in here for provider rates, and I know that you guys did increase those provider rates. I thank you for recognizing that, but I don't believe that that went far enough. Considering all the cuts that they've seen in the past, I believe this extra 0.5% would be more appropriate across the board to be able to help all of them out. I do appreciate you going after some targeted areas as well. But this is just one more way that we can invest in those that help Colorado's most vulnerable populations. And I urge an aye vote on J030.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment J030? Seeing none. Question before us is the adoption of Amendment J030, also known as Amendment 21. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. The noes have it. Amendment J030 is lost. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I move J057, also known as Amendment 22, and has to be displayed.
The amendment is properly displayed and moved. Please proceed, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, we've seen amendments to help K through 12. We've seen amendments to help with provider rates and transportation. Let's move to a different area and see if we can get somebody else some extra money in this over $1 billion extra dollars that we have this year. Amendment 22 is seeking to put an extra $25 million into COF. We hear time and time again about the cost of higher education is getting more and more unaffordable for our kids. And we hear all the time about it's getting a lot more out of reach for our kids, and it's a lot tougher for kids to be able to access that college education. And we hear statistic after statistic about how important it is for those folks to be able to, once you get that college education, how much more successful you can be in life. And the College Opportunity Fund, the way it's supposed to work, maybe it doesn't always work this way in reality, but it's supposed to be a dollar for dollar buy down to help our kids with their out-of-pocket expenses when they're going to school. So to directly offset the costs of them going to school, whether it's one of our major universities or whether it's just a local junior college. Members, if we want to help our kids access the higher education system, we need to figure out a way to make it a little more affordable for them. And this is a way that we can help them out dollar for dollar and invest in those kids. So I urge an aye vote on J057.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Minority Leader Del Grosso said a little while ago that, we talked about education, we talked about all these different things. Well, I do just want to state one thing for everybody to know. You still have a great opportunity to vote in favor of additional $232 million going to education. That's called the School Finance Act. It'll be coming your way very soon. So don't worry. There is a great opportunity to invest in our public schools and K through 12 still, and everybody has an opportunity to vote in favor of that. I know it's not bipartisan getting out of committee, but you have an opportunity to change that. With that, though, going to this amendment, I appreciate what you're trying to do here, Minority Leader Del Grosso. However, we have seen a historic increase in funding for institutions of higher ed in Colorado. There is an investment of $100 million through SB 1 and as part of this budget package as a placeholder. So we are making an incredible investment and a historical investment in higher ed in Colorado right now. And after some of the additional conversations about capital construction and the amendment that was ultimately added to our capital construction bill this morning, even more money could potentially be going to institutions of higher ed across the state of Colorado. And of course, it's not part of the budget package, so with tradition, I ask for a no vote.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, just as a point of perspective, my kids are 32 and 30. When they went to school, shortly before they went to school, the state of Colorado used to support 2/3 of the cost of their tuition. We now support 1/3 of the cost of their tuition. So to say that the funding that we're giving the state of Colorado is historic, yes, it is, because the funding for the state of Colorado for higher education is historic. We're not supporting higher education. Now, I've got to be a no vote on this amendment, but we should not fool ourselves. We are not supporting higher education the way we should, and because of that, we will find it's going to have an impact on our economic development. And we're going to find more and more and more students leaving the state because, for instance, in the state of Wyoming, they'll go up, our students will go up there, go to school there, and they'll have a free ride because the state of Wyoming cares more about the kids that are going into higher education than the state of Colorado. So the only thing that's historic about what we're doing in the state of Colorado is we're failing higher education. But I'll still be a no vote on the amendment.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I realize that this is a foregone conclusion, that all of our amendments are going to die. But the reality is at least we can give respect to people when they're trying to talk about their amendments and actually talk about helping those folks in the state of Colorado. And especially J057, which is trying to offset the cost for our kids when they're trying to go to college. Now, I know you're probably getting all of the emails from all of the kids that say, gosh, college is so cheap, I'm finding a hard time to even do it with all my extra money. I haven't got that email, maybe you have. But the reality is I still continue to hear from parents that say accessing higher education is very tough. And putting more money into the College Opportunity Fund and making it easier for kids to be able to access our higher education is a great way to invest in our youth. And with that, I urge an aye vote on J057.
Is there any further discussion of J057? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I couldn't let this go without just asking one question. Mr. Minority Leader, the allocation of this funding, how is it? Is it the current allocation system, which is the arbitrary 11% that is happening across the board, or is there a better model that maybe, and I'm looking for him, don't see him, Representative Holbert, there, right there. Representative Holbert and I might have this bill that's going to redo the funding formula in a much better way. So are we going to do it in the old, antiquated way or a new, better way to allocate the money?
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, this doesn't allocate money to higher education in either way. It just puts it directly into COF. And if your amendment or any other bills that Representative Duran talked about that are coming through the system that seek to put more money into higher education, this is in addition to. So this is not instead of, but in addition to. So a further investment in our kids accessing higher education. I urge an aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader, I really appreciate the fact that you've promoted me to Speaker twice tonight. So thank you. It's always wanted to be Speaker, so thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J057. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no.
No.
The noes have it. J057 is lost. Okay. All right. Representative Landgraf. So, okay, so Amendment 23 has been withdrawn, is that correct? Okay. J026 has been withdrawn, also known as Amendment 23. So Representative Holbert. Or who's next? Representative Holbert?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, it's an important milestone. We've only been at this now for 6.5 hours, and now we are halfway through amendments. Halfway through, and then we'll get to cows after another 6.5 hours.
Representative Landgraf.
And on that good note, I know you're going to love this one. I move Amendment 018.
Okay, Amendment J018, also known as Amendment 24, has been properly displayed and moved. Please proceed, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. $25.6 million. I'll repeat that, $25.6 million. That's the amount that is in this budget for a botched and failed RFP. Last year, Senate Bill 266 was passed to create a behavioral health crisis response center. Unfortunately, through a comedy of errors, the RFP that was sent out and the contract that was awarded was then rescinded. It is now in court, and yet there's $25.6 million in this budget to fund it. So all I'm asking for is a small portion of that money, along with $2.5 million from the dental incentive program, both of which would go to help provider fees. In a recent report by Forbes magazine, doctors, dentists, and nurses are leaving the profession in alarming numbers. This money would go to help them stay on their jobs. It's just that simple. I ask for an aye vote.
Members, the noise level in the chamber is a little bit high. I would really appreciate you bringing the conversations down to a whisper a little bit more. Thank you. Representative Kraft-Tharp.
Thank you. Representative Landgraf. Members, I urge a no vote on this amendment. Last year, we passed the Senate Bill 266, the Behavioral Health Crisis Response System. This was the first money that's really been put into our mental health system since the 2002 recession. And yes, we are working out the RFP system. It's important that we have the money in here to be able to provide good access for mental health services next year. I urge you, let's help our mental health folks in Colorado. Thank you.
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. We're really not taking the money. We're actually leaving $20 million in. But what we do have is a controversy about not only how the money was used, but we're in the middle of a lawsuit on it. And really, I think we have to be responsible in that area. I really believe that Representative Landgraf has done a good job carving out. I think Representative Landgraf has been responsible in her, where she wants to put the money. But folks, I mean, we have some controversy swirling around this, and no one is saying cut it entirely. We're just saying, hey, let's readjust what's going on here, and then let's use the money in a different way. And so this is why I rise in support of it. We're not getting rid of it entirely, but I do think how it was handled, and I do think where it went, and I do think the fact that we have a lawsuit around it is really not okay. And so with that, members, I'd urge a support for Representative Landgraf's amendment and ask that you support it. Thank you.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's exactly what Rep. Stevens says. This isn't saying anything derogatory about the program, the proposed program, or anything about mental health. We can all agree that we need mental health, a crisis center in this state, and the plan is to get that. This amendment actually leaves the entire first-year funding in place, and that's funding that we've not been able to use yet and won't be able to use until this until the court is done evaluating this, and that could take some time, at which time the second-year funding, which is all I'm stripping off, could be reallocated. So all I'm asking is that we not fund a second year of what is a botched RFP, that we go ahead with the first year funding, fund it when it's available, and take that money and use it elsewhere. It's all about fiscal responsibility.
Representative Kraft-Tharp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. So in all due respect, this is not about a botched RFP. This is not about a controversy. That this is not quite that dramatic. This, in fact, is about fiscal responsibility. This is about the appeals process working as it should. Do we wish that were not happening? We wish that were not happening. However, it is important that this state show good, sound fiscal policy. They're moving through the appeals process. We need to support that. But even more important, members, we need to support access to mental health care for the people here in Colorado. And I urge you, vote no on this. Thank you.
Representative May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, what this amendment does is it does do an ongoing reduction. And so, what this mental health crisis line funded was stabilization units, mobile response, respite services, and a crisis hotline. And just because the process wasn't working, when they came in front of the JBC, we were told that it would be available for July 1. So it does impact mental health services. And the other piece that it also does is that it doesn't have an end date, so it ends up being ongoing, and so it is a permanent reduction the way the amendment's written. I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. The question before us is the adoption of J018, also known as Amendment 24. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. J018 is lost. Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I withdraw Amendment number 25. It was a bipartisan effort. We did our best to listen to members and to come to a good compromise, but we're going to work with some of the stakeholders and keep this issue going forward. And thank you all the members who we worked with along the way.
Okay. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Rosenthal, I appreciate you cutting Amendment 25 loose.
Okay. Amendment number 25, also known as J001, has been withdrawn. Representative Swalm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I move J001, otherwise known as Amendment 25.
I believe that's 26.
You're right, excuse me. And it's J032.
Yes, correct.
Amendment 26. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members,
okay, the amendment is properly displayed and moved. Please proceed.
Give me just 1 second, Mr. Chair.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While Representative Swalm is getting his information, members, my file cabinet has always been the chamber coffee table, and I get that, and it's fine. I understand. Someone has left a bottle of half-finished King Soopers bottled water back there. I don't want to throw it away. I don't want you to forget it's there, and I want you to stay hydrated. So could you please claim it? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was my daughter, so I will go claim it.
Representative Swalm. And again, members, the noise level in the chambers is starting to creep up again. Could you please maybe hold it down a little bit?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment deals with something that I saw in the narrative on page 60 dealing with HICPUF, and it mentions that there's a decrease of almost $19 million in general fund for services for people with developmental disabilities. That's G, line G there. I made inquiries about that, and what has happened here is that the department, even though we appropriated money to get almost 12,000 people with developmental disabilities services, the department was not sufficiently aggressive in getting those folks enrolled so that they didn't spend the money. Even though we made it available to them, they did not get people enrolled, and so those services were not delivered. Now, members, this is just a footnote, but what it says is that, and I know that there might be some discussion about who was at fault here. Was it the department? Was it the community-centered boards? I think there's some finger-pointing between the two, but I don't think that really matters. I think the important point is that we need to send a message to the executive branch and saying this is a high priority for it. We've set the money aside, and we should get these people enrolled in services. So now I will say this before I go any further, that I have noticed a trend here tonight that seems to indicate that unless you're moving an amendment, at least on my side, or you're requesting a substitute amendment, that we have kind of a rough time. So why don't you, my Democratic colleagues, just treat this as a substitute motion to allow me to make some minor changes in my original amendment, and then let's just all vote for it, and we'll all be happy. So, but with that, I do urge a yes vote.
Representative Labuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Swalm, when I looked at page 60, I too had questions, and so I went and asked the JBC staff, and they told me all the decreases shown there was because we had federal funds. A federal program came in and took care of that. And so all that is showing is that federal funds came in there and gave $18.8 million.
Representative Swalm or Representative Giroux.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you must be talking to different JBC staff members than I did, because that's not what I heard. So, and even if it was federal money, and it was not used aggressively to get these folks enrolled. But I will yield the mic to Representative Giroux.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Labuda, I'm not sure what they told you, but in all honesty, year before last, last year we had to revert $7 million that was supposed to go to the DD because the department had tried to spend the money and the service providers were not ready to provide the service. And it's a matter of the department working with the service providers, and that's why the Community Living Advisory Group was formed, so that there was a coordination between the department and the providers. And I do not fault the providers for that. Then this year we reverted $14 million. So far we've reverted $21 million, and that's not federal dollars. That's our dollars that we were trying to spend to support the DD community. And on top of that, there was the RFP process that was basically botched for an RFP that was worth, I think, about $36 million. So with all due respect and in all sincerity, what Representative Swalm is trying to do is actually what so many of us want to do. And he's doing it in a very kind and a compassionate way with a footnote. He's expressing his concern and his belief with a footnote. Now, because of my role, you know where I'm going to be on it, but what I'm saying is this footnote, more than any other amendment, this footnote is some of the best work that we could do today.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Representative Giroux. I agree with you 100% that this is an extremely important amendment, even though it is a footnote. It states that as a legislature, we don't want to appropriate money for our developmentally disabled citizens and have it returned to us because of poor management. $21 million that could have gone to folks that are in need of this, that we have agreed as a legislature should be spent on the IDD community, and the department couldn't get its act together to help these folks. And it was a timing issue. From everything I've heard, it was simply timing. That because of the lateness of the proposal from the department, the providers just couldn't get together fast enough to provide housing and opportunity for our developmentally disabled individuals in our state. So I think as a legislature, this is a very soft way of saying, look, when we appropriate money, we're saying it's a priority and that we expect the departments to figure it out. So I urge a really loud aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Swalm, for bringing this amendment. I haven't been down yet tonight to speak to any of the amendments on the long bill, but this one I think is worthy of comment. I think, Representative Swalm, your heart is in the right spot and that you're trying to do the right thing here. I just want to maybe provide some additional insight to help members understand that while this looks dire and is of concern, that this entire situation is in motion. Let me explain what I mean. Last session, we all voted to move the Division of Developmental Disabilities from the Department of Human Services to HCPF. That transition is going on as we speak. And yes, there have been some hiccups in the process, but frankly, HCPF, I believe, has had the division for about 26 days now. And so I know the numbers look difficult, but In fact, they haven't been administering the Division of Developmental Disabilities for very long. Now, that doesn't mean that there's a lack of responsibility there. They have a strong responsibility to ensure that every person who needs services gets the services that they need. And I do believe that the Community Living Advisory Group, of which Representative Giroux spoke, she is a member of it, I'm a member of it, Senator Kafalis is a member of it, and Senator Aguilar is a member, along with all kinds of clients, end users, advocates, and providers, are working together to ensure that we actually do solve what is a really thorny problem here in the state of Colorado. The Community Living Advisory Group, which I call CLAG, they don't like to be called CLAG, but I call them CLAG, C-L-A-G just for short, is really working strongly and diligently, and have been for almost 2 years, to solve the thorny problems here. The governor has placed money in the budget, and the Joint Budget Committee has worked diligently to provide resources to provide and eliminate the wait list for children's extensive services. So the numbers that you see up here that are a problem actually have been solved. Not totally, but in part by action both of the governor and the Joint Budget Committee through their budgetary actions. So is the problem completely solved? The answer is no. Are people working on it? Yes. And I do believe in the next session we will all see a series of actions requested by the Community Living Advisory Group designed to ensure that in the future we don't have this kind of problem hitting us. Does this amendment and this footnote create a problem? No. Does it solve a problem? Not necessarily, but it is good to remind us that we need to keep our eye on it. And so I thank Representative Swam for bringing the amendment.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate Representative Young's comments, but this is all about leadership. I've been in management before, and I understand when you need to make a change, and it's as important as this is, to help people who cannot help themselves and families who need help, and we've agreed as a legislature should get that help immediately. You take somebody off something else and you assign somebody to get it done. So, you know, I appreciate the CLAG and the work that they're doing, but in the meantime, there are families that are struggling to take care of an individual, a precious soul of God, and need the help that we are offering them, and we're supposed to ask them to wait for the bureaucracy? I, for one, can't do that, and I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Swam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I was standing there waiting to speak again, you know, a thought came to mind. Justice delayed is justice denied. And these folks, how long have many of these people have been waiting? Years to get services that we have promised to them. And these are people who, in many cases, cannot provide for themselves. So I think we need to send a strong message. I don't really care who is at fault. You know, and as I said, there's finger pointing, you know, all around. And I think we need to say this is a top priority. And I think this footnote helps make that message clear. So what's the downside of voting for this thing? So now again, I really urge a yes vote, and thank you.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've heard that there are some members that are concerned with this footnote because it puts specific numbers in the footnote. So I asked Representative Swam where he got his specific numbers, and he got them from the Joint Budget Committee staff. So I think that everyone needs to understand that this amendment that's been crafted has been done so in a very intelligent manner. A very sympathetic, a very compassionate, and in a very intelligent manner.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, earlier this year, one of your members, Representative Schaefer, and I ran the bill to get rid of the waiting list. It was a bipartisan bill, and it got full support from both chambers. And now we're here today finding out that we have people who have been waiting on these lists for 10 years, and there is money going unspent. So I'm not going to be as nice as Representative Murray or Representative Young or Representative Swam. I don't care who's guilty. I don't care who's doing their job, how they're doing their job. They just need to do it. This can't go on. I so appreciate Representative Swam's amendment. I ask for a yes vote. And I encourage whoever is responsible for this to start doing their job. It's not acceptable to have this happen over and over again. And I've been led to believe that it's going to happen again this year with this year's funding. And we can't let this go on. Thank you.
Representative Stevens.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too rise in support of this amendment. It's probably no surprise that those of us who've been here for 8 years and are in our last session are asking why, over the years that we've done this budget, we incrementally try to help our DD community when they really deserve the most help and when they really deserve to be at the front of the line, not at the back of the line. And I think that we have strived we talk about it, we talk a great game, but we just haven't continued to move our DD community to the front of the line. And really, I've argued in committee, I know Representative Landgraf and others have argued in committee. We're expanding, and in a Medicaid expansion, we are in the middle of expanding a lot of things, but this community has been here, and now we have adult DD, which have been waiting and waiting and waiting and asking and waiting for our help. And you know what? That has just got to stop. Folks, we could make it stop today. And I understand, believe me, been to the majority budget and done it, but at the end of the day, this is so, you're talking a footnote, for goodness sakes. You're not talking about the end of the world. Surely we can come together on this. Surely we could agree on a footnote. Surely. I just tend to think and see that this population, goodness, Representative Swam, for 8 years, just asking this. And I really would urge your support for this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J032, also known as Amendment 26. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it. J032 is passed. Representative Swam. Representative Swam.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I guess thank you. I appreciate that. I guess you must have taken my advice to just treat that as one of those substitute type motions. And no, that was a good policy. I move Amendment J37, also known as Amendment 22.
27, I believe.
Excuse me. Yeah, J37 Amendment, otherwise known as Amendment 27.
Okay, the amendment is properly moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Members, this is an amendment that, frankly, I think is probably unnecessary at this point. But I do want to say why I offered it. I was concerned that the prior amendment might not be adopted, or maybe we needed to send a stronger message. What this does would have cut the department's budget by 15 or 20%, as sending an even stronger signal that we need to move our DD community, as Representative Stevens said, to the front of the line. Unfortunately, I think what that would do would probably make it even tougher for them to deliver these services. So, Mr. Chair, I respectfully withdraw Amendment J37.
Okay, members, Representative Swalm is withdrawing J037, also known as Amendment 27. Representative Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Amendment J040, also known as Amendment 28.
Please proceed. The amendment has been moved and properly displayed.
Well, we've discussed this several times. This is the modification to the CBMS program minus the other strings attached. It simply splits the appropriation for CBMS into two parts, one to follow after the one this year. So it authorizes half of the requested funding, gives us time to evaluate the program and to find out what we're really spending and where the money should come from on these issues. Should not impact federal fund matching. It does require rework of the project plan. I ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I simply asked for a no vote. We've kind of talked about how this really harms counties, families who are applying. When you arbitrarily cut a number and you have no idea what it's cutting, I don't think that's good public policy. I don't think that's the way to do a budget. We did receive a detailed plan from CBMS about what was required and what was not. What also isn't reflected in this is the federal penalties that we will receive for not doing this. So you're going to harm families, you're going to harm kids, you're going to take a penalty all because you want to arbitrarily cut a project without knowing what you're cutting. I asked for a no vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J040, also known as Amendment 28. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. J040 is lost. Representative Del Grosso. Representative, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I move J054, also known as Amendment 29, and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is properly moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. This money would be used, $27.5 million, for repair of roads and bridges. So again, we're back to construction. It's kind of, we had this conversation a little bit earlier, but this comes from different pots of money from where we had earlier. So this puts $27.5 million towards our infrastructure, our roads and bridges. Quite frankly, again, when we have over $1 billion sitting out there, there's no reason that we can't at least take a few of those dollars and reinvest back in Colorado on one-time spending. So I urge an aye vote on J054.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And essentially what this amendment is going to do is delay many projects across the state for recycling resources. And so earlier we had a conversation about this and why this is important, but you'll be affecting funded projects in Denver, La Junta, the city of Grand Junction, Loveland, Sterling, Mineral County, and Greeley. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J054. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. The noes have it. J0454 is lost. Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, J046 I would like to move, and which is also known as Amendment 30, and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, the amendment is properly moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we're going back to some provider rates. So before we were looking at across-the-board provider rate increases. We heard Representative May talk about inside HCPF, they had some pretty substantial raises to the provider rates, according to her. And then they also did some extra targeted provider rate increases inside HCPF as well. So this seeks to add 0.5% of provider rate increases for those that are outside of HCPF, those that only got the 2% instead of the 2.5%. So this is moving those guys up in parity with everybody else that got the provider rate increase. So I urge an aye vote on J046.
Any further discussion? Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J04. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just urge a no vote. I think that we did what we could in terms of some of the increases. I find it interesting that you're looking at medical service and behavioral health provider rates, but I think through our decisions that we made, we did the best we could for provider rate increases. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Churro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, Representative Melton has a list going along about when we're going to be gone. If anybody sees Representative Melton, would you please tell him I want to drop my number down to an earlier hour than where it's set right now? We're going too fast.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, members, provider rates, these are those that we reimburse. We help reimburse their costs for those that provide essential services for our most needy citizens. And as we heard Representative May talk about, those inside HCPF got a higher increase than those outside of HCPF. And then inside of HCPF, they also gave extra targeted increases in those provider rates. She said, so there's 2.5 inside, 2% out. So this is just seeking to add 0.5% to those that are outside of HCPF to bring parity. Again, all this is trying to do is help reimburse at a better rate those that take care of our most vulnerable citizens. And I urge an aye vote on J046.
Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And since Minority Leader Del Grosso keeps recalling my name, I just want to be clear that the problem with this is that you're taking it from from CBMS. I just made that argument. It's one-time only funding. A provider increase, usually we consider it ongoing. So balanced budget, fiscal responsibility, taking care of where we need to take care of. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion of J046? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J046. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. J046 is lost.
We almost did, Bob.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J052, also known as Amendment 31.
We're waiting for it to be displayed. Okay, the amendment is properly moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we're going back to cough again. So maybe after we had a few minutes to kind of think about the last one, maybe you had a change of heart. Maybe you started thinking, going, gosh, that crazy Del Grosso guy that was trying to help these young kids that are wanting to access our college education system, maybe he's right. Maybe we do need to do something to help out these young people of Colorado. And there again, when we talk about cough, there's a way that we can do a dollar for dollar buy down when we're looking at trying to help these kids in their out-of-pocket expenses when they're trying to access our system. This is something they can use. The local junior college, the community college, CU, CSU, one of our major universities, so this able to use this anywhere they want to go. This is taking $20 million out of the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund, which I will say again, and I've said this several times, Representative Duran talked about $78 million to have in there for our Tabor Reserve. This does not touch that $78 million. This touches the $20 million that was put in there on top of that, which means there's $98 million. If we take this $20 million and invest in our kids, there'll still be the $78 million out there for our reserves. So, members, I urge an aye vote in investing in our kids in higher education on J052.
Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked for a no vote. This year's budget had the historical amount given to higher ed. We've given over $100 million. I think, you know, like with any budget, you have to, you know, be balanced about that, and this is a responsible way of going about it. I ask for no vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J052. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. The noes have it. J052 is lost.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative McNulty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
Representative McNulty.
Took my move. I withdraw my motion.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For those of you that don't know what just happened, Representative McNulty was just trying to cheat. And what he was trying to do is make his time on Representative Melton's list work. And I tried to steal Representative Melton's list, and he wouldn't let me have it.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to be known that that idea did come from me first. So I move that we rise and report. I withdraw that motion.
All right. Maybe we could try being a little more serious here. Representative Szabo. Representative Szabo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's get serious. I move J028, better known as Amendment 32. Ask it to be displayed, please.
All right. The amendment is properly moved and displayed. Representative Szabo, please proceed. Oh, Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is about, wait for it, strip clubs and not using your EBT card at strip clubs. You heard it last year. You're going to hear it again. It is already, hello, members, it is already against federal law to use an EBT card at strip clubs. And what we're really talking about here, it's not a reflection on values. We're talking about feeding children, clothing children, housing children, and wasting money at strip clubs. Our money, your money. Federal dollars should not be used at strip clubs. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Szabo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, members,
Representative Szabo.
yeah, I'm talking. I just can't even hear myself think.
Members,
Thank you.
Let's have it a little bit more quiet in the chambers, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now I can hear myself think. You know, members, truthfully, when we give out these EBT cards, they're really for, or they should be, for the people who truly need them. to feed their families, to feed their children, because we value that idea of not going to bed hungry as sacred in this country. And we need to make sure that when we take the taxpayer dollars and give it to the people that are in need, that they are using it to feed themselves and to feed their children. Not to use it for extracurricular activities that maybe everybody doesn't agree with. It is irresponsible not to pass this amendment because it is taking taxpayer dollars that are used to feed the needy and to use it for activities that they shouldn't be. And the public is appalled with that. Thank you.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm actually surprised that Representative Pabone's name isn't on this. I think this should be the Pabone Memorial Amendment. And I'm sure that right now, wherever he is, I know where he said he was going to be, but wherever he really is, I know he would appreciate that. At the time that we discussed this issue, was it 2 years ago? I can't, whatever. Oh, was it just last year? You know, people think that I'm term limited, even though I've only served for 6 years, and I keep telling them that it's my personality that just makes you feel like I've been here longer than that. That's kind of what happens to some of the bills that we run. But seriously, I certainly appreciate the intent of the amendment sponsors, but you need to keep in mind that ATMs would have to be programmed differently in strip clubs than any other place, because there are a certain amount of dollars that are put on SNAP cards that are accessible for emergencies. And I don't want to get into the definition of an emergency, but this would be a discrimination of strip club ATMs.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yes, this may be unfair to ATMs and strip joints. I'm not sure about that. But I do know that people who have EBT cards can be audited, and they have been audited. And it has been, that's how they know people use them at strip joints, because they've been audited. And somebody's going to come up here, probably Representative May, and explain that you can't use a SNAP card or a food stamp card any place other than for groceries, and she'll be right. But you can use other benefits, and you use those benefits, you get cash out of a machine so that you can go and pay your rent, or you can buy your kids a coat, or if it's Christmas, you can buy them a bike. But you can't do any of that if you're wasting your money at a strip joint. And even if you're not actually spending money at a strip joint, there are many other places where you can get cash for your needs. It doesn't have to come from a strip joint. Please vote yes.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I am a little bit concerned. I mean, this is a serious debate. I mean, the use of these cards at such establishments, I think if the general public realized that that was allowed, they'd be appalled. We don't allow it at liquor stores in the state of Colorado for an EBT card to be used at an ATM. We do not allow the EBT card to be used at a gambling facility. We do not allow the EBT card to be used at a firearms store or liquor store. Yet we allow it at a strip club. The federal government's guidelines do not allow for the cards to be used at strip clubs. If you're a federal employee, you could not use the card at a strip club. Yet we do as a state. And I think if the people out there, if they're listening or watching, would be appalled that we're allowing the strip club to be an operation of which you can use an EBT card. This is a good amendment. I ask for a yes vote.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I actually, there's Representative May. We've had this debate tons of times on this. I think they're legitimate, not Representative May, we in the chamber have. And I think Representative May makes some significant points around how the process works, the ATMs moving around, as she's made in caucus and maybe is made on the floor tonight. But this is, as Representative Landgraf, when she talked about this, is already existing law. This one, and there's going to be another one next, I think, that's similar. And for this one, and actually I'll just pre-do the next one, I'd ask for an aye vote on both of them.
Is there any further discussion? Representative May.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I didn't even get to talk yet. So, I bring up the rear. So thank you very much. But I just want to be clear. This is the way ATMs work in Colorado, and they actually work away across the nation like this, that if I'm Janice May's Bakery and I put that ATM in the bakery, it's registered to Janice May's Bakery. When the thing gets serviced, it gets pulled and it gets moved. They don't change where it was originally registered. So it can be then moved to Mr. Speaker's strip club, and it would come up as Janice May's Bakery. So the same thing happens conversely, that if it is in the strip club originally and then it's moved to a place that you deem appropriate to take cash out of a machine, it will register there. And so that's why it's less than 1% of the total number of usage. And it's because of that issue. The banks refuse to change that because it's costly to them. So, the amendment, it's law that you can't do that, but it will always show up on the report because of that problem. The other issue is, just because I walked into the place to use it, doesn't mean that's where I spent the money. If you're in a district and you don't have a lot of banks or other places, I live in a community that doesn't have a grocery store in it. It's a long place to get one. So if there's something closer and I walk in there to use that, it doesn't necessarily mean that's where I spent the money. So it's a stigma that we're putting on people. I'm not for spending money in those establishments, but the report is you're always going to have something. So the word insure, impossible. I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you're going into the ATM or to use the ATM in the strip club, where do you get the $15 or $20 to pay the cover to get into the strip club to get the ATM machine?
A different ATM.
But you can, but that's the issue. There's no reason to go into that, and the ATM is there. If this has to be recorded or relabeled for the ATM purposes, a liquor store is going to have the same issue. If the ATM is moving over to the liquor store, so this is not a burden on the banks in the way that I think it's being touted as. This is something banks are already having to do for other establishments. It's not that difficult to add strip clubs to that list. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Representative May, thank you. Unfortunately, we're not talking about Janice May's Bakery. We're talking about a strip joint. And I did call on this, and as it turns out, ATM machines have a switch that can be turned off or on or set, I don't know how it works, that would prohibit cards from being used in that machine. Just like Safeway or King Soopers prohibit certain purchases when you go to the grocery store. If you go to the grocery store with your EBT card, you can't buy cigarettes. You have to pay cash. And there are other items that are, against the rules. So I do believe this can be done, and I do believe this is a good amendment, and I do believe that you should vote yes.
Representative Szabo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, folks, the argument is that the banks don't have the mechanism or the money to make these ATM machines fit, but we've heard testimony that they actually do, because they put them in other stores, liquor stores, and other types of stores. So the technology is there. And members, we really have to be careful how we spend taxpayer dollars. We need to do it responsibly. And by cutting out this loophole, that would be the responsible thing to do. I ask for an aye vote on J028.
Is there any further discussion on J028? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J028. All those in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. J028 is adopted. Representative Zabel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J029 and ask it to be displayed.
J029 is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this amendment would place a footnote in the budget to prohibit electronic benefit withdrawals at medicinal and retail marijuana stores. Under current federal and state law, recipients of public benefits are already prohibited from withdrawing those benefits from gambling establishments, firearms dealers, and liquor stores. However, since we are one of the first states in the nation to legalize marijuana, and since it's still classified by the federal government as an illegal substance, there is no prohibition in place at either the federal or the state government against the withdrawal of public assistance at marijuana stores. Now, this is particularly concerning in light of data from the Department of Human Services, which shows in January of 2014, the first month of legal marijuana, there were over 64 transactions and thousands in public assistance withdrawn at marijuana establishments. Establishments with fine names such as the Medicine Man, Starbuds, the Green Solution, MMJ Uptown, and the Sanctuary. We all want those who are in need, who have to withdraw public assistance funds, to have access to establishments to do so. But it cannot be at the integrity of the system. I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Szabo?
No, go ahead, May.
Representative May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Norberg, I just want to know, does this prohibit the sale of Girl Scout cookies in front of the store? Because I'm very concerned about that.
Representative Nordberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative May, you can rest assured your Girl Scout cookies will be safe. This amendment does not cover that issue.
Representative Szabo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next one, number 34, is the Girl Scout cookie amendment. Yeah, so she looks. Okay. No, seriously, you guys, this is an abuse of taxpayer dollars. It's not funny. These cards truly need to be used for families to eat, to feed their children, not to feed their habits. You know, members, when the provision to let people withdraw cash from their EBT card came about, I really don't think the intent was that they do it at pot dispensaries, buy marijuana with it. When I saw a story on television or on the news the other day, the public is outraged with this. And I think it's our duty as the Colorado State Legislature to make sure that when the public is outraged, that we listen and that we spend their money in a responsible way, that they won't get outraged. By being able to use these cards in ATMs and pot shops, which are normally located in the very back of those shops, so you have to go through the shop to get to the ATM, is unacceptable and an irresponsible use of our taxpayer dollars. And I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Szabo, I was just curious about how you knew that the machines are all the way in the back of the store.
Representative Szabo.
Fox 31, I can send you the news story.
Representative Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I didn't know if I was going to come down here and talk about the last two amendments, but I have to, because what's going on, members, is that they're speaking in code. This is another attack on poor people. This is code language. They are demeaning poor people by giving the impression that they're using these cards at strip clubs and marijuana. They're demonizing poor people by using this code language. And I'm sick and tired of it. People are struggling. They're not using these cards to buy marijuana or to go into a strip club. Why do we have to demonize poor people? This is not funny. And I'm fed up with it.
Representative Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will be very serious down here. We've referred to an investigative report done by Fox 31 here in Denver that proved that, in fact, these funds were likely, and I quote Fox 31, likely being used for the purchase of marijuana. Now, this is not an attack on poor people. Not at all. This is not an attack on the poor. In fact, I think it's disrespectful to those who are struggling with poverty, many of whom may have substance abuse addictions, to hang this out there for them and say, you know what, we know you're struggling, we know you might have an addiction, but we as the state government in Colorado are going to give you the opportunity, such an easy opportunity to go withdraw funds that should be used, that we are encouraging you to use to draw yourself out of poverty, and use that to continue your addiction. That's a slap in their face, in my opinion. That's what we're trying to prevent. That's why we ran the bill this session. And we were ridiculed for running the bill, that it was a reaction to some fictional story that was on social media, and it turned out not to be that at all. In fact, it turned out to be a very realistic problem that we were addressing. So the bill didn't pass, and now here's a footnote, just a footnote. And members, we should not be debating a footnote. We should have already passed a bill, because frankly, this is a problem. It's been addressed by our local media as a legitimate problem. It's against federal law to use these funds in liquor stores, in gambling establishments, but we're going to allow these individuals to go into a marijuana shop with that temptation of purchasing an addictive substance when they're struggling in poverty. I think that's disrespectful. I don't think that's something that we should be encouraging as state government, and I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J29, which is Amendment 33. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Amendment 33 is adopted. Representative Gardner. Amendment 34. That has been withdrawn. Okay. Amendment 34 is withdrawn. Amendment 35. Representative Gardner, Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering if you're asking Representative Gardner to come down to the well and bob. No?
The next two amendments have been sponsored by Representative Gardner. Both of them are withdrawn. Thank you. Representative, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Minority Leader. Amendment 36, J016. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment J16, which is Amendment number 36. Has to be displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment takes out of the excess general fund reserve that's in the budget to go to pay the claims of the Lower North Fork fire. Since the supplemental process, we have settled 2 claims, I believe, for a total of $531,000. This is moving the money into the Department of Public Administration to pay through the State Claims Board. So I'd ask for an aye vote. This is money we need to pay. We know how much it's settled. So ask for an aye vote.
Representative May.
This is a fiscally responsible amendment. Great amendment. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on J16, Amendment 36? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J16, which is Amendment 36. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 36 is adopted. Representative Landgraf. Amendment 37. Withdrawn. Thank you. Withdrawn. Amendment 38. Representative Del Grosso, Mr. Minority Leader.
Members, I apologize. We're actually moving pretty fast here. Maybe I can slow this up a little bit for us here. Glad I'm back. All right, I appreciate that. All right, members, I move J036, ask that it be displayed, also known as Amendment 38, for those of you that are following along in your playbooks.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
All right, so this one's a little bit different than some of the other ones. It's still kind of dealing with constructions. It's dealing with the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund, the extra pot of money that's been set aside for extra bills. But this one's being used for the CDOT offset bridge program. So what that is there's bridges that are currently owned by local cities and counties. Every couple years they go out and they have those bridges inspected. If they find out there's some kind of an issue, a lot of times they don't have the money to fully fix those bridges. But there's currently a program where they can apply and get a grant. There's a matching money that they have to put in, so it's not 100% we pay. But the need for that is greater than the dollars that are there. So this is a great way that we can invest in our local municipalities and our cities and counties and their bridges that have quite a bit of a infrastructure need that's out there. This is especially important for those out in rural Colorado. A lot of times those smaller municipalities, those smaller counties, quite frankly, don't always have the funds to repair those bridges. And so this is a way a lot of times that we can invest in rural Colorado and those that are in greatest need around our state. So I urge an aye vote on J036.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that Minority Leader Del Grosso pointed out that, there's $20 million in that Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund, and after these conversations today, it may even be less because we've had such a great policy debate around a variety of different bills that are working their way through the Appropriations Committee and working their way through the legislature. But with that, I would ask for a no vote. This $10 million for Department of Transportation would be a very minor amount in terms of all the different things that I think ultimately we need to do. We receive a lot of federal money for the Department of Transportation, and with that, I would just ask for a no vote, and again, throughout this process, being consistent with the decisions of the Joint Budget Committee.
Representative De La Grosso, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, members, this is a great way that we can invest in rural Colorado, basically all over our cities and counties, quite frankly, that have bridge problems. They can apply for a grant program. The numbers out there, the need is greater than the dollars. Yes, $10 million isn't going to fix the entire problem, but the reality we've heard all day long that anything with any kind of a fiscal note obviously is too high. So we wanted to try to be fiscally responsible. This $10 million is one-time money, so we're not obligated to fund this again next year. So this is not ongoing. Again, I urge an aye vote on J036.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J036, which is Amendment 38. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. J36 is lost. Representative Szabo. Representative Vigil. Representatives Vigil and Szabo.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry, I'll make it halfway.
Very good. I move Amendment J013, also known as Amendment 39.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Yes, please. I'll just start out by saying that Amendment 39 to the long bill needs to be passed.
Pardon me. Let's have quiet on the sides, please. Thank you. Please proceed, Representative Vigil.
Amendment 39 to the long bill needs to be passed to effectuate the negotiated agreement that we will adopt on to House Bill 1342. I can't even read it anymore. L01 to the funding of the higher ed, OIT, and Tier 2 controlled maintenance projects from 1314 general fund surplus.
Representative Szabo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an important note in this amendment on page 13, line 17 through 22, which sets forth the footnote for all the appropriations in the amendment as being conditions upon the transfer of the general fund surplus and upon the prioritization specified in 1342. As you remember earlier on, I don't know, about 1:30 today, we passed 1342, and that was the funding mechanism for the capital construction. This is just a footnote to that to set the priorities for the amendment. It does not impact the priorities and what that funding source does. It just sets them how they will go if the budget surplus from the September forecast is higher than the OSPB forecast.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you. And the fact that OIT is first on the amendment does not impact the priority. It's just first in the amendment because the department comes first in the bill, long bill. So the amendment has to address that one first. So that's the way that this works, and we ask that you support this this amendment.
Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And members, I'm pleased to be able to join my two CDC colleagues in support of Amendment 39. This was, I think, very well done, very well put together. I congratulate Representative Vigil and Representative Szabo for their efforts to bring this all together and get bipartisan support, and not only that, but support from the governor's office, excuse me, as well. So I urge your strong yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Duran?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank all of the work thank everybody who was involved with the work going into this amendment. It is a fiscally responsible amendment, but please vote no.
Representative Giroux?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we all owe the CDC committee, our members in this chamber, a wealth of thanks. This is really awesome. Of course, I'll be a no, but this is really awesome. Don't do what I'm doing.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J013, also Amendment 39. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 39, J013 is adopted. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment J25, which also known as Amendment 40, has to be displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment takes $100,000 out of the supplemental add-ons in the long bill that were appropriated to OSPB and moves it.
Could we please have quiet in the chamber? Thank you.
Moves it from a computer system that they had expected that were going to cost $300,000, but now think it will cost $200,000. Moves that $100,000 into a cost-benefit analysis that hopefully also the legislature is going to be putting $50,000 into. This will help us do some very good analysis on programs throughout the state. So as we make decisions here in the legislature and the governor's office makes decisions, we can have much more informed decisions based on evidence and analysis. I think something we all hope to have more of. So it is a good amendment. Please vote yes.
Representative May?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just ask the body to vote no. This is a speaker amendment. I highly recommend a no vote. It's fiscally irresponsible. We shouldn't be supporting it. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J025, Amendment 40. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Amendment 40 is adopted. Mr. Minority Leader.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I move J050 and ask it be displayed.
It is displayed. This is also, members, Amendment number 41 in your packet.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Chair, members, all right, listen up. I would just like, in case you haven't known this yet, because you haven't seen the calendar for next week, if you look at appropriations, there's a pretty monster list of bills that are in appropriations. Last count, there's over 70 bills that are sitting in House Appropriations, and I believe there's another 37 that are sitting in Senate Appropriations, so about 107 bills total that are sitting in appropriations. What Amendment 41 does, if we pull back your book, your lavender book, page 245, this says that your bill is equal to every other bill that's on there. The reality is it's going to take everything that is on page 245 and it's going to put it into the normal appropriations process, just like your bills. And this says that these bills have to go through the same process that your bills that are currently sitting in appropriations have to do. This doesn't say that 6 members get to bless what bills are going to pass and what bills aren't going to pass. Because basically there's $151 million that's sitting as part of a balanced budget package, but the reality is these bills, half of these don't even have bill numbers yet. And to say that we're going to go ahead and throw a placeholder in here, and this hasn't had to go through the same process that your bills have had to go through is wrong. So this doesn't mean that these bills won't pass. If you like the $100 million for higher education, or if you like the other bills that are for child care or increased judges, all that stuff, doesn't say that these won't pass. It just pulls them out of the long bill. It says there's $151 million that are sitting there, and basically says that these bills have to go through the same process that all of your bills do. And it basically gives your bills a fighting chance because they're not put in here as a placeholder. So any person that has a bill that's sitting in appropriation that would like to see their bill pass, I would submit to you that you might want to pass Amendment 41. Amendment 41, I guess that's kind of a little odd, but that's, we're talking about spending money. That was good, that was good. But no, really, members, I mean, if you look at 245, we're saying there's a placeholder in there for $151 million. We didn't get to pick what bills that were pick and chose to be put in there. 6 members did. These bills should have to go through the same process that your bill does. And so I urge an aye vote on Amendment 41.
Is there any further discussion? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I actually have to say I respect Representative and the Minority Leader's opinion here and what he's doing. I disagree, partly because of where I used to sit. And I believe the JBC should, as they balance the budget, look at legislation that's out there and try and figure out how you balance some of the priorities that we've laid out. The biggest number of this 150 some odd, roughly $1 million is $100 million for higher education, a bipartisan bill coming out of the Senate in support, Senate Bill 1. But I actually don't completely disagree with the Minority Leader. And I think the better policy discussion here is, should the JBC have the ability to placeholder bills? Right now they have that ability. We used to do it when I was on the JBC. It's part of the balancing package. So, you know, if this amendment passes, the money goes into control maintenance and we can pay for it. So it really doesn't end up doing much. But I think the policy that the Minority Leader is raising is a good policy and probably something we as a body should have a discussion about on should the JBC be able to placeholder bills or not placeholder bills. I'm gone, so it's not going to be up to me. It'll be up to future legislatures. But because they do have that power right now, and we as a legislature have given them the authority to do that, I think these are important bills that they've supported. They still, all of us still have the ability to vote no on any of these bills, and if they die, then that money gets freed up. So I really think the Minority Leader has raised a good policy debate. I don't support it through this amendment because I do think the JBC did with what is in their powers to do and what we as a General Assembly and past General Assemblies have given them the authority to do. If we want to change that, I think that is a worthwhile debate on that. But for now, I want to respect what our JBC has done because I believe they've lived within the powers they have as of right now. And so I would say I'd ask for a no vote on this amendment, but I do think this probably does deserve further conversation.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, this came about because when we were looking at drafting amendments, we were told you have to designate specifically where each one of your amendments are coming from. And we heard, why does Del Grosso have so many different amendments? Well, I had to draft so many different amendments because you have to look at all the different kinds of ways that you can fund this, because this $151 million is basically untouchable. And so because this was the blessed list that was put together by the Joint Budget Committee as far as what we're going to put in here. So I couldn't say that I'm just going to take, the way I look at it, the budget is not balanced. There's $151 million that's just sitting out there. If you pull out the long bill, 1336, and you pull out the big thick packet, you'll notice there's, if you added it all up, the $151 million wouldn't be in there. So I look at, there's still $151 million that's free for anybody here to be able to designate to be spent in a certain way. But as a result of the placeholders that are in the narrative, we can't amend the narrative. So the Joint Budget Committee puts together the narrative. They say this is what the blessed bills are, and this is how this is going to be spent. So again, these are bills that are going to get priority when you're looking at the Appropriations Committee. So if you don't notice one of your bills on here, your bill may or may not get through, but the reality is these are the ones that will be given priority. These are the ones that will be looked at before your bill. These are the bills that the Joint Budget Committee say are the most important ones. So you might think that your bill is the most important one, but quite frankly, if you didn't make the top 10 list or 20 list for the Joint Budget Committee, you are not on that list and you probably won't make it through. You get to compete with the scraps that are left over. So with that, I move that we vote yes on, or I ask for an aye vote. I guess I'd move that everybody vote yes. It's been a long day. But the reality is, put those out there, take away their designated "we're better than your bill" status that these have, and let them compete just as long as with your bill. And I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J050, also known as Amendment 41. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Amendment 41 is lost. Mr. Minority Leader.
All right, I move J031, also known as Amendment 42, and ask it to be displayed. We're getting close.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we are back to provider rate increases again. So this again is seeking to increase provider rates for those that are not in HCPF, those that didn't get the extra 0.5% or the targeted increases. This is the ones that are outside that only got 2%. This is, again, people out there that are servicing our most vulnerable populations, those that were cut many times. They had many different gimmicks placed on them. Again, in case you missed it last time, there was one of the budget balancing gimmicks that was put out there that we basically delayed this for almost a month on paying these guys. And so these people have taken the brunt of budget woes in the past several times, and this is a way that we can give back and at least to go to restore some of the funding that they have had cut. This is going after the Controlled Maintenance Fund, which again, in case you did not know, there's an extra $20 million that's sitting in the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund above the Tabor Reserve. $20 million, as the Joint Budget Chairwoman has stated, that could all potentially be used for future bills. Well, we can simply take $2.3 million, put it in there and help those that are helping our most vulnerable population. So I urge an aye vote on J031.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I asked for a no vote. I think we did the best that we could when it comes to community provider rates this year. Again, you have to distinguish between one-time funding and base building activities. And again, I'm not even sure it's 20 million. We've had a great conversation tonight about a variety of different initiatives, and I suspect that number may actually be a little bit lower.
Mr. Minority Leader?
No.
Nope. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J031, also known as Amendment 42. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. J031 is lost. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move J042, also known as Amendment 43, and ask that it be displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
All right, members, so this one does the exact same thing as the last one. This goes in and gives money back to our community providers, those, again, that are providing valuable services to our most vulnerable citizens. But if you look at page 1 of your general fund overview in your lavender book, excess general fund reserve money, there's an extra $7.5 million that we have sitting out there. So this seems to take a small portion of that money and says, well, if we have extra, let's go ahead and give some of that extra $7.5 million to our folks that are providing services to our most valuable citizens. So I urge an aye vote on J042.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if you remember back to the time that we started debating this budget, you may remember amendment number 1, and that was Representative Singer's amendment that basically used that money to go towards a tax credit for property destroyed by a natural disaster. And so this amendment would be changing that. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And nothing stops Representative Singer's bill from going through the normal appropriations process and fighting for the extra $20 million or whatever is out there, like everybody else's bill. So I urge an aye vote on J042.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I disagree with that because I think that we should have as a priority some of the bipartisan efforts to make sure there's recovery from the natural disasters that have hit Colorado so hard, and Representative Singer's bills is one of those bills. So you would basically be taking away money for flood recovery to go to Minority Leader Del Grosso's effort here. So I'd ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J042, also known as Amendment 43. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Amendment 43 is lost. Mr. Minority Leader.
I will withdraw Amendment 44.
Number 44 is withdrawn.
Well, I guess if there's a lot of angst over that, I can go ahead and...
Mr. Minority Leader, Amendment 45, J45.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with that, I move the final amendment of the evening, J45, also known as Amendment 45, and ask that it be displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, we're going to finish the night again with provider rates. Again, we have fought all night long for different areas of the budget, but this is another one that I feel that we can reward those folks that are taking care of Colorado's most vulnerable population. And this is going to give a 0.5% increase in community provider rates to those folks out there in Colorado. There again, these people have been cut over and over and over again, and this is just a small way that we can give back to those folks that are helping our most vulnerable citizens. Those that are providing services to our developmentally disabled folks, our folks with mental health needs. And with that, members, I urge an aye vote on J045.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. I probably didn't get everybody down, but I think Representative Sonnenberg was first. Representative Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I urge you to listen to this one, this last one that Representative Del Grosso is bringing forward. I can tell you that we all want to have our say here and actually have one that accomplishes something in a positive fashion. I would urge you to vote yes. I'm going to be an yes, and I ask for your support.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was embarrassing, Representative Everett. You know, I rise in support for Amendment 45. We have not been here near long enough to have a good, solid discussion on all the things that are important to my constituents. And we have several hours to go. And since Representative Del Grosso has been so kind as to come up with this many amendments, I do believe that we owe him the courtesy of spending just a little more time together. And I know Representative Duran is excited and elated to be able to come back up and discuss one more amendment.
Representative Szabo? Representative Szabo?
No, let's go sit down. I don't have my necklace. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for bringing forth all these issues that are important to our state and all of Colorado. And I'm looking forward to hearing what all my colleagues have to say.
Representative Priola?
Wait, what time am I at, Jamon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, in all seriously, colleagues, I appreciate the hard work and the many hours we've spent thoroughly discussing the most important constitutional requirement we have, and that is the long bill, the budget. This amendment is very important to us. It takes money out of the controlled maintenance fund and helps it go towards patients and the providers paying for what? Provider rate increase. I know it doesn't have any ATMs involved. With that, I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Navarro?
Members, we have been here for 12 hours, and I just want to say thank you for all of your hard work. It's been a pleasure to work with all of you during this budget, and we have worked really hard to do what we can for the state of Colorado, and I appreciate all your time and consideration in listening to all of our amendments. Vote yes on this one.
Representative Moreno?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Del Grosso, I think if this amendment was a footnote, you could get it through.
Representative Gardner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I know at this late hour it is somewhat difficult to concentrate, even for those of us who are speaking. However, that makes Amendment 45 no less important, no less monumental to the people of Colorado. So, what I would like to ensure so that Amendment 45 does not receive sort of short shrift is spend about the next 3 hours discussing where this money is coming from and how the amendment operates. I mean, you start with the fact that it's going to amend the printed bill, and that refers to House Bill 1336, sponsored by my friend and colleague, Representative Duran. And if you would get House Bill 1336, which is in that big notebook, and go to page 580, you will see on line 20 that there's $20,093,068, which is going to be stricken. And we will substitute, by this amendment, $10,439,975. And then on page 580, same page, after line 20, recall that line 20 was what we just amended, we're going to insert this language, Section 20, appropriation. And then there's that all-important word, the word that, you know, you should always watch for in this business, notwithstanding. And notwithstanding the fact that I do believe I could discuss Amendment 45 for the next 2 hours and 55 minutes There are this whole raft of colleagues that wish to speak, and so I do not wish to deprive them of that. Although I will say that Representative Duran and Representative May have both remarked upon my silence today. And Madam Chair, it's caused me to wonder, should I be down here or not to discuss amendment number 45? But as I say, notwithstanding, I will cease for the moment and urge an aye vote. Thank you, Representative Murray. And urge an aye vote on amendment number 45.
Representative Conti, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Sorry, Representative Gardner, this is your last time to talk on second reading the budget before you are, as I am, term limited. So, I mean, that was really, you could have gone a lot longer. So if you want to, I would love, I will sit here with my ears open, listening to all the amazing points you have. So.
Representative Conti.
Members, I thank you so much for the attention that you've paid this evening to all the important budget issues that we've had to discuss tonight. And I do rise in support of J45, amendment number 45. That is a 45, right? Okay. Yes. These are the folks that are providing services for the least among us. And the provider rates, as you know, have been declining for years. They've been asking to do more with less, and I think it is very incumbent upon us to recognize the service and the important service that they provide for the members of our community who are disabled and have difficulties both physically and mentally. And I sincerely ask you to really consider this and give this an aye vote. Thank you for your attention.
Representative Joshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues. We had a great evening, and I think this amendment is really great because in numerology, when you take 4 plus 5, that comes to 9, and I think 9 is a very auspicious number, and I think that will do real good to all of us in state of Colorado. So I think this is a good time, and it's about 9 o'clock too. So I think that's really a good omen here that we should vote for this amendment. So I urge yes vote on amendment 45.
Representative Melton. Representative Melton. Yeah, no. Representative Everett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask that the amendment be read at length.
Hearing no second, that motion is lost. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on J45, Amendment 45? Representative Giroux.
Oh, didn't move? Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, in all seriousness, and we haven't voted on this amendment, so I would encourage you to vote your conscience and whatever. But the honest truth of it is, this is the way you do a budget. You do it with respect and you do it with good humor. And I really appreciate everybody on this side of the aisle. Because when you lose time after time after time after time, and you can come down here in the well with the good nature and the good sportsmanship and the true leadership, you guys make me proud. Thank you.
Representative Hope. Please proceed.
Members, it's been a great debate tonight.
I realize my side of the aisle did not win many, but I've been married to an Irish-Italian girl for 47 years.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Sane.
Members, this discussion is brought to you by the word notwithstanding, and notwithstanding the notwithstandingness of this amendment. I'm going to offer you a little ditty. Let it go, let it go, let this amendment pass.
Representative Fisher? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Minority Leader.
Again, members, I urge an aye vote on Amendment 45. And before we vote, I would like to say thank you to Representative Fisher and Representative Labuda for doing a good job of chairing tonight. I appreciate your hard work. And with that, I urge an aye vote on Amendment 45.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I have not said much today because I know all of you love to talk, and I didn't want to interfere with that. Obviously, we've had a good discussion here on the budget. It's been civil for the most part. And it's been productive in that we've all learned a great deal about this document that's the members of the Joint Budget Committee and members of the state offices and agencies have worked very, very hard on. And as I stand to ask for a no vote on this amendment, I would like to thank my colleagues for all that they've done on, in terms of discussing this budget, and particularly the Minority Leader, who seems to have done a fair amount of it, and the rest of you. And just say, in spite of my asking for a no vote on this amendment, I think you've all been yes votes as far as the budget is concerned.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of J45, which is Amendment 45. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Amendment 45 is lost. Members, that concludes the amendments that were in our packet, and since no other amendments were submitted the required time in advance, we're now to the bill. Representatives Duran and Giroux and May, do you wish to make any closing comments to argue for your bill? Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Majority Leader. I really appreciate your comments. You know, I never ask you to co-sponsor my bills because I really don't want you to ask me to co-sponsor your bills. I know, this warmth. But the honest truth of it is you need to vote your conscience. As I said before, the fact that we can do it with respect and civility, that translates to the people of Colorado. You do need to vote your conscience tomorrow. But you should also feel very proud for what you've done. On my side of the aisle, I have never seen, in the 6 years I've been here, I have never seen the level of interest and hard work and thoughtful amendments that you all have offered. I really appreciate it. And as far as the majority, thank you for not listening to me the several times that you didn't. Representative Melton said, when I came to the well one time and I said, don't do what I do, he came up to me afterwards and he said, we never do. Thank you for your hard work. The people of Colorado are blessed to have you all. And I'd also like to tell you that the JBC staff, many of them were up until 2:30 in the morning, and they're with us still. And we are very, very fortunate to have them. And if you could join with me in thanking them.
Representative Szabo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you know, we're going to say goodbye to a good friend. This is Representative Giroux's last budget. And whether you agreed with her or disagreed with her, she works feverishly on this to make sure that the state of Colorado is financially safe and secure. And she does a great job. And we're all going to miss her for various reasons next year. You can pick your reasons. But good work needs to be commended. And Sherry, I commend you. It's an honor to serve with you. It's an honor that we're in the same county and we push for those issues also together. And I just appreciate all your hard work, and I know the rest of us do. And I think we need to let Sherry know how much we do appreciate her and how much we'll miss her.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1336. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1336 is adopted. Go to this. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. The court rule is still relaxed. So, it's what, 9:15. I figured you guys deserve not to have to wear your coats. Mr. Kohler, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole begs leave reports under consideration following attached bills being second reading thereof and makes following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1336 amended, 1337, 1339, 1340 amended, 1341, 1342 amended, passed on second reading in order engrossed by solemn counter for third and final passage.
Representative Labuda. You've heard the motion. There are no amendments. Okay, right. We have 35 amendments at the desk. Okay, maybe not that many. We'll see. I'll count them. I'll tell you. Mr. Kohler, please read the Dorr amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Dorr moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Dorr amendment J021 to House Bill 1336 to show the said amendment passed on the House Bill 1336 as amended passed.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Dorr amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Please continue, Representative Dorr.
Displayed, and it is. Members, we have to go hours back, but this is the amendment that would have allowed funding in the number of $1 million to mitigate tumbleweeds and the issues that tumbleweeds are causing at significant problems for the rural parts of Colorado, in particular those in the eastern plains and southeastern parts. And we had a good dialogue on it. This is a good purpose of one-time use of money. It doesn't defund
the film program. It just takes $1 million out of it, leaves $4 million in it, but uses that $1 million in a way that will be very beneficial to the counties down in the southeastern corner of the state that are dealing with a problem in a level of tumbleweeds they maybe have never seen before. I mean, it is amazing how many tumbleweeds are down there and how much havoc they cause with regards to road passage, with regards to entrance, egress, and regress in and out of houses. And the fire danger obviously is significant, especially as we get towards fire season. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote. Once again, there is statute on the books that says that you have to do this in priority order of the classes. I mean, list A, list B, list C. This would require the department to break the law. If a footnote does not overrule statute, I understand the intent. I don't disagree with the issue and the problem, but this is not the way to go about it. I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I remind you that the money, the $750,000 that has been placed to fund the noxious weed program is still there. So the list that was mentioned by Representative May will still be accomplished. This money is earmarked to be used by the Department of Agriculture for the purpose of mitigation of tumbleweeds. And the purpose will hopefully be followed, and I do believe be followed by the Department of Agriculture through the footnote. And it will go to benefit not only southeastern Colorado, but really all of Colorado, because ultimately if we can stop the tumbleweed or mitigate the tumbleweed issue, we hopefully can stop some of the fire danger, which would cost the state significantly if we had to go down there and fight major wildfires because of a tumbleweed infestation. I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question for the House is the passage of the Dorr Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 25 aye votes, 39 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent, the Dorr Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Kohler, please read the Quorum and Sonnenberg Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representatives Quorum and Sonnenberg move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Quorum and Sonnenberg Amendment J63 to House Bill 1336 to show the said amendment passed and that House Bill 1336 as amended passed.
Representative Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Quorum Sonnenberg Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
To the amendment.
Members, this is a simple question, simple amendment. This goes back to, do you really want to save water? Do you really want to find a way to create more water, to conserve water? The answer is this amendment. Help us get rid of free fights. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we've talked about this quite a bit, but salvaged water is the only water that we're going to have without construction of dams. This is, had we had this a few years ago, maybe the millions of dollars that we spent on lawsuits, losing lawsuits because we had violated the compacts with our neighboring states could have been saved. This is a good tool for the toolbox for the Colorado water plan. I think it's something that makes a lot of sense. It's environmentally sound and economically sound. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I didn't come down to speak for this amendment on seconds, but I think it's important that I do now. Keep in mind, this amendment, if passed, will primarily help the South Platte Basin, which is, as we all know, mostly the Front Range. We have a lot of non-native vegetation, species of trees, so on and so forth, bushes, that are taking up our Colorado water. And not just the water that they're taking from us and from the ag community, and it's just consumptive use going up in the trees, up in the air, but it also affects the rivers and waterways when we have floods. It affects how the rivers are able to handle the water that flows down them in time of floods. So this is a very substantive and important amendment. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do ask for a no vote. And the governor's office has come up with a statewide water plan, and we have many efforts to address some of the issues that affect Colorado's water. With that, I would ask for a no vote.
See, Representative Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I need to correct one thing. The governor has not come up with a statewide water plan. We're still months away from even having a draft of that plan. Until then, help us solve the problem. Help us do something now. That's why I asked for a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question for the House is the passage of the Coram-Sonnenberg Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives, Dorr, close the machine. With 33 aye votes, 31 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent, the Coram-Sonnenberg Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is passed. Mr. Kohler, please read the Lawrence Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Lawrence moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Lawrence Amendment J61 to House Bill 1336 to show the said amendment passed and the House Bill 1336 as amended passed.
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I know it's been hours since you heard this amendment, but what this is setting priorities for the state. We heard Representative Duran say that that's what this budget is a document that outlines the priorities that we have for the state. And I truly believe that public safety should be the #1 priority that we have. And this addresses a bill that passed unanimously out of the Judiciary Committee just this week. And what it does is set a mandatory sentencing for vehicular homicide and assault where drugs and alcohol are involved. We saw, I'm sorry, I move amendment.
Thank you, Representative Lawrence.
I'm sorry.
Just the Lawrence Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
I move the Lawrence Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
To the amendment.
Sorry about that, Mr.
Okay.
Got a little, Mr. Speaker, got a little ahead of myself after sitting here for 8.5 hours. In 2008, we saw there was an accident in Aurora where a drunk driver hit a truck, killed 2 women, knocked it into an ice cream parlor, and killed a 3-year-old boy. Just over the weekend, we saw a very similar accident blocks away from that accident, from the one in 2008. We had a drunk driver, reportedly 4 times the legal limit BAC, driving 80 miles an hour, hit the car in which a 17-year-old young man was driving and killed him. And these are just 2 instances that we've seen over the years in Colorado, and they seem to be getting more and more frequent. We have a problem in Colorado. People don't take our DUI laws seriously. The penalties are not severe enough. This will take those people who kill and injure innocent people driving drunk or high. It will take them off the streets. It will make our streets safer. And I do believe this is a priority. We have the money now. There is money in the budget. This is the first time in years that we've had a surplus, and we actually have money that we can prioritize. And that's exactly what we should be doing. And I would ask you for an aye vote for the public safety of the people all across Colorado. If not now, when? When are we going to make this a priority, members? How many more people, how many more innocent people are going to have to die because people are driving drunk or high? It's up to everyone in this building to make this decision and set this as a priority. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do think that at this point and where we're at in the process, that this bill should be able to work its way through the system like the other bills that are still in the queue in appropriations, and ultimately it'll be up to the General Assembly and the Appropriations Committee to make those decisions. Thank you. Vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the question for the House is the adoption of the Lawrence Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representatives Foote, Hamner, Mitch Bush, and Waller. Close the machine. With 35 aye votes, 29 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent, the Lawrence Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the McNulty Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative McNulty moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole. Diversity action taken by the committee not adopting the following McNulty Amendment J34 to House Bill 1336 to show the said amendment passed and that House Bill 1336 as amended passed.
Representative McNulty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the McNulty Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
To the amendment, Representative McNulty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this is simple. Either vote against this amendment and vote for defending criminals, or vote for this amendment and vote to protect victims and to make sure that those who are on parole stay on parole, don't violate their parole, and don't harm our communities. It is that simple. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Kagan.
Members, we can reform our parole system and defend rights of those accused of crime at the same time. It's not either or. We can do both. We're going to do both, and I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked for a no vote. There's a bill going forward with to deal with these. It has a priority. It had community involvement, the department involvement. There was a huge stakeholder process which outlined the needs of the parole board, which is why the JBC referred it back to judiciary, so that in that committee that Representative Gardner and Representative Kagan served on. And this is going outside the process. It's not needed. I simply asked for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the House is the adoption of the McNulty Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Wright. Close the machine. With 28 aye votes, 36 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent, the McNulty Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Kohler, please read the Holbert and Everett Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representatives Holbert and Everett moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole. Diversity action taken by the committee not adopting the following Holbert and Everett Amendment J17 to House Bill 1336 to show the said amendment passed and the House Bill 1336 as amended passed.
Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Holbert and Everett Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this takes us back to the implementation of PARC. Great discussion earlier today, but PARC is the assessment, the testing end of Common Core. This amendment proposes that we defund that effectively and leave $16,854,000 in the State Education Fund. My intention, if this amendment passes, would be to come back on the School Finance Act, find the net amount that CDE would need to continue TCAP for another year, and then use the rest of the money out of that 16.8 to pay down the negative factor. If you listen to the superintendents, if you listen to your districts, if you listen to your school board members who are locally elected to make education decisions in their respective communities, this follows along with what they're asking us to do. Fewer tests, fewer assessments, paying down the negative factor. Ask for an aye vote.
Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. I think it's a very drastic measure. I think it sends a very strange message to our Department of Education, our schools, our teachers, our districts that are embracing the new Colorado academic standards. and are in the process of adopting new assessments that accurately measure these new academic standards. The TCAP that Representative Holbert is referencing does not measure these academic standards. It's outdated. It measures the old standards. We've embraced new, higher standards. And as I mentioned earlier, Representative Scott is carrying a bill through the legislature this year that puts these issues in the forefront and helps us study them in a thoughtful way. That group will be making recommendations to us in a more thoughtful manner. So I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to reiterate that we heard about 6 hours of testimony from school districts all across Colorado, from most likely all of your districts. What they wanted was the money unencumbered to pay down the negative factor, because each school district has its own individual challenges. They want to be unencumbered. They want to be able to fit their needs based on their population. I think that's what this bill does. As reference to the Common Core and Park, I want you to go into your districts and I want you to talk to your constituents. What you'll find is there's a lot of knowledge out there about Common Core and Park, and you'll find everything from liberal Democrats, conservative Republicans, to everybody in between. This is sort of a bipartisan, unified front against Park and Common Core. So please go in your districts. I urge a yes vote on this bill tonight, but please go in your districts and find out what's really going on. Thanks.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we know that too many of our kids are not getting the quality education that they deserve. 32% of fourth graders were not reading at grade level in 2013. 32% of our kids not reading at grade level. Colorado has the 7th largest gap in fourth grade reading proficiency by income in the country. Nearly 1 in 4 Colorado high school students do not graduate on time. Only 23% of Colorado students met the 2011 ACT College readiness standards in all 4 core subjects. Right now, too many of our students are not receiving the quality education they deserve. Through consistent standards and expectations, we're able to better identify struggling students and to provide them with the interventions and supports needed to ensure their success. And with all of the reforms that we've implemented in the past few years, that's what this leads to, is interventions to help kids succeed. 39% of the 2011 public high school graduates who went on to attend a public college or university in Colorado needed remedial education in at least one subject when they first entered college. We need to better prepare our students for college success. And listen to this, we produce in this state an average of 61,000 jobs annually across many diverse sectors and industries. But we have only 30,000 students each year, half of those needed, who will exit our education system with the qualifications to fill these high-paying jobs. We all know the definition of insanity. Keep doing the same thing you've always done. It's time we stop doing what we've always done. We have changed the system. It is hard. Now is not the time to stop. Now is the time to put on the gas. Let's don't fail our kids. Please vote no on this amendment.
Any further? Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to say that out of all the debates that we had this evening, that this was actually one of the most fascinating debates that I think we've seen for quite some time. And with that, I will ask for a no vote on this amendment, and that is because I think we still need to continue down the path that we are on in terms of trying to make sure that kids are ready to go to college and find quality jobs in the state, and so I'd ask for your no vote.
Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to get back to where we used to be in education. As we've heard this debate, we've heard over and over again that we've had declining results. I think we've had declining results because we've occupied the time and attention of teachers on doing things other than teaching. I think that's the problem. I think that giving the moms and dads who are becoming increasingly aware of Common Core and Park a year to understand this, to have input and dialogue, is exactly what is needed. There were parents at the table throughout the discussion and Colorado's involvement in Common Core, but there's an increasing population of moms and dads out there right now who didn't know about it, didn't understand it until months, 6 months, a year ago. And that population is increasing. If you look at your email and you find a population of moms and dads saying, yes, this is the greatest thing ever, this is the answer, give us more technology requirements in the rural districts, occupy the time and attention of my child's teacher in performing assessments rather than building a relationship and teaching my sons and daughters why it's important to learn and how to use that information. If you've had that, then I guess you're a no vote on this amendment. But if you're like me and you've seen an outpouring from moms and dads saying, let's stop this, let's give it a year, let's have more input. If you're looking for a way to get more parents involved in the education of their children, delaying Park just might be the answer. And I disagree. I don't consider this drastic. We have the authority, we have the power to defund this and give parents a year and districts a year to talk this through and decide whether Park or some other standards, Common Core or some other standards, Park, some other assessments, are what Colorado should have. I don't consider that drastic. I consider that leadership, and I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question for the House is the passage of the Everett and Holbert amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McNulty. McNulty. Close the machine. With 25 aye votes, 39 no votes, 1 excuse, and 0 absent, the Everett and Holbert amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Kohler, please read the first of many Del Grosso amendments to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Del Grosso moved to amend the report of the Committee to hold to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Del Grosso, Dorr, Murray, Priola, Zabel, and Waller Amendment J47 to House Bill 1336 to show the said amendment passed and the House Bill 1336 has amended passed.
Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Del Grosso, or the first Del Grosso amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Please proceed, Representative Mr. Meyer, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. I'll make this quick. This is putting money to the negative factor. So we had several different conversations, several different pots of money. We were looking at trying to buy down the negative factor. This one was the least. This is $10 million out of the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund. So this doesn't take money from film, doesn't take money from CBMS, doesn't do any of that stuff there. It just simply says that extra pot of money that was there in the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund, extra money, we're going to put it towards the negative factor to address those countless phone calls, emails, the different superintendents, the school board members, the principals, all those that have been talking to you to say, look, help us buy down the negative factor. This in no way affects the Student Success Act or the School Finance Act that are moving through. This is an addition to. This just puts an additional $10 million towards the negative factor, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote. I don't think that this amendment really distinguishes between one-time funding and base building funding, which is what you'd be doing if you invest those dollars into the negative factor. The other thing is that I know that there was a lot of amendments, and I'm sure a lot of amendments we're going to hear now again. But with that, one of the things that I want to make sure that everybody in this chamber knows is that you're going to have another opportunity to vote for an additional $232 million going to public schools in the Student Finance Act, which unfortunately came out of committee with a partisan vote, but there's hope left to put some additional funding and meaningful funding into our public schools.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But the School Finance Act does not buy down the negative factor. The Student Success Act is trying to buy down 100,000 of the negative factor, but, or 100 million, sorry. It is a late night. But this Del Grosso amendment seeks to buy down another 10 million of the negative factor on top of what's already out there. This doesn't take it away from any other program, doesn't defund any other program. It just takes it out of the additional money that's there, and I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further. Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the issue with taking it out of the controlled maintenance fund is it's not an ongoing revenue source. So when you're talking about the negative factor, you're looking at a long-term commitment in terms of not just what you put in today, but what it costs in the future. So you're going to pay the inflationary rate. So it's almost $5 in the out years. So when we stand up here and we say it's only 10 million, it becomes 50 million. And if it's 100 million, which is what we've committed to, it becomes 500 million. So I have been in the departments when we had to do the cuts. And I know how difficult it is for programs to expand and then contract. I know what it does to families and to kids. And so when we stand up here and say, it just is this, in 2 years' time, we're going to hit the REF-C cap, and we will be looking at doing mandatory caseload growth, have a budget that we can't go above because of an artificial cap that we chose to vote as voters, and then we'll be cutting programs. So I ask you to look at what we're doing in the out years, not today, in the future. We're trying to do a responsible budget, which I think we put together, and so just be mindful that when you're in the negative factor, it has a much different effect on the budget in the out years than today. I ask for a no vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will also remind people of the fact that there is $907 million in the State Education Fund. Now, obviously, Student Success Act would come out of that as well, but this is seeking to take another $10 million out of there. 10 million. Yes, it's going to be base building, and yes, it'll be ongoing, but the reality is if we don't start buying down the negative factor, it's going to continue to grow. And if you notice, and you looked in your lavender book, we have to pay $42 million extra this year just to keep it from growing. So if we don't actually start addressing the problem, it's going to continue to grow without that. So I urge an aye vote. We need to start addressing this problem, and this seems to just take the 10 million. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I sure have appreciated all of the attention to education funding tonight. I do support the concept of buying down the negative factor, which is why I've been so pleased there's been such fantastic bipartisan support of the Student Success Act. As you all know, as bills move through the process, it's possible that additional dollars or less dollars get added or taken away. The bill will hopefully be coming to the floor soon. The bill shows our commitment to buying down the negative factor in a very significant way. I don't believe that this amendment is needed today in order for that work to continue. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question for the House is the passage of the Del Grosso amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McNulty. Close the machine. With 27 aye votes, 37 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent, the first Del Grosso amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Representative McNulty, I hope you washed your hands.
Nobody else is allowed to touch his button.
Mr. Kohler, please read the second of the 30 Del Grosso amendments to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Del Grosso moved to amend the report of the Committee to hold diversity action taken by the committee not adopting the following Del Grosso Amendment J54 to House Bill 1336 to show that said amendment passed on the House Bill 1336 as amendment passed.
Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the second Del Grosso amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
To the amendment, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so, members, this is moving on to transportation. This is seeking to put $27.5 million general fund dollars into transportation. This will go to affect some of the poor roads and bridges that we have across our state. This will start the process of putting general fund dollars towards transportation and investing in our state. I urge an aye vote on the second amendment to the second Del Grosso amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question for the House is the passage of the second Del Grosso amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Young. Representative Young. That sounds great, but please vote, Representative Young. Close the machine with 27 aye votes, 37 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent. The second Del Grosso amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Kohler, please read the third Del Grosso amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Del Grosso moved to amend the report of the Committee to hold diversity action taken by the committee not adopting the following Del Grosso and Priolo Amendment J52 to House Bill 1336 to show the said amendment passed on the House Bill 1336 as amendment passed.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the third Del Grosso amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
To the amendment, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so, members, we've moved on from K through 12 to transportation. Now we're down to higher education. Again, we've heard time and time again how our higher education system is getting harder and harder for our young kids to be able to access the higher education system. And so this is seeking to take money out of the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund and put that $20 million into COF, which, as you know, is a dollar-for-dollar buy-down, which is basically goes to help those kids offset their out-of-pocket expense to pay for their tuition. This is a great way that we can, and this is in no way circumvents other legislation that's moving through the process that's either seeking to redo how we fund schools or to put an additional money in. This would also be in addition to that. This is a way that we can invest in our youth, and I urge an aye vote on the third Del Grosso amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am just impressed at how many amendments the Minority Leader came up with. But I do want to encourage you to vote no. We have a historical increase in higher ed this year, and so with that, we simply can't do everything. So ask you for a no vote.
Representative Dorr. I'm sorry. I'm reading. Sorry. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I believe the children are our future. Treat them
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the only thing you need to know is the historical funding that we're giving higher ed this year is the lack thereof. We aren't funding higher ed like we should be. We're not even close to where we should be.
Seeing no further discussion or singing from the Minority Leader, and I will never do that, so don't worry, unless it's Hummers, which I did a couple of years ago. But the question for the House is the passage of the third Del Grosso amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Close the machine with 28 aye votes, 36 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent. The third Del Grosso amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Kohler, please read the fourth Del Grosso amendment to the report of the committee of the whole.
Representative Del Grosso moved into the report of the committee to hold reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Del Grosso amendment, J36 to House Bill 1336, to show the said amendment passed and the House Bill 1336 as amended passed.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the fourth Del Grosso amendment to the committee of the whole.
To the amendment, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Rosenthal, this will give you a chance to maybe vote for one of mine this time. Members, this is taking $10 million out of the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund. And as we remember over the course of the night, this was the one that specifically goes to the CDOT Off-Highway System Bridge Program. So this is one for those municipally owned, so whether it's a city or a county-owned bridge, if they have some kind of a problem with that, they can apply and get a grant. There is a match program, so this we don't fully fund it. They have to put skin in the game as well. But this is one that's particularly very important to the folks in our rural communities, those folks that have some kind of a problem with their bridges, and they're able to address those needs that are out there. CDOT says there is usually a lot more need than the dollars that are there, and so this is a great way that we can invest in our bridge infrastructure that's out there, and specifically this would help a lot of those folks out in our rural area. So I urge an aye vote on the fourth Del Grosso amendment to the committee of the whole.
Representative Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I rise in support of this amendment. You know, I've spent a lot of time with the family through the years out traveling the rural parts of this state, and you'll come across some of these bridges that, you know, back in the day they would actually stamp the concrete next to it when they built it. And so, being a history buff that I am, I'll sometimes stop and try to find the stamp on some of these rickety old bridges, and they say, you know, 1926, 28, 32. They're really in bad shape. So I think this is a good use of controlled maintenance, and that we have bridges in this state that are really, really in need of repair. This is one-time dollars that can be spent in a prudent way, that we can put new bridges and stamp 2014 on them, and then maybe 80 years from now someone else can do what I do. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for a no vote. You know, again, the Department of Transportation receives a lot of funds for different projects, and in fact, this year we also made major investments in capital construction and also other efforts that I think can benefit all of the areas of the state. And so I ask for your no vote. Just like higher ed, just like education, just like so many things, there's always a greater need, but there's only so much that we can ultimately do. And so ask you for your no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question for the House is the passage of the fourth Del Grosso amendment to the report of the committee of the whole. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives Gardner and Rosenthal. Close the machine. With 27 aye votes, 37 no votes, 1 excused and 0 absent, the fourth Del Grosso of the amendment of the committee of the whole is lost. Mr. Kohler, please read the Dorr amendment to the report of the committee of the whole.
Representative Dorr moved to amend the report of the committee to hold reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting the following Salazar amendment, J15 to House Bill 1336, to show that said amendment lost and that House Bill 1336 as amended passed.
Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Dorr amendment to the committee of the whole and ask that it be displayed.
Representative Dorr to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment, we had a fairly lengthy debate on it and a good debate on it. While its merits are good, everybody wants to address the homeless issue, especially those that are children. The funding of it is problematic, and we have a responsibility down here to make sure that the funding is done in a way that can be used for its intent. And in the funding mechanism that was proposed, the money to be taken from the privates is not money that can actually be taken by the DOC, because the private beds that are not used are not funded. And so while this money is here on paper, it's not here in reality. And so it is not, while the intent of the amendment is good, the process for the money to spend for the purpose of the amendment is not the right way to do it, and I ask for a yes vote
on the amendment to the report for the committee of the whole.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We did have a good debate on this. And it saddens me that that it's being challenged. I read that list off to you. The list of 23,680 high school students, or not high school, but K through 12 students who are homeless in Colorado. And we're asking for $500,000. $500,000 to help out these families. And let me tell you what the department does with the money. The funds are distributed statewide. The funds are distributed annually through a competitive process to nonprofit organizations serving the most vulnerable citizens throughout the state. Some of that's happening in Representative Rankin's area in such a good way. The purpose of the program is to assist youth. Did I just say youths from my cousin Vinny? To help some youths. The purpose of the program is to assist youth, families, and other persons who would become homeless if they were not to receive some kind of assistance. It serves households below 50% of area median income. The services include linked services to housing, eviction and utility shutoff prevention, housing search assistance and housing stability, mediation and outreach to landlords, education and employment, healthcare, childcare, financial management, credit repair management, benefits coordination and acquisition, monthly follow-up and referrals to other services. $500,000. That's all I was asking for. Out of a budget of $64.4 million. Helping out statewide. Helping out youth and families in rural areas. $500,000. We know that these for-profit prisons have not reached capacity. We know that Colorado Department of Corrections has not reached capacity, so we're not taking anything away from them. I sit on judiciary just like some of you do, and I hear the direction that we're going in Department of Corrections, and it's a good direction. We talk about having faith in that system and having faith in the fact that recidivism is going to decrease. We talk about the fact that we want to have more free beds because we want to have less prisoners. Well, we also want to have less homeless too. I received a text message shortly after this amendment was voted on by voice vote. It was someone who was here in the chamber. And she said, "Hey, I just left and on my way home, I passed someone that was homeless. They were in the parking lot of a Good Times and was in a wheelchair and obviously unwell. Someone was sitting there with them and they had called an ambulance. I was touched to see people looking out for each other and it reminded me of your advocacy, so I thought I would share." We are advocates for those who cannot advocate for themselves, the homeless. We heard that up here tonight on many of the amendments, that we are advocates. $500,000 out of $64.4 million. It's not too much to ask to help out for the neediest of our Colorado residents. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Waller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Salazar, I think this is what you're trying to do here is a very good thing, and I appreciate that and I applaud that, and I'm hoping we're going to be able to find a way to make that happen. You know, I think the issue here becomes it's the funding source. You know, where should we be drawing these dollars from? You know, and you say 500,000 out of 64 million are private prisons. Well, a few years ago, we really cut private prisons to the quick. And I have been a very strong advocate, by the way, for cutting unnecessary prison spending in the state of Colorado. I've done that. We've had the number of prisoners in the state over the last several years decrease. It's starting to climb back up just a little bit right now. But we've seen within the Department of Corrections significant increases in spending. So perhaps, Representative Salazar, if you were trying to take this 500,000 out of the 740 million that we spend on the Department of Corrections every year, 500,000 out of over 700 million is a lot less than 500,000 out of 64 million, or less of an impact. It's the same amount of money, but less of an impact. I think we could be there. And we could do that. It just seems that in this circumstance, the funding source is the wrong funding source. And maybe perhaps if you could articulate for us specifically where out of the private prisons you're going to take this, and what portion of it that they don't need. Is it out of their maintenance funds? Is it out of their personnel costs? Is it out of, what portion of what portion of the private prisons you're going to take it from? Maybe that'll help us understand it a little bit better. But I think we're just in a circumstance now where great idea, wrong funding source.
Representative Coram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Salazar, I do appreciate what you're trying to do here, but I think this is the wrong vehicle. We're taking $500,000 out of private prisons and transferring to this. But we still have the prisoners that we have to send. So that means that Colorado Department of Corrections will be taking those prisoners that would have gone to the private prison. So it is a cost to us, and I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I would support you on a different venue. But I ask for the support of this bill.
Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate what you're trying to do here, Representative Salazar. We've been debating the budget for 9 hours, and this is the first time I get to come to the mic and say, vote yes on an amendment. So I just want you to write that down. Vote yes on this amendment. And I understand about the homeless issue. I think the way this impacts the other side of our budget with correctional beds, and we are in this budget had to add 356, 100 to Trinidad, 100 to Buena Vista. So by doing this, we're going to have we'll cause another problem on the other side of the shop. So I respectfully ask for a yes vote.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I rise in opposition to the Dorr Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a no vote. When Representative Salazar approached me about this amendment, he didn't even have to explain it for 10 seconds before I said yes, absolutely. Because homelessness is a real problem in Colorado. And Representative Becker told a great story and demonstrated that these issues between corrections and homelessness are inextricably linked. Because when our correction system, when our jails and prisons become default housing for the homeless or the mentally ill, there's something wrong with that picture. There's something there that needs to be fixed. And I'm not saying that Representative Salazar's amendment is the end-all, be-all answer. But it starts to get us there. It starts to let us have a real conversation about homelessness in Colorado and the fact that our prisons are serving as homes when those people have no other home to go to. I ask for a no vote on the Dorr Amendment.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm urging you to vote no on this amendment. And the reason is simple. Far too many people are homeless. and we're seeing an increased number of people being homeless. 1 in 4 of those folks that are homeless are children. I see them. They're sleeping in cars. Some of them are sleeping in abandoned buildings. Representative Salazar, a solution is a good one, because what we're asking in this amendment that he has proposed is shifting some dollars. I don't like the trend that I'm seeing with the increased funding that we're putting in our prisons. I think we do what we have to do, but I don't like to see the trend that we're taking. I'd like to see it what it was when I first joined this body, when we were seeing less incarceration. And we are seeing a spike. I don't like it. I don't think anyone here likes to see that trend. This is a good solution, because the kids who are sleeping in those cars, they deserve to live and grow up in a safe environment. And you can't be safe if you're homeless. And sometimes when you're homeless, you start doing desperate things. And when you do desperate things, when you don't have a home, it may cause you to get arrested. Members, this is a good solution. Vote no.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Salazar, your passion and commitment is an honor to us all, and I do appreciate your intent. But when you look at the broader picture, a lot of the people that are homeless and a lot of the people that are incarcerated have substance abuse issues and mental health issues. Fort Lyon, which was funded last year, is dealing with both of those issues. And granted, it does have a limited capacity. And as Representative Salazar said, we do have funding right now that is going to the local communities to work on the homeless issue. And I think all of that is wonderful. Right now in the state of Colorado, we are just at the cusp of hitting 1 million people in the Medicaid population. And when you get to that point, you get to what Representative Fields was talking about. In that Medicaid population, when you hit that 1 million mark, we are also, right now, 1 out of every 3 babies that are born in the state of Colorado are Medicaid babies. We are going to hit 1 out of every 2 in the next 2 years. We have real problems. And what Representative Salazar is bringing to all of us with this amendment is that we have problems. And I recognize that, and Representative Salazar, I appreciate that. I join with other members that are standing in opposition to his original amendment and in favor of this amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. I have a concern about the funding source, what this funding source will do, because private prisons, we don't pay for beds that are empty in a private prison. And the wonderful thing about that is because the correction system in the state of Colorado needs to move prisoners around because of a lot of different issues, and they have to be free to move prisoners around because they need to protect the safety of those prisoners. They also need to protect the safety of those that take care of our prisoners, the guards, the mental health, the physical health, all the people that take care of our prisoners, the individuals that teach GED, all the wonderful people that work in the prison system that help our inmates leave prison and start a better life. What Representative Salazar's amendment does is it's not going to impact private prisons, it'll impact the Department of Corrections. It'll impact the prison guards, the health providers, the instructors, all the people in the state of Colorado that work for the Department of Corrections that are state employees. That's where it's going to hit. I commend Representative Salazar. I appreciate the fact that you're doing what you're doing. You're doing a very good thing. But unfortunately, the good thing is coming from the wrong funding source. And with respect, I join Representative May and Representative Duran and ask for a yes vote on this amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Seeing no further discussion, the question for the House is the adoption of the Dorr Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative McNulty. You first. I still got to vote. Close the machine. With 35 aye votes, 29 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent, the Dorr Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. You thought you were done, but Mr. Kohler, please read the 5th Del Grosso Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Del Grosso moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Del Grosso Amendment J45 to House Bill 1336 to show the said amendment passed and the House Bill 1336 as amended passed.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the 5th Del Grosso Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Minority Leader, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, before I talk about this amendment, which is actually my final one, I do want to take a couple seconds to thank all 3 of the Joint Budget Committee members here today in the chamber. Although I might not have agreed with several of the discussions that happened, and you might not have agreed with most of my amendments, I do respect the fact of the work of Representative May, Representative Duran, Representative Giroux. Again, I said this earlier today in our caucus, and I'll say it here. Quite frankly, the amount of work that you guys do over there on the Joint Budget Committee is definitely commendable. When the rest of us are back in our districts doing a lot of stuff, you guys are down here putting in the long hours. You guys are doing the tours. You guys are coming in early doing meetings. You're staying late when all the rest of us are doing a lot of other things. And so the 3 of you here definitely, I commend the hard work that you guys did to put together this budget, whether I agree with it or not. You guys definitely did an extremely hard work, and so I would personally like to thank you and all of your hard work. I'll clap for you. How about that? Now with that amendment, the 5th amendment, 5th Del Grosso Amendment to the Committee of the Whole. I was trying to butter you up to maybe change your, no. Members, this is going back to provider rates. Now, this is across the board, so this isn't picking and choosing those that are inside HCPF, those that are outside of HCPF. This is basically across the board. Now, these are folks that take care of Colorado's most vulnerable citizens, those that do work in the mental health community, those that do work to help those with intellectual or developmental disabilities, the doctors, the nurses, all of the folks that provide Medicaid services that for year after year after year have to do so much more with less, that have been cut several times. And the reality that, last year they finally got a little bit of an increase, but nothing close to what they had been cut and all of the stuff they had to go through. And so the reality is we're not even coming anywhere close to even keeping up with the cost of inflation with what we're giving these folks. And so we're continuing to ask them to do so much more with less. They are continuing to take care of our vulnerable populations. And this is a way that we can help those that help our most vulnerable citizens. So I urge an aye vote on the 5th and final Del Grosso Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And being that I picked 10:45 as the time we'd be leaving, Section 20, appropriations notwithstanding.
Representative Priola. I know I still can gavel him, even if it's in order. To Representative May, who was just praised, to ask for a no vote.
Actually, gosh, who moved this up so high? So thank you for those kind words. Appreciate that. And I also appreciate working with my other fellow members of the JBC. I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the House is the fifth and final Del Grosso amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives May and Pedersen. Close the machine. With 27 aye votes, 37 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent, the fifth and final Del Grosso amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. There are no further amendments at the desk. Members, great work tonight and all day on the budget. Before we vote, can you join me in thanking all of our staff for all the work and late night? No more amendments. The question before the House is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives Everett, Rosenthal, close the machine. With 64 aye votes, 0 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Representative Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think it should be noted how well things went with Mr. Representative Pabon gone today.
I think that should be a continued trend in this chair. Representative Melton to announce the winner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for all of your hard work and fun today and trying to lift the spirit of passing the long bill. So, in the over-under on the long bill, I am happy to announce that the winner, who came within 2 minutes of the gavel dropping, was Representative Tim Dorr. With the gavel dropping at 10:20, Tim Dorr picked 10:22.
Madam Majority Leader, for an important announcement, members, I think you'll want to pay attention to this announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you all for your attention today and your great work. And for that reason, and because it's this late hour, we will not at this moment adjourn until tomorrow at 10 o'clock. So we will see you all tomorrow at 10.
Probably, Madam Majority Leader.
And one other thing that that Representative Giroux was nice enough to remind me about, if you would please leave your brown file folders off of your file cabinet so that the clerks don't have to remain to file them tonight. They'll do them tomorrow. You can put them up tomorrow. Thanks very much.
Members, you are free to go. We have a few things to read across the desk. Great work today. Signing of bills, resolutions, and memorials.
The Speaker has signed House Bills.
Remainder of the report to be printed in the Journal. Delivery of bills to the Governor.
Chief Clerk of the House of
Remainder of the report to be printed in the Journal. Message from the body that doesn't really work anymore.
Mr. Speaker, the body doesn't really work anymore. It's passed on third reading.
The message from the body doesn't work anymore will be printed in the Journal when they maybe get to work tomorrow, if they get to work. Message from the reviser.
We hear a transmit without comment.
Message from the reviser will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Honorable Governor John Hickenlooper.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor and
the message from the Governor will be printed in the Journal. Introduction of resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 21 by Senator Todd, also Representative Labuda, concerning the recognition of National Women's History Month in connection with designating March as Colorado Women's History Month.
SJR 21 will lay over 1 day under the rules. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House stand in adjournment until tomorrow at 10 a.m. That's February 28th.
I know it's late, but we would like to lay over the balance of the calendar first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw that motion and move to lay over the balance of the calendar.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in adjournment until 10 a.m. tomorrow, February 28th.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.